The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we get ready for race number 2 on Kentucky Oaks Day. Love seeing all the hats, the fashion on display, the excitement as we get closer and closer to the Run for the Lilies and tomorrow's Run for the Roses. Maiden special weight coming up next for the fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, going a mile on the main track as horses step onto the track. The number 11, Inventing. There's those guys again, Richie. Todd Pletcher and Naira Ortiz well represented. This filly second on debut. We'll talk more about her in a moment. Here's the post parade though, starting with the 1, Cross My Heart.
Cross My Heart's going to have to improve. The rail doesn't do her any favors. She hasn't shown much speed in her 2 starts.
Big price on the number 2, Jettin' with Class.
Did not show a great deal first time out. Is a half to Lady Ivanka, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway.
Here's the number 3, She's Keen.
She's Keen, half to Spelling again, who is a stakes winner for Rusty Arnold as well. She broke slow. She actually showed some run late in the race.
Yes, she did. That was at Keeneland on debut. Here's the 4, Oma the Great, also stretching out.
Another one that showed interest. She's got a nice pedigree, half to Handsome Mike and Grade 1 winner Union Strike.
Looking, there's the number 5, Oma the Great. Oh, we skipped Classic Coin, excuse me. Here is the number 6 now, One Full Moon.
One Full Moon didn't show a lot on debut, but didn't break too particularly well.
She had towards the inside on debut, off of a bit of a layoff. Here's the 7, South Georgia.
Yeah, I would have to show more. Takes blinkers off.
Plenty of foundation for the 8, Blame the Champagne.
Yeah, is the 9th time the charm? I'm going to go for more lightly raced horses myself.
She's been good at picking up some checks. Here's the 9, High Resolution.
Half to Grade 1 winner, Romantic Vision. This filly's going to have to improve as well.
Thought she was a little intriguing at a big price. Here's the number 10, Miss Red.
Daughter of Blame, should appreciate stretching out to the mile.
Your favorite, Inventing.
Yeah, this is Mare's second foal. She had first foal 1, speaks for itself very impressively over at Aqueduct, and this really ran extremely well first time.
And the number 12, Olga Isabel.
Showed very good speed at Gulfstream Park. It's an outside post. How is that going to translate to Churchill Downs?
Javier Castellano takes the mount. You can race to the Twin Spires app, meanwhile, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. The number 11, Inventing, your favorite in her first race, Richie. I wrote down that she was so quiet, so laid back, probably wanted some more distance. And she gets a little bit more ground to work with today as she will go the mile after finishing second at 7/8 on debut.
Yeah, they said she had a stumbling beginning. She raced inside. She came out into the stretch, looked like she was poised to, just go right on by. But she ran extremely well. I think outside draw, she's only got one outside of her going a mile. She should get a very comfortable kind of trip. And she's a deserving favorite, I believe.
She is, and she was second behind the 8-5 favorite that day in Wish You Well, who had a better trip in that spot as well. She got a big figure for that debut, 84 by her speed figure. The dam was 0 for 7 on the track, but she's the sister to Gift List, who's the dam of Grade 1 winner Dunbar Road. So there is plenty of pedigree, top and bottom, for distance.
Yeah, there's very good pedigree. And the older sister speaks for itself, was very impressive on debut at Aqueduct and ran a big figure as well, an 88 by her figure that day.
The number 10 next to her, Miss Red for Al Stahl, was second on debut. This was sprinting at the fairgrounds from an outside post, as you mentioned, by Blame, out of a war front mare. There is a little turf on the bottom side, but there's also pedigree for distance.
Yeah, and you would just think, daughter of Blame, homebred for Claiborne Farm. She's got this sprint under her belt. She should be better going a mile, and loomed up this day. Was lugging in a little bit, acting a little green. Maybe should be a little bit more professional today. Usually Al Stahl's horses improve with some racing.
Al Stahl, of course, the trainer of Blame, who upset Zenyatta in that Breeders' Cup Classic. Miss Red, second on debut, will stretch out in distance for her second start. And oftentimes we really do see such a big jump from first race to second, as she is a big solid filly by Blame for sure.
Those are iconic colors, Claiborne Farm. And just there, I just had a flash because we were talking about Derby of Swale winning the Kentucky Derby and just how brilliant those colors are. Lafitte Pink Eye up that day.
As it is Kentucky Oaks Day, and the fashion, always a big piece of it. Everybody's.
Oh, boy.
That would look good on you, Richie.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We'll see if we can get Richie's a hat or something a little bit later on. Mitch Levitas probably has a couple for you ready for Kentucky Oaks Day.
Chef's hat.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, chef's hat would be good for you. Everybody else is really a big price besides those two in this race, which is kind of crazy. I mean, the next ones are the 4 and the 10 at 10-1. The number 4 Classic Coin, the one that's a half to Handsome Mike, and Union Strike filly by Pioneer of the Nile goes out for Chris Hartman for the first time. Certainly you would think this one after that Keeneland debut would be able to improve second time out.
You would think, and you would think that the mile would suit as well. And, the fact that Flavian Pratt stays put, when you get a rider of that caliber, they usually have options. So to me, that's a vote of confidence.
By the way, look who beat her on debut at Keeneland. Imogene Malvina, who just won the first race.
Just won the first race.
Yeah.
And that's a good pickup right there.
We'll see if that turns out to be a live race at Keeneland on debut. Shug McGahee, who has, of course, Kathleen O in the Kentucky Oaks later on, has the number 5, Oma the Great here. Filly by Tappet, who looked like she broke in a little bit from the inside post, seemed like she was a little bit green, had the rail on debut. That's always a little bit of an adventure.
Yeah, and we know that Shug McGahee's not a trainer that cranks them up to win first time. Not that he doesn't win with first-time starters. It's just that he's trying to develop a horse for a career and use it as stepping stones. His horses incrementally get better. So you would have to think this filly is going to take a step forward in her second start.
The number 9, High Resolution, she didn't do much running on debut. She's a massive price, but I thought at a really big price, she could potentially be one. Underneath, perhaps, I think the 11 Inventing is a deserving favorite. This is the right spot for her. But hey, you're getting a huge price on pretty much everybody else on the board. And High Resolution thought that she needed that first race. Distance is her friend. Half to Romantic Vision, who was very good going long on the dirt.
Absolutely. Rusty Arnold has trained the family. He knows, has that familiarity. She's trained for G. Watts Humphreys for so many years. And that's way too big a price. 80-1 on this filly, I agree with you.
You're getting a big price on just about everybody else. The number 8, Blame the Champagne. She comes out of a 1 3/16 race on the turf last time out. Obviously, she's a dirt horse, and she goes back to what seems to be her preferred surface today. She's had 6 in the money finishes out of her 8 starts. but she's tough to trust as a potential win candidate.
Well, because she has had 8 tries. There are more lightly raced fillies that feels like there's more upside. But, hey, she was third. She stakes place to Nest.
Yeah, that's very true. Faced Nest 2 starts back in the Suncoast at Tampa. Of course, Nest would come out of that race to win the Grade 1 Ashland. Race 2, everyone looking for the first win of their career, Inventing. The favorite, fillies and mares, in the spotlight all day today, but particularly here in race 2. Here's Travis Stone.
There the gate, and they're off. Pretty even beginning. Oma the Great from mid-pack. South Georgia is there, jetting with class. Hustled hard as I cross my heart down toward the rail. Olga Isabel from the downside post, and Inventing is racing up as well as the field heads up the chute and comes for the main track. And it will be Jetting with Class who comes away with the lead. Classic Coin is up into second now. Olga Isabel on the outside is racing in third. I cross my heart toward the rail is fourth. Miss Reed on the move from fifth. Inventing is not far behind in sixth. The break of 4 back to One Full Moon in seventh. She's Keen is racing in eighth. Oma the Great on the move from ninth. South Georgia is 10th by 4. Then it's Blame the Champagne and High Resolution the trailer. The opening quarter goes in a sharp 22 and 1/5 seconds. They are halfway home. The opening half was 44 and 3. The pace is sharp indeed. Jetting with Class to lead around to the far turn. Classic Coin is right there. Olga Isabel is 3 wide, and not far behind is Inventing. Hovering to their outside, up into third now. Miss Reed is also right there, racing in fourth. One Full Moon's on the move from fifth. She's Keen, finding stride in between horses, and so too South Georgia from the back of the pack. They come for the top of the stretch, and it's Olga Isabel coming off the turn, confronted by Inventing. Miss Reed comes through toward the inside. They're racing for the 8th pole. Olga Isabel still there, and turning back that first challenge of Inventing. Olga Isabel holding on to that lead. Inventing is going to take another crack at it now. Here comes Inventing coming after Olga Isabel. Olga Isabel digs down deep. Inventing can't get by. Olga Isabel half length in the end. Inventing settles for second. Miss Reed was third. It's tight for fourth. She's Keen or Classic Coin.
Olga Isabel with the upset in race 2 at Churchill Downs for Gustavo Delgado. Javier Castellano in the saddle. The story, though, Richie, Inventing, lugging in, giving Irad Ortiz a very tough time in the stretch just to keep her on a straight course to try and get her by that number 12 horse.
Yeah, it looked like he had dead aim. She was giving him a little bit of a hard time trying to get in. But give the winner a lot of credit. She kept finding him. She was, parked about 4 wide throughout, and very fast pace, 44 and 3 going a mile from maiden fillies, and she just kept finding. Showed good speed on debut, showed good speed again today, and was very tenacious. The other horse that we talked about, the 10, Miss Red, she looked like she was poised to make a run, kind of lugged in a little bit as well. She had, clear path on the rail, but just kind of bogged down in there a little bit, it looked like.
Looked like the number 10, Miss Red, a little bit breaking inward at the start, but overall, relatively clean break. Forwardly placed was the number 12, Olga Isabel, though, able to hold off that big favorite, Inventing, 12, 11, 10 in the second at Churchill Downs. And yes, we have the Kentucky Oaks coming up a little bit later on, and these fillies, still young maidens, still more lightly raced. They are 3-year-olds, the same as those Kentucky Oaks ones. But there's nothing to say that what we just saw from this filly here, and maybe some of the others in the field, they could potentially be players in the stakes later on this year.
Well, absolutely. Horses just develop at different times. They, have different setbacks in their training that maybe hold up their debut. But this filly, I think she showed a lot of grit, and to attend a very fast pace like that, she could have a future.
Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano in the saddle for Gustavo Delgado. As we'll see, Javier Castellano a little bit later on aboard the undefeated Kathleen O in the Kentucky Oaks. And we're just a little bit more than 24 hours away from the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. We'll talk more about the Run for the Roses after this on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Carrick County. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconti, standing at Gainesway.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Kentucky Oaks Day at Churchill Downs. The run for the Lilies in the spotlight today, but it's all about the girls. And earlier on in the card in race 2, we saw an impressive maiden winner, the number 12, Olga Isabel. This second race dominated by horses with outside posts, able to hold off the favorite, the 11, Inventing.
We kind of saw that yesterday. It just seemed to me outside Pats had a little bit the best of it. Not like a huge bias or anything, but Olga Isabel was able to get into the race the right way. She showed good speed again, but stalking just off the leaders, and Inventing had every shot at her from the 3/16 below the wire, just could not get by. Very resolute effort from her. And that path that I thought I saw in the first race looked like it might have been kind of taken away and not as sealed as tight close to the rail as the first race.
Yeah, the 10, Miss Red, was down there on the inside. Olga Isabel into the winner's circles. We saw Gustavo Delgado's son, Gustavo Jr., there with Olga Isabel. Congratulations to the team, bringing home a $22.80 winner over the 3-5 favorite. Some nice prices in the first couple races at Churchill.
And all you had to do is work your way from the outside in, 12, 11, 10.
Yeah, that's that. Easy as that. In race 2, we take a look, though, at the field tomorrow. The Run for the Roses, the 148th Kentucky Derby. We were notified earlier today, Ethereal Road is a scratch, and that will mean that Rich Strike gets in off the also eligible list, as we do still have a field of 20 now. Rattle and Roll will not compete, as he will not be able to get in with another scratch. But we'll meet the contenders for the first Saturday in May, a dream for every owner, trainer, and jockey in this sport. The blanket of roses received by the Kentucky Derby winner is one of the most coveted in the sport and one of the most difficult to obtain. Some of the most heralded trainers in horse racing have never brought home a trophy from Churchill Downs, but the Derby dream never dies, and neither does the quest for the Triple Crown. Hall of Fame member Steve Asmussen is the leading all-time trainer of winners in North America, but the Kentucky Derby has eluded him.
Epicenter could end that streak this year. The son of Not This Time is the morning line's second choice for the 148th Run for the Roses and enters this event after capturing the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes and the Grade 1 Louisiana Derby at the fairgrounds.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby.
Chad Brown has received 4 Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Trainer, but like Asmussen, a Derby triumph is one of the few Grade 1 races not on his resume. That could all change in 2022 as Brown will have the lightly raced but talented Zandon in the gate. Zandon was third in the Risen Star to kick off his sophomore campaign and then won the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes at Keeneland. The son of Upstart came from last at the 3/4 pole to draw clear of his 10 rivals.
Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Saffie Joseph Jr. also seeks his first Derby victory with his second Kentucky Derby starter. White Abarrio returned for his 3-year-old campaign with an impressive victory in the Grade 3 Holy Bowl at Gulfstream Park. He then punched his ticket to Louisville with another win in the Grade 1 Florida Derby over that same surface.
And White Abarrio wins the Florida Derby for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Tim Yakteen aims to collect his first Derby in his first attempt with the gifted Taba. The son of Gunrunner overhauled multiple graded stakes winner Messier to win the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby in only the second start of his young career after being unraced at the age of 2.
The run-happy Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Only 20 horses can enter the starting gate under the Twin Spires to vie for $3 million. Will this be the year that one of the participants provides their trainer with their first Derby victory and continues the march to Triple Crown glory at Belmont Park?
It all starts here today, the first leg of the Triple Crown, the Kentucky Derby, as we have several trainers in this year's field looking for their first Derby win. And Richie, the exciting thing too is that 5 of them having their first Kentucky Derby starter, which is always a really exciting piece of it. Steve Asmussen, however, as we've talked about, has won just about everything that there is to win in North American racing, with the exception of that Kentucky Derby. We saw him last summer become the winningest trainer in North America. Is this the year for him to get that blanket of roses?
I do think this is the best entrant he's had so far. Epicenter is coming into this, training incredibly well, showed a new dimension in the Louisiana Derby. I like that he's got speed, but he can rate also. I think he is the goods, and I think that one omission from an incredible resume, he's going to take care of that this year.
We look forward to seeing Epicenter. Chad Brown, meanwhile, we saw him with the 2-year-old champ Good Magic a couple years ago, finished second to Justify in the Kentucky Derby, highly motivated his starter in 2021. This year, though, he has the morning line favorite in Zandon, who we saw absolutely sensational in the Bluegrass. And some fun piece of trivia, thanks to Alan Carrasso, is Zev in 1923, the last horse with a Z in his name to win the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, we got to go back playing the alphabet game all the way 99 years. But to think about what Chad Brown's done since his first winner in 2007, November of 2007, at Churchill Downs with Dual Jewels, a claiming horse. What he's done in 15 years, over 2,100 wins, multiple Grade 1s, certainly a first ballot Hall of Famer. And he comes here with a horse, another horse that is doing tremendously well, just flourishing at Churchill Downs, training up to the Derby.
Son of Upstart, who has continued to turn heads over the Churchill Downs track while prepping for that Kentucky Derby. There's no better time to sign up for Naira bets than right now. Join today and get a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus using promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to get that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. Well, jockey Tyler Gaffleone is fresh off yet another riding title in Kentucky, but he looks for the big one in the Kentucky Derby this year with Florida Derby winner White Abarrio. More on that team after this on America's Day at the Races.
Follow Inksy. pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Ames Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
The 2019 Kentucky Oaks, won by Serengeti Empress, owner Joel Polides Silks, and I love seeing that video of our colleague Tom Ames, and when he hits the floor with his whole family. Still my favorite moment.
Well, he said it was like the World Series. They pile on after the last out.
Awesome.
You know, it's so hard to articulate those kind of emotions for a big win, and he did such a good job. But he'd probably be pretty good on TV.
Yeah, I think he might be. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see him maybe sometime over the summer in Saratoga. But Serengeti Empress, she went on to be a terrific sprinter as well, winning that ballerina in just an absolutely sensational fashion at Saratoga, too.
What made her different, too, was a lot of speed horses, when they get collared, they've given all they've have to give. She would fight for it. I was just so taken with how tough and tenacious she was.
She really, really was. Love reliving at that 2019 Kentucky Oaks. We'll see who gets to add their names to the history books a little bit later on today in the 148th running. Meanwhile, we have race 3 coming up next at Churchill Downs. We'll be on the turf for the first time today, going 1 1/8 in this allowance. Currently QF 75, part of an entry, is the favorite West Point Thoroughbreds and Co. With this one, West Point also represented by Arabian Prince. That one for Dallas Stewart, QF 75 for Christophe Clement, as we last saw this horse in February at Gulfstream with definitely the best race of his career. Can he repeat that effort here at Churchill?
And you just like that these two horses, QF 75 and Arabian Prince, have complementary styles. You know, QF 75, a bit more natural speed, inside draw, should be forwardly placed. For Arabian Prince, more of a closer. So they got a good 1-2 punch there.
Here's QF 75 and his last win at Gulfstream Park. This was going 1 1/8 off of a layoff, and he did this pretty nicely, too. He's a horse that always seemed like he was going to get there and then just didn't really have that follow-through. He did show improvement coming back as a 4-year-old and being gelded as well, and pulled away from this field.
And he got to set very comfortable fractions, but his last furlong was an 11 1/5, so he's got to turn a foot. He really finished, and you could really see the stride, how far he was reaching through the final furlong.
There's a look at Todd Pletcher's charge, Aviano, as he and Irad Ortiz will team up once again. This one's been knocking on the door. The big question with this colt is that he just doesn't have any early speed.
No, not a lot of speed, and a race that, honestly, I think is crying out for speed. I think QF 75 gets comfortable again on the lead like he did at Gulfstream last time.
We'll see, as he's part of that entry at 7-5, currently in this nice allowance race, going 9 furlongs on the turf. Call to post.
Just trying to figure out how many times I've heard the call to post in my life.
Ooh. Is it your ringtone?
It should be.
It should be, after hearing it so many times. But gets the blood pumping. You feel that adrenaline. You feel that excitement with that call to post. And I'm sure nothing like stepping out onto the racetrack on a day like this. Even early in the day, there's a great crowd. People are excited. They're dressed up. The lilies are flowing.
And how about the kids in Louisville? They get Friday, Oaks Day, off from school.
I think it's awesome. Here's the post parade, starting with the one QF 75 will break from the inside.
I just think he has a big tactical advantage. Joel Rosario for Christophe Clement.
The other part of the entry, Arabian Prince, will break in the outside post.
More of a closing type, very complementary styles. Dallas Stewart. How many times he hit the board with long shots in races like the Derby?
Oh, we've seen it time and time again. Here's the 3, Red Hornet.
Red Hornet stretching out a bit off a good mile run at Keeneland. Looks on his toes.
Myopic for Robertino Diodoro.
More of a deep closer. Came from pretty far behind last time. Let's see what he does today with Raylu Gutierrez.
Here's a 6, Mr. Tip.
Another more of a closing type. Again, a race seemingly devoid of early pace.
He's 8-1 on the board. Here's the 7, Grail, back on turf.
I guess this is a horse that could show some pace. In synthetic, he didn't so much, but in his turf races was up close.
Aviano for Todd Pletcher.
Another one, just doesn't possess a great deal of speed, but you got Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz Jr., pretty strong combination.
Always dangerous, that's for sure. That's the field for the 3rd at Churchill Downs as we see them move around and get ready to line up for this 3rd race. Speaking of racing, you can race at the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd all week long on every eligible race at Churchill Downs. That does include the Kentucky Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com, which is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. The number 7, Grail, back on the turf after back-to-back synthetic tries at Turfway Park, making the 3rd start of his form cycle and coming out of stakes for Brendan Walsh. But the man aboard will be Tyler Gaffleone, who's just had riding title after riding title in Kentucky. Also had a strong meet this winter at his home track at Gulfstream Park and winning Gulfstream's marquee race aboard White Barrio.
You know, and I was thinking about this. Tyler Gaffleone grew up in Florida. His father, Steve Gaffleone, was a rider down in Florida. I believe his grandfather was a rider as well. It had to be really an emotional thing for him to win the Florida Derby, growing up there, these being his home tracks. And you kind of saw that emotion when he hit the wire. You know, Tyler's accomplished. He's already won a Preakness. For him to react the way he did, I think spoke to just how much it meant to him.
I got a chance to host the press conference following the Florida Derby for Tyler, who, as you mentioned, born and raised in South Florida, for Saffie Joseph Jr., who calls Gulfstream home and started training in the U.S. with just a handful of horses. They said, obviously, you're excited about the Kentucky Derby and the chances there, but that is the race that they came along dreaming of winning at that Florida Derby. And the Florida Derby's been productive when it comes to Kentucky Derby. 24 Kentucky Derby winners since 1953, the most recent of which, Always Dreaming, in 2017. This year, it looks like the Florida horses have a little bit of improvement to do.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I tell you, I've been taken with the weight. White Barrio's been training there as well. This year, not only is it a deep, contentious Kentucky Derby, I feel like we have more horses coming into it in good form, the way they're training, getting over the track. And that's what makes it even, more intriguing to me. Because sometimes you can kind of eliminate a few, just, I'm not crazy about the way they're training. Less so this year.
They've all made a nice impression. You couldn't be more right. QF75, meanwhile, part of that entry, the favorite, trained by Christophe Clemanes. Christophe has had a good week at Churchill Downs. Wednesday in the William Walker, we saw his big invasion. Very impressive for Dean Reeves, as he now makes it 3 victories in a row. And this was a really nice performance to get the 2nd stakes win of his career.
Yeah, and showing a little bit of a different dimension, more covered up, in behind horses, was, able to rate under Joel Rosario and tip out. And it's great when you have a horse that possesses speed, but they can use it at the rider's discretion, and that's what we saw here with Big Invasion.
Just finished up so easily. You see that strength of Joel Rosario on hand as well. Really an athletic horse, by the way, too, that reacts when his rider asks, and he didn't have to ask very much.
No, and Joel's a rider that doesn't overuse his horses. He does just what they need to do. He's much more hands and heels, relies less on the riding crop. And when he knows he has a race won, he's not looking to win by 3 or 4 or 5 lengths. If they do win by that, it's because they're doing it very easily.
QF75 is Joel's mount here in this 3rd race. The number 3, Red Hornet, meanwhile, for Anna Mia, came off of a layoff last time out at Keeneland and did finish 2nd at a big price at Keeneland in that tough allowance field, too.
Yeah, loomed up, looked like he was going to win it, and just, came up 2nd best. And, did he hang a little bit? Was it the layoff, or did he just not have the desire to go by at crunch time? That's one of the questions I have, but because it looked like he was going to go right on by, and then the other horse comes and nails him. So almost like he wasn't going by the leader until that horse came outside of him and kind of carried him by.
Yeah, re-engaging at that point.
Some horses just love to run alongside something, and then when they get a fresh challenge, it's like, oh, I got somebody else to run with, they go on. So it'll be interesting to see. One thing, if QF75 is in front with Joel Rosario, he's got horse. We're going to have a late scratch here of Grail.
Well, it looks like we do have a late scratch of the number 7, Grail, as they take the tack off Tyler Gaffleone. We spent all that time talking about him, and as a result, Tyler's Mount Grail will not compete in this race number 3. For a rider warming up horses, have the opportunity to say something's not right. Attending veterinarians, always on track to double-check that, and you have the opportunity to scratch before loading in. Yeah, the safety protocol's in place. There's an examining veterinarian stationed there at the starting gate. Sometimes something's not visible to the human eye, but the rider can feel something, and hey, there's always another day. The horse will have to, be checked out, gone over, eventually work for the vet to the satisfaction that he's a sound and healthy horse. As much as possible, try to limit the exposure for these horses and riders, and the betting public as well. Meanwhile, the number 7, Grail, is out, but everybody is dressed to the nines. quite a sport coat. I like it. And there's a couple fancy sport coats over there at Churchill Downs.
You know what? Now I'm glad I didn't wear mine, because it would have been embarrassing to have the same coat on that guy did. And, you know, and so I went with this drab kind of gray day color. But don't you think this scratch helps QF75? Because that was the only other horse that I could see showing pace.
We've seen the 4 Myopic be forwardly placed on the dirt in the past, not any time recently. But really, the only other one who had been forward on the turf was that number 7 Grail. And you would think now it kind of looks like QF75 will be alone on the front end. If you're another rider not named Joel Rosario in this field, perhaps you're Raylu Gutierrez on Myopic, what do you try to do to not let that horse get too far away?
Well, you know what you want to avoid is allowing Joel to let QF75 gallop to the lead and throw his ears up. So I'm drawn 2 stalls away from him. If my horse breaks clean, I want to come down towards him as quickly as I can and at least give him the impression that I am going to put pressure and make Joel move his hands a little bit, maybe set his horse off a little bit. If he gallops to the lead and throws his ears up, he's going to be very tough to get by.
Yeah, and then it looks like that might be all she wrote. Late scratch of the 7 in race 3, our first turf race of the day, as we did see at Churchill Downs opening Saturday last week unveil that new turf course, and it looks like it has been tremendous as far as taking some of the wet weather that we've had in Kentucky this week and bouncing back and being in really, really good shape.
It also appears that forwardly placed horses have a little bit the best of it.
Yeah.
You know, it was always a sand-based turf course, a little bit loose, break away from some horses, might not handle it as well. It looks like it has a much different knit to it now, where horses are really getting a good foot on it.
There's where the starting gate is positioned on that beautiful new Mount Wynn turf course. Milan and 8th coming up here in this 3rd race. The entry currently even money. The number 8 Aviano 5-2. I know it's Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz, but this horse was very disappointing at Keeneland last time out. Here is Travis Stone with the call of the 3rd at Churchill.
And they're off. Aviano stumbled just a bit coming out of the starting gate. That is off to the back of the pack. QF75 toward the inside, breaks alertly. Arabian Prince comes on as well. Red Hornet is not far behind. Myopic is up close too. They come by the stands for the first time. QF75 and Arabian Prince. The entry mates go 1-2. Red Hornet tucks in behind to be 3rd. Myopic toward the inside is 4th. Aviano runs along in 5th. And Mr. Tip is at the back in 6th. The opening quarter over the firm ground in 24. In 1/5 seconds, the round the clubhouse turn. QF75 is coasting along on an uncontested lead. Arabian Prince is tracking from 2nd in no hurry to go by whatsoever. Red Hornet continues on, tucked away toward the rail while 3rd. Myopic is 4th. Aviano's advancing down the center of the turf course up to be 4th on the outside, and Mr. Tip is going to follow that one. So down the back stretch they go. QF75 still the leader. Arabian Prince is a little bit closer now. Aviano with a back stretch move up to join the leaders on the outside in 3rd. There's less than 4 furlongs to go. Red Hornet is down inside, racing 4th and only 2 lengths behind Mr. Tip and Myopic. Tight pack, far turn run. QF75 has been the leader throughout and is holding on to that lead. Arabian Prince is given more rein. Aviano is 3 wide and poised. Red Hornet comes under a pressure toward the inside, needs to find a way through. They're off the turn, they're into the stretch. QF75 turning for home in front. Aviano is set down for the drive, trying to come after this one. And then it's Red Hornet down inside. Arabian Prince in tight. Mr. Tip, Myopic, 1 furlong to go. QF75 on the wrong lead, but still there. Aviano surging alongside. Mr. Tip is late on the scene. Aviano grabs the lead, and Aviano does it. Aviano, the winner, stumbled at the start, got it in the end. Tight for 2nd, Red Hornet or Mr. Tip.
Aviano, maybe he doesn't have that early speed, and as you heard from Travis Stone, not the best of starts, but he's able to get up for the victory at 5-2.
Yeah, and he did get a little more involved going to the far turn. He seems like more of a one-pace grinding type of a horse, but I think if the one horse, QF75, had changed leads, and it's glaring there that he's leading with his left foreleg, he might have found a bit more. It's just so hard for horses to run for a half a mile on one lead, and you can see he just kind of bottomed out late.
certainly did fade in the stretch after hanging on that left lead. The other part of the entry, the 1A Arabian Prince, shockingly the one that was forwardly placed alongside QF75, very hard to handle early on for Fabian Pratt.
Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't the plan, but he was very keen, particularly the outside post, no cover, no place to really hide him, to get him to switch off. And, we looked at each other. We were surprised he was the one putting pressure on his stablemate, but that's when a horse's rank, it's not like driving a car.
Yeah.
People that don't watch a lot of races will say, well, why was he up there? He really didn't have a lot of choice. A 1,000-pound animal decided he wanted to be there.
He had a mind of his own. That's what happened with Arabian Prince. But Aviano, the winner for Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz in the third at Churchill Downs. As it's time for us to say goodbye for now. We'll both be in the paddock at Belmont a little bit later on.
Just keep the rain away.
Yes, hopefully. But you'll be in very good hands as we turn over the show to Greg Wolf and Anthony Stabile. A lot more coming up on Kentucky Oaks Day here on America's Day at the Races.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Son of Warfront, the sons have done well. War Command, the Factor, Declaration of War. There have been a number of sons now that seem to be getting it done. He himself was, again, versatile like Catholic boy. I mean, he won the Preakness.
But nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
He came back at 4 and won a grade 1 on the turf, going a mile. You know, he's got a big page that's from one of the good Niarchos families.
Look, he was a grade 1 stakes horse at 2. He was a classic winner on dirt at 3. He won a grade 1 on turf at 4. He offers that versatility. He looks a lot like Warfront with a little more stretch and a little more leg. And I know a lot of the knocks against the Warfronts are that sometimes a little small, a little racy. If he throws Warfront's ability and talent with his kind of physique, I think we'll be in really good shape.
Welcome to our Kentucky Oaks Day coverage here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Presented in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile with you for the next few hours. Good to see you. Happy Oaks Day.
Happy Oaks Day. Ready to rock and roll. We got action from Churchill, Belmont, Oaklawn Park. Lots to come
And, of course, the big four, if you will, right? Secret Oath, Nest, Echo Zulu, Kathleen O from the rail out, 1, 4, 7, and 10. Have your pick. Full field of 14 in that Oaks later on this afternoon.
You think it's just those four?
Oh, no, I don't. But I'm saying that's the big four.
Yeah.
I think.
And don't look now. Guess who's on the board already on Oaks Day? Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr., Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, and a son of Medaglia d'Oro wins for Pletcher. Aviano here in the third.
Yeah, we're not surprised by this, right? Irad Ortiz Jr. here, keeping Aviano out in the clear, out of trouble. Didn't have the best of beginnings here, but he certainly finished up nicely, getting by the Christophe Clement trained runner and getting the job done under Irad Ortiz Jr. These two will team up later on today with the 5-2 morning line favorite in the Kentucky Oaks, Nest.
Aviano, second win on the turf in 7 turf tries, $7.60 for the win. Red Hornet, runner up there for Anamia. And Mr. Tip at 8-1 completes that trifecta. Pick 3, large already on this Oaks Day.
You and I were talking in the office. Those first 2 winners down at Churchill today, kind of tough to make both of them, sir.
Kinda.
Yeah, I'm being nice when I say kinda.
There's a look at today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. We're going to bring you everything from Belmont. Races 1 through 9. We are for now fast and firm here. We got the flat out stakes. My own 3/8 marathon later in the card is the feature. Races 4 and 5 still from Churchill with Chad Brown, who's going to send out Fluffy Socks and really intriguing turf filling in Bleecker Street in that race as well. And Oaklawn, races 1 through 8, the Natural State Stakes, state-bred 1-mile event. And the Mary Rose, who had some big moments at this meet at Oaklawn, will line up in there for John Ortiz. Free $25 Derby bet sign-up bonus and a $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up with Naira Bets. Use that code right there, Derby25. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started just in time for Kentucky Oaks Day. And, of course, the Derby coming up tomorrow. We're going to talk plenty about both these races still ahead. Our feature here in New York, as we mentioned, going long. There's one clear-cut leader of this division. Right now, he's still the man. And lucky for everyone in this field, Lone Rock is not here today.
Yeah, he didn't jump on the van after the win earlier this week on Tuesday to come up here and put another 1 3/8 under his belt, Greg. But we got a good field. Flying P, who was represented by Lone Rock, as we take a look at Flat Out winning the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Yeah, what a good horse. Cigar Mile winner as well for Bill Mott. Scooter Dickey. The truck got me on that one earlier this week as his first trainer. Here's the field for this year's renewal.
We don't have Lone Rock, but we do have a horse who beat him, but it comes with a major asterisk. Locally owned, was able to beat Lone Rock that day, but it was a very biased racetrack that day. And if you were following Belmont closely, then Lone Rock had every excuse in the world. Still, it's on the resume for locally owned, and Dylan Davis will have the mount. He's going to make his 6-year-old debut.
Yeah, he's going to make his debut. First Constitution has the recency, if you will, Greg. 2 races this year, one back in January, and this is the one back in January where in the Jazzle, speaking of riding a speed-biased inside racetrack, Jose Lascano, who's back aboard today, took no prisoners, went right to the top, put core conviction away, a Chad Brown-trained runner who never was able to make the lead as the favorite. And First Constitution kept on going, returned in the Excelsior at the Big A back in early April, finished 3rd after setting the pace. He didn't break that well that day. I would imagine if he breaks cleanly today, Jose Lascano is going to put him right on the front end, and they teamed up nicely together to take that Jazil. And we'll see what the 1 3/8 of the Flat Out has in store for us today. I'm a big locally owned fan today. I think coming back from the layoff, getting to run out of his own stall as opposed to having to ship across the country like he did at Del Mar, I think that's going to help his cause tremendously.
All right, we'll see. First Constitution, though, again, yeah, he wants to do it on the front end, and they're all going to have to try and run him down, it would appear, in that 1 3/8 Flat Out. Take a look ahead to the weekend. Great Saturday card. We know it's Kentucky Derby Day, of course, but you want to take a look at Belmont Park with a tremendous card on hand, too, and sometimes with a lot of eyeballs elsewhere.
Sure. You got prep races.
You can make money.
You got 3 prep races really all weekend, that's 5. The Flat Out for the Brooklyn, Fort Marcy for our Manhattan, the Sheepshead Bay for the New York, Westchester, of course, for the Met Mile, and then the Ruffian for the Ogden Phipps. So 5 stakes races here at beautiful Belmont Park this weekend, all with eyes on the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, now just 34 days away.
Take a look at that field for the Fort Marcy, Grade 2. 1 1/8 on the turf. And Rock Emperor, Dylan Davis, will have the call 5-2 morning line.
What do you do with Rock Emperor? What do you do with Sacred Life? Here he is in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, and you've kind of felt from the day he stepped foot on American soil, he had a race like this in him. I think a lot of us thought it would happen in less than 2 years from his debut in the United States. But hey, what do they say? All good things to those who wait. And if you waited on Rock Emperor, you finally got paid last fall here at Belmont.
Big moment for him. A horse who maybe had to be a little bit frustrating.
For a little.
For Chad Brown, but
yes,
delivers there in a big way. And we'll see if he can keep it going. Meanwhile, City Man, he'll break from post 3. Trevor McCarthy has the call. The opportunity for some of these riders with a lot of guys out of town, too, to get some big stakes wins on their resume.
And with City Man, you know, we have some weather that might play a factor into things the next 36 hours or so in New York. He's one who would not mind a little moisture in the ground. Getting the job done here in a very nice way in the Dangers Hour across this county over at the Big A. And yeah, I would imagine that he's going to work out a pretty good trip under Trevor McCarthy tomorrow, like you say. You know, Trevor had a fantastic winter, obviously, and while the cat's away, the mice will play, proverbially, with a lot of the big names up here. These guys who did have big winters at Aqueduct will be able to continue a little bit of a roll with everybody down in Louisville.
Yep, Trevor McCarthy turned a lot of heads, a lot of people taking notice. He has been a tremendous rider and one of the guys who's most kind of in tune to how the track's playing and take advantage of that. That's coming up on Saturday with that stakes action here. So you want to be part of it, be sure to tune in. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back, and we'll talk Kentucky Oaks. The coach, D. Wayne Lucas, he has a superstar in his barn. Secret Oath. She will break from the rail. She tackled the boys in the Arkansas Derby. That race a lot better than looked third. One of the fillies to beat in the Oaks. We'll preview it next.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the Racing Action Saturdays at Belmont Park with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
For the first time I ever entered the gates of Alapa,
At first I was pretty nonchalant. I've seen a lot of farms, and I came here and the gates opened, and for me it was magical. It was like something I've never seen before. You know, the goal has always been to sort of try to have a vibrant thoroughbred farm, a bucolic, unique setting, respectful of all the buildings, everything in the past. It's a bit eclectic because Mr. Sims, one of the original owners of the farm, bought a horse from Europe called Prince Palatine, who I think is the third grandsire of Prince Quillo, a very prominent horse in Europe. And the horse died in a barn fire, and he said, well, no horse will ever die here in a fire again. So everything he built was stone and concrete, which today the challenge is that first in craftsmanship, availability of materials, and the expense would be impossible. So everything is here, is done in stone. Our primary goal is obviously to be a great thoroughbred farm, to be the best we can be, stand the greatest stallions, raise the best horses. I believe the land gives us this opportunity. All our neighbors have been voices of the past of greatness. It's beautiful, but what are we here to see? Midnight Pursue, or Take Charge Brandy, or here's a yearling by Tappet, and here's a yearling by Into Mischief, and well, it's beautiful, and you're here to see Curlin. Beautiful, and you're here to see Go Sapper. He's an old veteran, but a great sire, great broodmare sire. Kitten's Joy has been 8 or 9 consecutive years the leading turf sire. Another great horse. Very excited about Army Mule, undefeated horse that we own with St. Elias. They're yearlings this year. Good Magic yearlings this year. Champion son of Curlin. I view the Stallion Barn as a NFL, NHL, college, any kind of team. Constant recruitment, try to get the best athlete you can. There's a great past, there's a great present, and hopefully there's a great future.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. At the Kentucky Oaks State, everybody out there watching, good to have you with us on FS2. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile, and plenty more stationed all around the country. Kentucky Oaks later today. Nest, her development as a 3-year-old has just been sensational for Todd Pletcher, and particularly in this Grade 1 Ashland win.
She's been awesome. She's really taken these big leaps forward since last year when she wrapped her 2-year-old season up in the Demoiselle at the Big A. And like you said, the leap forward from the Suncoast to this Ashland, Greg, something we really haven't seen from any of the other fillies right now, that race-to-race development. They've kind of, plateaued's the wrong word, but they are what they are. What you see is what you get. I feel like we have not seen the best of her yet. If we see the best of Nest today, they may all be running for second month.
Completely agree with that assessment. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be back aboard. She comes in with just one blip, and it wasn't even really a blip on the resume, but one defeat. 4 for 5. You take a look at what Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer's done in the Oaks, looking to notch number 5 in his incredible career, winning it, of course, last year with Malathaat.
You're looking to go back-to-back after Malathaat's win over search results in last year's renewal. See a Shadow, Princess of Silmar.
Big names.
Oh, by the way, a Belmont Stakes winner in Rags to Riches on that list. Right, the year 2007 with that tremendous, speaking of Curlin and Hillendale at Alapa, one of the most thrilling horse races I've ever seen was that stretch duel between Curlin and Rags to Riches in that Belmont Stakes.
Here's a look at the field. Were you surprised, though, Nest was the morning line favorite?
You know,
we got a 2-year-old champion who comes in undefeated.
These
as well.
morning lines this week at Churchill Downs were a little head scratching. I guess you have to anoint her the favorite. I don't know if I'm making Echo Zulu the third choice, but I would imagine off of that Ashland win, because she has the most impressive win, I feel, this year of these fillies, I think you have to make Nest the favorite.
Meanwhile, D. Wayne Lucas pointed his filly to the boys in the Arkansas Derby, although the plan was still to go eventually to the Kentucky Oaks. She has been just incredibly dominant against her own sex. Her last 3 against fillies exclusively, she's won by a combined more than 23 lengths.
Yeah, she's been amazing against her own kind. And this effort here is really not that bad. She didn't have the best start. She didn't get the best ride/trip. She's going to get Luis Saez in the boot today for the first time.
She made a huge move in this race against the boys.
She made a huge move. And then she leveled out. Now, was the leveling out the last eighth of a mile or so a function of the early trip, or a function of maybe now we're starting to see a little bit of a chink in her armor? Maybe she doesn't want to go this 9 furlongs. And yes, she's going back to her own sex, but she's taking on competition today that she has not seen when she's run exclusively against fillies.
Dwayne Lucas, her trainer. Here's his thoughts on his very talented 3-year-old filly.
We thought we were the best horse in the Arkansas Derby, and I still say we are. I thought we were the best horse. We just didn't get a smooth trip. Some things, as you all know, happen in racing. But we were trying to maybe pick up a major purse in a Grade 1. And we had no ambition to run in the Derby here. If she'd have won the Arkansas Derby, we'd still be in the Oaks. We decided that had to happen. I did not want to subject her to 20-horse field, the way she runs. So now we're in the Oaks, and what did we find out? The Oaks is probably the toughest race on the card. It's really tough with all those good fillies. So now we're in another tough one.
Look at what Dwayne Lucas has done in the Kentucky Oaks. Just like Camino came up under him. John Pletcher, he's got 4 Oaks victories. And by the way, we should mention Ethereal Road for Lucas, scratched out of the Kentucky Derby tomorrow.
You think about all of the fantastic fillies Wayne Lucas has trained in his illustrious career. Lafitte and I were talking about this earlier in the week. I don't know in sports if anyone has done for their profession what Wayne Lucas has done for horse trainers. A trailblazer, a pioneer, whatever euphemism you want to use. And to have done it, right, and he's going to saddle a filly today that has as good a chance as any of the 14 that are going to go into that starting gate. He won this race for the first time in 1982. Hasn't won it since 1990. So we're talking about 4 and 9 seasons, nothing for 30 years. That's longer than most people watching this program are alive right now. And he has a real chance to put a 5th Oaks on his mantle.
Coming into this year's edition with a serious chance to win this race. She's been sensational, and I tend to agree with him a little bit. I mean, she was certainly one of the best in that Arkansas Derby against the boys. That was a huge effort from her. She's going to be fun to watch, and Luis Saez will take over and get the mount this afternoon. We're going to get to Churchill right now. We're just 5 minutes to post here in the 4th on the card coming up, and then it's the Grade 3 Modesty in the 5th. Here's our post parade. Mile and a 16th, allowance optional claiming field. This is Compelling Smile.
Couple of dull efforts. First, when claimed 3 back by Dale Romans, deserves to be a big price.
Big price here for Dale Romans. You have Family Time at 19-1.
Another from Romans, Family Time, is going to try and take him gate to wire, I would assume, under Joe Talamo.
Norm Cassidy's going to send out Pretty Birdie in the 8 bells. He's got Powder River here. 5-year-old
debut. This mare does have a win at Churchill Downs.
Micro Cap, big number with Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, didn't do much running in her last 2. Last start at Churchill, though, she finished 3rd in the starter allowance race.
Sembo Just, Kenny McPeak at 9-1.
Yeah, second start off of a December layoff. This filly gets back to Churchill where her 2 career wins came with a 2nd and a 3rd.
McPeak smile happy. I think one of the forgotten horses in that Derby. She's a mystery. Was only beat a neck to a good one named Marion Francis.
Yeah, beating a combined 65 lengths in her last 3 starts. Big price, and deservedly so.
And the return of Juju's Map, runner-up to Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies for Brad Cox.
Fresh, first-time Lasix, first time against older fillies. We'll see how she handles the big drop in class.
Julian Leperoux for Rusty Arnold, Iliogami, blinkers on.
Second start off an October layoff. It looked like she needed that race off a 6+ month break. Gets a pair of blinkers. She's okay at 6-1.
And we go to the 10. 27-1, Raylu Gutierrez, Miss Tulsa.
Tried the turf last time. Second here for Grant Foster. She gets back to the main track where she won an entry-level allowance optional claim or 2 back.
Skipped over the 9 real quick. Tabor Hall, last time she was at Churchill, that was back in June of last year for Kenny McPeak. She won by a nose right on the lead or just sitting off it.
Yeah, she dueled on the front end that day and was able to get the money. She's another one who's a pretty big price.
3 minutes to post here in this 4th. From Churchill Downs, head of the Twin Spires app, you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. That happens all week long. happens on every eligible race, including the Kentucky Derby. You have to download that TwinSpires app or go to, again, twinspires.com. It's available to new and existing players, but you do have to opt in for that promotion. So let's take a look at Juju's map. And for trainer Brad Cox, she went into that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies 3-1. She took a ton of attention there, as she should have. She ran 2 very big races, including a Grade 1 win in the Alcibiades.
And she ran to her price. She took the money, like you said, off of that Grade 1 victory, and she ran well. I think you could argue she ran the best race she's ever run. She just ran into the buzzsaw this day to the undefeated 2-year-old juvenile fillies champion who was getting no respect in the Kentucky Oaks today. I'm mad for Echo Zulu with the lack of respect she's gotten leading up to this Kentucky Oaks. But this filly is supposed to clear this second level condition today.
I'm with you. I think we both don't like Echo Zulu in the race today, but
no,
we both.
I love Echo Zulu today.
You're picking her on top to win.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I think Ness is the only one that can beat her today.
Even if you don't like her, she still shouldn't be third choice.
Crazy. In fact, I would have made Kathleen O the 4th choice. I would have made, my line would have been Nest, Echo Zulu, Secret Oath, and then Kathleen O. Especially coming in that race off the boys. And listen, I know Shug McGahee, but Wayne Lucas has that name recognition for 50 years at this point. That filly's going to take some money.
No way. She'll be 6-1.
No.
Here's a look at Tabor Hall. This is the one we mentioned for Kenny McKeek, this 9, who 2 back. She was at Churchill, and she got up to win by a nose. Same connections as this one we're going to see in the Kentucky Derby. Tiz the Bomb, who really has not proven he's a dirt horse.
No. He likes the all-weather. That's a Peter right there at Turfway Park. He won the Battaglia. He won the Jeff Ruby Stakes. I love how they spell it, Steaks. Of course I would. Brian Hernandez Jr., his rider, and one of the main riders in the Kenny McKeek barn, doesn't necessarily think it's the surface switch. He thinks this horse is maturing and getting good at the right time. I call shenanigans. I'm not saying Brian doesn't feel that way, but I think it's the surface switch.
Holy Bull would say otherwise. Did not run a very good race. Look, there's that big win at Ellis in a race they came off the turf. What was behind him that day?
Holy Bull. I was confused for a second. I was like, yeah, Holy Bull wouldn't have been happy with that comment.
No, the Derby prep, the Holy Bull.
No, he did his best running on turf. The not so old adage is the turf horses like the all weather, and he's certainly living up to the not so old adage. He likes the all weather, and listen. Does he have some class to him? Sure. Do you want to run him the Kentucky Derby? I wouldn't, but. Hey, you only get to run the Kentucky Derby once, Greg.
Meanwhile, and a lot of people get caught up in it, and it's easy to see why. I can't speak for anyone in that situation. I'd probably do the same thing.
Second-itis for a gambler is the worst disease you could have at the racetrack.
And how many people probably would have said, mind that bird, Giacomo, have no right being in the race?
Absolutely. Derby fever is the worst disease you could have at the racetrack. Derby fever could be tough on you.
This filly right here, she is a potential star. See how she, again, a big part of it is, and she was very good at 2. Obviously, Echo Zulu was, no one could touch her at 2. How do you move forward from 2 to 3? We're going to find out the first step here for Juju's map.
And that's it's funny. When you look at this race, on paper, she's really supposed to beat this field. I like trying to take little shots against 3-year-olds trying older for the first time, even this late in the year, right? We're more than a third through the year. I was dying to find a reason to pick Ilogami, and I couldn't do it. She just looks like she's too much filly.
Beyond the class in this group. But again, it's the starting point. It's her comeback race now as a 3-year-old, tackling older company, and not an easy test. We'll see how she comes back here. Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, if she has moved forward even just a little bit, you would think she could make pretty easy work of this group, and that's why she's the price she is. 2-5 on the board. She'll break from post 7. Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's the 4th from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Powder River with a good start toward the rail. Sambo Juiced is there. Juju's Map comes on, and so too does Tabor Hall. 4 across the track early. And Juju's Map comes on through to put a nose in front. Powder River backs off and now comes on again toward the inside, but Juju's Map is quicker and angles over toward the inside to set the pace. So it is Juju's Map in front, a length and a half. Powder River's running along in second. Tabor Hall comes away in third. Sambo Juiced is fourth. Iliogami reserved while fifth. Family Time is sixth and toward the rail. She's a Mystery comes away in seventh. Miss Tulsa is eighth. Microcap is ninth, and down inside the trailer is Compelling Smile. The opening quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds, midway down the backstretch run, and Juju's Map is coasting on an uncontested lead. Powder River's offering no pressure yet, just sitting there second. Sambo Juiced is third. Family Time sneaking through underneath, up to grab fourth. Iliogami angles to the outside from fifth. Tabor Hall's racing in sixth while wide as they hit the far turn. Juju's Map continues to cruise on an uncontested lead, but now Powder River is cranking up the pressure, and here comes Powder River after Juju's Map. Iliogami is third and outside. Family Time is under pressure. Compelling Smile is there. Microcap's trying to find a way through horses. They're off the turn. Juju's Map is on cruise control. Juju's Map in front by 4. Powder River is trying hard, but is second. Iliogami is third. Microcap is fourth. Compelling Smile is fifth. Juju's Map is first by 5 with a 16th to go. Powder River's going to chase Juju's Map home. Juju's Map looking good. Gallops under the wire, the 4-length winner. Powder River, Iliogami, Microcap.
Should I say it? Was she in the wrong race today?
No, she was not in the wrong race. And this is
big effort.
Listen, that's not a foolish question.
No, I was kidding.
This is a gigantic effort. And when you know, we talk about paid workouts, right? More often than not, we hear them in small fields. You hear it about horses that have had some recency. You hear it about horses in bottom-level claiming races and maiden races. This was a paid workout in a field of older fillies that had far more seasoning than she did. She went right to the lead. She didn't go slow. 23 and 2, 47 flat. The fraction that impresses me the most is that 24 and 1 middle quarter, where she is just galloping along, throwing 12s at them. And she turns for home, and he shook her up a little bit, but Flo didn't need to do much here.
You love to see Florent Giroux, and this had to be the game plan with these connections. We're on the best horse. Don't mess around. Nope. Let's go to the front. Just take it to him, and they did. And I said that kiddingly. You're not going to come back in your 3-year-old debut in the Kentucky Oaks, but she has every expectation, and her connections do, of her tackling all the best in this division going forward.
Very much along the lines of Jack Christopher tomorrow in the Pat Day Mile. Whatever the hiccups were, maybe the plan wasn't to have her ready for the Oaks. I don't know her story. Maybe the plan wasn't to have her ready for the Oaks. You know, some people out there do think more big picture, and I don't blame the people that think about Oaks and Derby. But there are some people out there that think big picture and realize getting a horse ready for the Oaks, for the Derby, is very taxing. In this instance, this filly is able to come along. She's able to blossom a little bit in the 6-month break. I mean, that was a heck of an effort. That was a really, really good effort today.
I think they are thinking Oaks with her. Coaching Club American Oaks
sure.
later this summer
can't wait.
at Saratoga.
Can't wait to see her in Saratoga. Absolutely.
What an effort. Beating, older group, more experience. This was the comeback start for her, and she has come back, it looks like, even better than she was at 2 when she already was a Grade 1 winner. This was fun to watch. Brad Cox, Albaugh Family Stables, Florent Giroux, and Juju's Map dominant in her 3-year-old return to the races. We're going to take a timeout. Speaking of Brad Cox, he's got 3 contenders in the Kentucky Derby, including Zozos. We'll have the story of where his name came from and who's going to be cheering him on come tomorrow.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum security.
Get prepped to bet the greatest 2 minutes in horse racing with expert analysis from our panel of handicappers. Watch the Kentucky Derby preview show today, live on FS2, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific.
The Belmont Stakes returns to Belmont Park Saturday, June 11th. Tickets to the top of the stretch, the premier trackside picnic area with personal grills are almost sold out. Tickets to the Test of the Champion are on sale at belmontstakes.com. Hurry before it's gone.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. So excited to be with you on Kentucky Oaks Day under the Twin Spires. 4th at Churchill in the books, and obviously the biggest of the division. Going to that Kentucky Oaks later today for 3-year-old fillies. This is another one who's right in the mix with that group, but this was the starting point for her 3-year-old season, and Juju's Map did not disappoint.
No, she did not. You see trainer Brad Cox on the phone. He's going to have a lot of people calling, congratulating him. I feel like he's poised to have a pretty good weekend, and this was a nice way to kick it off. You know, when they return, Greg, even though she was 1-2, right, she paid $3, so she was 1-2, looked on paper like she had this field over that proverbial barrel. There's still some anticipation and some anxiety to, do they come back from 2-3? The same thing will happen a year from now when she comes back from 3-4. She answered the question from 2-3 very nicely this afternoon. This was a heck of an effort, and you would imagine a big year's in store for Juju's Map.
Move on to the Grade 3 Modesty. Mile and an eighth on the turf. Purse of $250,000. And Chad Brown has probably the top 2 to beat in this race with Fluffy Socks from the Rail and the sensational Bleecker Street. If you saw her endeavor at Tampa, I happened to be on the air for that. That was just a devastating turn of foot she showed in the stretch. She's a perfect 5 for 5.
Yeah, she gets Flavian Pratt in the saddle for the first time today, and I'm a little surprised at the disparity in odds right now. This filly's 3-5.
A lot of love. People love to see those undefeated records. We'll see if she can keep it that way. 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Brad Cox just won with Juju's Map. His horses are running. He's got 3 he's going to send out in the Kentucky Derby, including Zozos, who was late arriving on the scene, and after a huge effort stretching out in distance, Brad Cox said, we're going to give this horse one shot to try and earn his way into the Kentucky Derby, and earn his way in he did. When he lines up on Saturday, he'll be running for the entire island of St. John, and more specifically, the restaurant where his name hails from.
We name a lot of our horses down. We have a home in St. John and the Virgin Islands, and we've named them after different bays and different areas. But we were sitting at Zozos restaurant, and we just thought, what a great horse name. And fortunately, we know the owner well enough that we talked to him, and he had blessed us, so we're very honored that he allowed us to use the name of his restaurant.
Because it's one of the better restaurants down there, so we had to at least provide a reasonable horse for the name of the restaurant.
Zozos on the outside, stayed in for half, drinked in. Zozos gains the advantage. Zozos gets it.
We were in St. John, actually. St. John at a little beach bar type of place, and we have them turned on. They actually can get the racing channel, so we have them turn the racing channels on, and song break is made in there, so it was sort of fun. Of course, the second race was insane. It just blew them out. That was pretty impressive.
Zozos is now clear. He is 4 lengths in front of Barossa.
Normally I'm pretty quiet, but I was hollering the whole way.
But it's Zozos, and now he is just running up the score. Zozos clear to the wire. He's 10 in front.
Couldn't believe how much he'd improved just in the second race.
I mean, he called me and said, okay, we're going to go 1 of 3 races. We're going to do the Bluegrass, Arkansas Derby, or Louisiana Derby. So where do you want to go? I said, Brad, I don't think you pay me to make those decisions. So he came back and we said the Louisiana Derby would be the best spot.
And they're off. And the TwinSpires.com, Louisiana Derby, and Zozos broke sharp.
Unfortunately, we had friends that came down. 2 couples came from Minneapolis to cheer Zozos on, so that helped relax me. But yeah, this is our first time in a race like this.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby. Zozos was second.
You had to be happy with it. They have set a track record, you're a length and a half behind, so. I'll be talking to John at Zozos. He's the most excited one of everybody. Him and his wife, his 2 kids go to school in the States. They're all, the 4 of them are coming in. He's coming in for 1 day. But he apparently, everybody that walks into the restaurant now, he's telling them he's got a horse running in the Derby. Because that's all what it's all about, is coming out here with 10, 15, 20 people and having friends out here and then taking people to the backside.
Taking them back so they get to experience the horses.
So Zozos going to be running for the island of St. John. Just 3 career starts. And it was that second start that just turned a lot of heads. When he stretched out from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and 16, dusted the competition by 10.5 lengths. Enough to put him into the Grade 2 Louisiana Derby, where he was runner-up to Epicenter.
I'd like to prop bet that Zozos has the best finish amongst the Brad Cox runners tomorrow afternoon in the Kentucky Derby.
Why do you think that?
I like this horse. You know, I don't think a lot of people, I know I certainly didn't think, that Epicenter would be running by him in the Louisiana Derby. Maybe the other way around if you like Zozos. He went to the lead, and he got run down by a horse that's going to be no worse than second choice tomorrow afternoon. A really, really nice horse in Epicenter. Could give Steve Asmussen his first Kentucky Derby win. Joel Rosario was second. He was in constant training, Epicenter, had a handful of races under his belt. That was that horse's 3rd race. That was his 3rd race. Never was on the lead before in the other 2 races. Went to the lead. There's a lot of separation between him and the 3rd horse. A lot. Now, listen, I don't know what the rest of that field was really made up of, but he ran a gigantic race, 1 mile and 3/16 in just like you said. He didn't even have a 1 mile and 1/8 race under his belt.
Yeah.
He had 1 mile and a 16th, 1 mile and a 16th race under his belt, was asked to set the pace, had separation between him and the 3rd place finisher. That was a big race. I know the post is not ideal. It's not ideal for a horse that does need to be a little forward. And Manny Franco, it would be great to see one of our own go down there and rattle some cages in the Kentucky Derby. I think that horse is, I'm using him in some tries and some superfectas.
Yeah, and just simply on the figures that he's run, too. I mean, he was a fringe player right there, but as you said, I mean, hurt a little bit by that post position.
Sure.
We'll see if he can overcome it, but he certainly, you would think, got a lot out of that Louisiana Derby. He's going to be fun to watch. He's going to be a huge price, too. Meanwhile, many believe, maybe not you, but Cyberknife might be the best of the chances for Brad Cox. Brad Cox, I know, is very high on this horse. Love the fact that he was able to make a couple of moves in this race, and Florent Giroux decided early to put him in contention.
Yeah, I mean, he ran well enough. I'm not thrilled with the Oakland Park contingency this year. I really don't like the horses from Gulfstream Park either. They all need, this bunch especially, they just need to get faster. Of the Oaklawn horses, Barber Road would be the only one I have a little interest in, and that's because he's gaining ground at the end of his races. This horse ran well in the Arkansas Derby. He didn't do anything wrong. He's just right now, Greg, with the top tier of horses, he's just not fast enough. And maybe he can improve, and maybe the 1.25 mile will help separate the men from the boys. I'll tell you what, he didn't look like a horse to me that wanted any more ground than that 9 furlongs last time. I know he maintained his lead, but the filly had been spent at that point. Barbara Road did what Barbara Road does. He picked up pieces late. I think he's going to take some money, too, because he feels like, I don't really feel like there's a wise guy horse this year. But if
there's
there
always
is
a wise
one,
guy horse.
Well, you know, it's funny. I feel like it's Zandon. Everybody's talking about him.
I feel like it's Messier.
He's the third choice. That's what I mean. There's like no real feel for a wise guy horse. He'd be the closest thing to a wise guy horse. I know a lot of people. I know Maggie Wolfendale likes him. A couple of other people whose opinion I respect, they like this horse. I don't see it, but I've been wrong
Training,
before.
Look, a lot of these horses are training tremendous, maybe most notably Zandon, but this is another horse who's really impressing in the morning, and that's what you want to see leading up to the Kentucky Derby. We shall see. Really, the only bad race he's ever run was when he had blinkers on for one start, and that was it. He's been pretty consistent throughout his career for Brad Cox. You get signed up, started, play all these races, Oaks, Derby, everything. Belmont, the entire meet, Saratoga this summer with Naira Bets. Download the app, go to nairabets.com, Derby25, that code to use at sign up for new members. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, the reigning Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Aloha West, back in action on the Derby Day card and the Churchill Downs. And some might believe the best 3-year-old isn't even in the Kentucky Derby, but we'll see him on Derby Day.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette. Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Cyber Knife, here comes Secret Oath, Cyber Knife. Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyber Knife.
From the outside, and here's Taba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Echo Zulu, gun runners on top of the world.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com or download the app, Derby25. That promo code to use at sign up. This day, next couple of days, not just about the Oaks and the Derby, of course, so many tremendous races on the undercards of each of these programs, and a lot of stars coming back. As we just saw Juju's map, look at this lineup on Kentucky Derby Day. Loaded with grade 1s, grade 2s, and some of the stars of our sport. And a horse that many thought, with the way he ended his 2-year-old campaign, was sort of the leader in the clubhouse going forward into the 3-year-old campaign on the Derby Trail, Jack Christopher. Unfortunately, he was sidelined for Chad Brown. He is coming back in the Pat Day Mile Race 7 on Saturday's Derby undercard.
It's got to be a little bittersweet, right? You're in the paddock on Kentucky Derby Day in a 3-year-old race, and it's the Pat Day Mile instead of the Kentucky Derby. But things got to start somewhere, and the Champagne winner in just his second career start, an impressive winner of the Champagne, enough to make him the morning line favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile 5 weeks later, makes his 3-year-old bow. Looking forward to this horse running. I am one of those people who thinks there's a chance, probably better than most, that the best 3-year-old in this country is running in the Pate Mile tomorrow, and not the Kentucky Derby. I'm a big fan of this horse. Do wonder how far he's going to go when all is said and done. But so far he's done the two things that have been asked of him. Break his maiden, win the Champagne. That's a tough task. He did it pretty impressively.
This Champagne, to run a 102 Beyer as a 2-year-old, just start number 2 of your career, stretching out to a mile for the first time, just incredibly impressive. Unfortunately, didn't get to see him in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He's been off the Derby trail, but now he's back, and you got to think Chad Brown's picking this spot to bring him back. He is ready to roll.
Yeah, Chad doesn't, Chad will run a horse through his conditions. He learned from one of the best to ever do it, Bobby Frankel. This horse is eligible for a 2 of the net, and he's running him in a race that historically is one of the tougher races on the Derby undercard. You go back and look at some of these races. I'm not saying there's always necessarily star power like this in the race, but this is a tough race. It's a bunch of salty horses cutting back in distance, sprinters stretching out with some pretty dangerous speed. It's always a tough race, and the fact that Chad has enough confidence to bring this horse back in that Pate Mile, I think speaks volumes as to his confidence in him and the horse's talent.
And just think of that for Chad Brown, to have this horse and then not get to go to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile with him, off the Derby trail because of injury, and still wind up with a horse who's maybe going to be, as your backup plan, a Kentucky Derby favorite.
I was going to say, for a guy who's a turf trainer, he's got the favorite in the Pate Mile and the favorite in the Kentucky Derby on Kentucky Derby Day. I guess he's not just a turf trainer, folks.
No. Meanwhile, we got another champion, or a champion, coming back anyway, Aloha West.
Yeah.
Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, one of the most thrilling races we saw on Breeders' Cup weekend last year, and his amazing finish down the stretch that nailed Dr. Shivel get up by a nose and win.
You get the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. You get the defending Eclipse Sprint champion in Jackie's Warrior. Sprinkle in a little reinvestment risk, who was second in the Carter to the streaking Speaker's Corner. And an up-and-coming 4-year-old in Prevalence, who the world was talking about as a 3-year-old last year. And you have one heck of a renewal of the Churchill Downs. Both 7-furlong races, the distaff as well, Derby City distaff for the fillies and mares earlier in the card. A fantastic race as well. But, yeah, always looking forward to seeing these Breeders' Cup champions come back, and always looking forward to seeing Jackie's Warrior in his second start of the season.
7/8's not an issue for this horse, as he has proven. But, again, for everybody lining up in this race, yeah, they got to deal with Jackie's Warrior, who, again, it looks like he's going to be loose on the lead.
Yes. Steve Asmussen, his Hall of Fame trainer, said he was 80% last time for the race for that Count Fleet. And you would imagine that if he is cranked to 100% tomorrow, with the tactical advantage he has had success. He won the Pate Mile, speaking of the Pate Mile, last year in a memorable stretch duel with Dream Shake. Yeah, you would imagine he's going to be tough on the front end tomorrow.
That was, I honestly thought was one of his best performances he's ever run.
I agree.
Insanely quick up front and able to hang on and last. That was impressive from him going that mile distance. It's going to be a fun race coming up tomorrow. That's the 7th on the card on that Derby undercard. Meanwhile, today on the undercard for the Oaks program, Grade 1, La Troyenne, mile and a 16th, fillies and mares. And the Devil is back. 5 for 5 at Churchill Downs for trainer Brad Cox. Florent Giroux will ride, the former Kentucky Oaks winner of 2020.
Yes, and she won her Oaks in September, one of the most unusual seasons we've ever seen in thoroughbred racing. This is her winning the La Troyenne last year. This filly winning the La Troyenne is not the filly we saw last time in the Azeri. I don't know who that filly was. You want to talk about head scratchers from last time. What happened last time? She got to walk on the front end unopposed, and she just was done at the 8th pole. If the She Dares the Devil we just saw on our screen is back, she will win the La Troyenne for the 2nd year in a row. If the She Dares the Devil we saw in the Azeri last time, she might be 4th today.
Yeah, we'll find out. Obviously, she has an affinity for Churchill. And again, another runner who looks like has a serious pace edge. The key to this race, in some ways, might be Ava's Grace, this huge long shot outside,
Absolutely.
who looks like to be the only one who can keep company up front with her.
It's not as important. I don't feel like it's as, possibly as important as Classic Causeway in the Derby tomorrow. Right, that race, the Kentucky Derby could very well go through Classic Causeway. Ava's Grace could very well have a big say, maybe not at the end for herself in the La Troyenne, but impact the other fillies early on.
Yeah, that Japanese horse too that wants to be forward. So we'll see how quick he's going to be.
Pauline's Pearl today probably would benefit the most from Ava's Grace being ridden aggressively and keeping She Dares the Devil company on the front end. But you look back, and she beat her on the square without the help last time in the Azeri. So, if you're a Pauline's Pearl fan like I am, you don't have that much worry because she beat her on the square last time.
Yeah, and she had a terrible break, too. Squeezed out of the gate, still ran a huge bang-up effort. By the way, that La Troyenne is going to kick off a 2-day pick 6 wager. Don't forget about that one. Always fun. Up next, though, Grade 3 Modesty. On the turf at 1 1/8, Chad Brown with the even money favorite in Bleecker Street, putting her perfect record on the line. Tackling her stablemate, Fluffy Socks. Multiple graded stakes winner who will break from the rail. We'll be back. Grade 3 Modesty next on Oaks Day from Churchill Downs. Stay with us.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Peek out the window. Go ahead. We do it all the time before heading outside. We want to know, is it hot, cold, raining, snowing? Horses, they're a lot like people. The weather affects them. When you're looking for winners, there are so many different ways that you could factor in weather conditions into which horse you pick. But let's start out with the most basic. In the top right corner of any race, there's a section described as wet. That lists the results for each individual horse over a wet track, like a muddy track, a sloppy track, or just a good track. The number on the far left represents how many times they've run over a wet track, and the next three numbers represent how many times they finished first, second, and third in those types of races. You can also find horses for courses by looking at how they've done over this racetrack in previous races.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race Visit americasbestracing.net today. Even money on Bleecker Street. Silks of Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, comes in a perfect 5-for-5 record, including 2 graded stakes wins at Tampa. And we kick off with her stablemate, though, Fluffy Socks, who's put together a nice resume for Chad Brown as well.
Just missed on her 4-year-old debut in a money allowance race at Keeneland just about 3 weeks ago. 3rd in the American Oaks, won our Sands Point at Belmont last fall.
Stand Tall comes in off a win at 1.5 miles to end her 4-year-old campaign.
Yeah, cuts back. She's hit the board in 3 of 4 at the track. All 3 starts at the distance.
On a Stella, huge price. Patrick B. and Cone, Tyler Gaffleone.
The Florida bred tries Open Company and takes a huge step up in class. 2
in a row at Fairgrounds for She Can't Sing.
Yeah, we'll see with what stakes company, graded stakes company, has in store for this daughter of Bernardini.
27-1 Lake Lucerne, and here's Hendy Woods with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, Hendy Woods could use a little pace up front. She has a win at Churchill Downs, and I'll be curious to see what kind of trip she gets today.
Curly Ruth, 7-1, 4-time winner on the lawn.
She is 3 times the price of Fluffy Socks, who she beat last time from just off the pace. We'll see if Louis Sias can work out a similar trip.
Bleecker Street, here she is, Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown.
She just comes motoring despite the pace scenario or the course. She's won at Meadowlands, Monmouth, and Tampa. We'll see if she can win beneath the Twin Spires.
And past the plate, 19-1 outside stakes winner, 3 back at Fairgrounds.
This is a filly that every time Paul McKee walks her over, she has a chance to get a piece of this. She's hit the board in 16 of 23 starts. Big price at 19-1.
Head to the Twin Spires app. You can, again, earn your money back if your horses finished 2nd or 3rd all week long on every race at Churchill, including the big one, the Kentucky Derby. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. This offer is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. So 4-5 favorite on Bleecker Street. Flavian Pratt will get aboard for the first time. And Chad Brown, I'm sure, very happy that Flavian Pratt has made the move east. This was the Hillsborough after she'd taken that grade 3 Endeavor.
I know you're supposed to be the one asking me the questions, but are you surprised she's this short of a price? Monmouth, Meadowlands, Tampa Bay Downs. You know, it's not like Chad Brown has been aggressively looking for big game with this filly. Kind of, it's been a hunt and peck. And he's found some really nice spots, namely down in Oldsmar, Florida. She just ran amok all winter long. That's just a tough price to take for me. Way too short.
It is very short, especially considering her stablemate's no slouch either. But I was so taken with her Endeavor and just the turn of foot she has. I'm a big fan of her. But, yeah, it is a short price.
I am too. I'm a fan, and she's gotten better with every start. 63, 65, 81, 90, 94. She's really come into her own this year. And the funny thing is, you've gotten some prices on it. Right? She's never been shorted at 3-2 when she broke her maiden. 2 starts back, you got $16. Last time out, you got $6.80. Right? And these are Chad Brown horses. People you don't normally get.
That does not happen.
$6.80 on horses that are 4 for 4 out of the Chad Brown barn. This is a little more what you're accustomed to seeing, but I don't know. Based on her resume, Rocky Sky and Gladys, 4-5, really? Not me.
Those are the runners who were 2nd and 3rd behind her last start in the Hillsborough, but she did have a pretty easy time of those 2 who you talked about, who are not well-known names. By any means. What about Fluffy Socks? She has a 2nd to technical analysis, another stablemate who's very good. She has some very big races. She's a multiple graded stakes winner. Why is the disparity here? What do you think it is?
I don't know. I really don't. I think people see 5 for 5. I think people see Flavian Pratt. And I feel like...
Well, you got Irad Ortiz Jr. here.
You do.
He moves boards.
You do. But I feel like the narrative is now, well, maybe Pratt's going to get the more choice horses out of the Chad Brown barn. From a gambling point of view, this is the filly I would be betting on today. I think she's going to beat Bleecker Street. I think this is a nice filly. She's just turned 4. I know she doesn't win as often as you'd like to see. 4 for 12 is a pretty good record. I mean, but we're so just, spoiled with the Chad Brown runners. And if you feel like she just had one win last year. And her other win dated all the way back to November. So it took her until October to get her win last year. It was almost a year between wins. And now we haven't seen her. We've seen her just once since Christmas time. That race last time out, she had 0 pace to run at. And she put in a gigantic late run. And Curly Ruth, who sat just off that moderate pace, was able to parlay a good trip into an upset victory at a decent price. She's a good price again, Curly Ruth. Really good price again.
You look at Bleeckers. I mean, she went 1 1/8 for the first time last start, and she produced the best figure she's ever run.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of it. She can't sing. 10-1 on the board. That's the 4-5-year-old mare in here for Chris Block. Comes in from Fairgrounds. She comes in off back-to-back wins, both at 1/16.
She's done very little wrong going long on the turf, too, especially recently. 2 races on the stretch out, exponentially better than her other turf races. She has one big dirt fig, too, at Churchill Downs. She's the 4th horse. That's the beauty, though, on these big days. The beauty on these big days is even when there's a heavy favorite, you get amazing value. I mean, the 3rd choice in here is Curly Ruth, who beat the 2nd choice last time.
So back to She Can't Sing, who we were just talking about here. 2 for 10 on the turf lifetime. Both those wins coming in the last 2 starts. So the recencies there seems to have come into her own a little bit. And it was when she stretched back out from 5.5 furlong sprints.
Yeah, you see these fillies and mares as they get older. Her best dirt race came at the tail end, right, in October of her 4-year-old season. Her 2 best turf races have come at the beginning of her 5-year-old season. Yeah, she's in good form right now. And again, speaking from a gambling point of view, I mean, she's 10-1 on the board right now. So if you take Bleecker Street out, what does that make her? 5 or 6-1? That's a lot of value if you like. It seems like you like this filly. You like this filly today a little bit, huh?
Bleecker Street.
She Can't Sing.
Oh, to get a piece, I do.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, to get a piece.
I like Fluffy Socks. I think Fluffy Socks is going to beat Bleecker Street today.
What pace is there going to be pace to set it up for Fluffy Socks, for Bleecker Street, for She Can't Sing?
I think there's a better chance of Fluffy Socks being closer than Bleecker Street. Now, Bleecker Street probably has a little bit more of a potent punch, but from what I've seen on this turf course so far, going long, you want to be a little closer. And I think that hurts Bleecker Street's chances today.
She's even money. Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown, trying to make it 6 for 6. She'll break from post 8. It's the grade 3 Modesty. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Lake Lucerne mid-pack breaks out okay. She Can Sing is also there. Mona Stella showing some speed. Curly Ruth from the outside. Hendy Woods switching leads awkwardly there in between horses. A bit keyed up is that one. So bias the first time. Mona Stella's going to go out and set the pace with no pressure whatsoever. Mona Stella's just galloping on the front end. Curly Ruth comes on to be second. She Can't Sing is racing in third. Stand Tall reserved at the rail fourth. Lake Lucerne tugs up into fifth. Hendy Woods is 3 wide racing in sixth. Fluffy Socks over to the inside seventh. Past a plate is eighth. The early trailer is Bleecker Street. 10 lengths off the leader, who is Mona Stella, heading to the backstretch run. And that opening quarter mile composed in just 25 seconds flat. There's no pace at all. Mona Stella, the leader down the backstretch run. Curly Ruth now up to be second on the outside. She Can Sing is coasting along third toward the rail. Hendy Woods is in the clear racing fourth. Lake Lucerne is fifth. Stand Tall sixth. Fluffy Socks on that one's outside. That it's Tyler Gaffleone rationing out that quarter now. Curly Ruth is given more rain. Hendy Woods is coming on 3 wide. She Can Sing is tucked away 4th and toward the rail. Then it's Lake Lucerne. Fluffy Socks is starting to muster up a rally. Forced to go wide, though, as they come for the top of the stretch. Mona Stella still there off the turn, turning for home in front. Curly Ruth, Hendy Woods. Fluffy Socks put in a big run on the far turns, closing in. Bleecker Street is popped outside. Lake Lucerne is stuck in behind horses. She Can Sing's in tight, 2-1 furlong to go. Fluffy Socks comes on to take the lead. Bleecker Street wanders inside. Hendy Woods is also there. Fluffy Socks, Bleecker Street, Hendy Woods. Fluffy Socks, here comes Bleecker Street on through to win it. Bleecker Street, last to first, running down Fluffy Socks, Hendy Woods, and Lake Lucerne.
Now do you believe? 6 for 6, Bleecker Street. She was in a tough spot. Flavian Pratt last early on, and she was last not even on the fence and was going to absolutely have to work out a trip. When she got running room, Pratt decides to move inside instead of going outside and gets the win.
It's like in Days of Thunder when Tom Cruise, Cole Trickle was going to go high, and then the last minute he went low. Rad was turning around like, where did who go? And he went inside of him. That was a fantastic ride. That was a fun horse race. Chad Brown runs 1-2. Yes, I believe now, Greg. When you go 50 and change on a course that I feel like has been playing a little speed favoring in the route races.
No pace to run at.
None. Dead last, turning for home. The horse you have to run down is wandering all over the racetrack, as is the riders want, and you still get there. You're now 6 for 6 over 4 different racetracks. Yes, I believe. I believe.
Book the Diana?
Yeah, with a start in between. They'll find something in between, I would imagine.
But I expect we'll see this one lining up at Saratoga. That was impressive, crawling early. 25 for the opening quarter, 50-1 to the half mile. And this one, dead last early, able to outfoot everyone. She kicks it into gear in the stretch.
She was dead last late. She was dead last late too. They turned for home. She had maybe one filly or mare beat. Comes home in under 12 seconds. 11 and 3.
Chad Brown 1-2. Fluffy Socks stablemate winds up second in here, but Bleecker Street, wow, that was impressive. She is now 6 for 6. Hendy Woods winds up there. We're going to take a timeout when we return. Friday opener, approaching the 11-minute mark to post. We'll kick things off with a claiming race for non-winners at 2 Lifetime. Stay with us. We'll set the stage when we come back.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Kentucky Oaks Day here on FS2. Just saw a scintillating performance from Bleecker Street for Chad Brown. Peter Brandt, Flavian Pratt. She is now 6 for 6. 3 consecutive graded stakes wins now.
Yeah, that was a wonderful effort. Dead last, turning for home. No pace to run at. She just mows him down. Nice ride. The Rad tries to do his drift on fluffy socks. Flavian Pratt says, not having it. Ducks back inside, splits rivals. Half-length victory. Fantastic. Great horse race.
Chad Brown 1-2 in the Grade 3 Modesty. And this Donner Equality Road has been incredibly impressive in really a short amount of time this year that she's really started to arrive on the scene. And this, the biggest spot she's been in yet, she does not disappoint.
I'm not trying to defend people like myself who were not believers, but I think it's easy to not be a believer. Monmouth, Meadowlands, Tampa Bay Downs, kind of keeping her hidden away. And now you unveil her on one of racing's biggest stages, and she comes through with, I would have to imagine that's her best effort to date. That was a big race.
Early pick 5, lucrative. And again, Grade 1 La Troyenne next on the Oaks card, part of that 2-day pick 6. Also part of the Derby City 6 on Oaks Day. We got the opener from Belmont coming up. 1 turn mile, $25,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Couple of scratches in this race, and they were both contenders. Certainly the 4, Remember Mom, coming out was big. With that, here's Royal Realm. Jose Lizcano, the 3 on your screen, 6-5 favorite.
My top 2 picks scratched out of this race. I double scratch into the number 3 Royal Realm. First off of the claim, and unfortunately the drop for Linda Rice in the from the 42 life to the 25-2 life. There's a reason Linda Rice wins as many races as she does, and trainers like Linda, when they make a bad claim, they cut bait. And you run them where they belong. So if she wins, if he wins and gets claimed, it's about break. It's close to a break-even point. Get 25 for the claim, another 20-something for the win. Had the horse for almost 2 months. Probably lose a few bucks. She owns half the horse too, so.
Do you understand the love on the tote board for Miracle Nikki on the outside?
There's nowhere else to go here, Greg.
But 3-2?
You're not going to bet Yaha, the number 2, off of a win for $25,000. You're not going to bet Prince of Joy off of his last race. So the money has to go, and Royal Realm is not the most trustworthy choice in here. So, yeah, the money has to go somewhere. Fresh Gelding, Rudy, Layoff, Kendrick. Kind of makes sense.
Well, here comes our post spread. We're going to begin with Prince of Joy. Tried to show speed early last couple of starts. Backed up big time at this level last out.
And I would imagine that Jackie Davis is going to use this horse's speed, son of Lauban. I would imagine we will see Prince of Joy on the Bill Daly, otherwise known as the front end, this afternoon.
Yeah, Comes in off a win. 12th start of his career, broke his maiden sprinting.
He got a good setup last time. They went fast early, came flying late. That was against bottom-level New York-bred claimers, and now he stretches out to the mile.
Royal Realm has several of the biggest numbers that no one really can touch in this race.
Yeah, he has 4 or 5 races in here, Greg, that just they smother this field. The drop has to be a concern, though, and the fact that he doesn't really have any speed anymore.
Miracle Nikki, Kendrick Carmouche, Rudy Rodriguez, new gelding.
And maybe the assumption is that this fresh gelding who got the job done 2 back when first-time Lasix didn't like the slop last time. Maybe he's the one that's sitting right off of the speed of Prince of Joy with the outside draw. Maybe that's why he's 3-2. Like I said, I think it's more of a function of I find it very, very difficult in here to like Prince of Joy.
This horse, even money favorite. Again, Jose Lizcano, Linda Rice off the claim. It's been a pretty popular horse in the claim box. Last time out, March 11th, actually outfinished Remember Mom, who would have been a major player in this race, but scratched, wound up second, beat 8 lengths at odds on.
He's been claimed 4 times since July 24th. And he's another one. I mean, he has all of these races on his card. See, the problem with him is all of the races on his card that win this, save his maiden victory, are defeats. Obviously, that's why he's in the 2 lifetime condition. But, you know, he's running against real horses. And I don't know. I don't know what to do with him in even money. I mean, this is a short price. Short price. I mean, he's supposed to win here. Let's say you think the race 2 back's a bad race. It's better than any of his other 3 rivals have run.
Yeah, and look, he had an excuse in that race. It was a tougher group. And he's dropping even again from the race he's coming out of that was
the drop
that
is
50,000 was even tougher than that one.
The drop is the biggest concern. Drop might be the only concern.
4 to 5. Let's bring in for the first time Richard Migliore. Mig, what do you got for us?
Well, we got a little bit of drizzly weather going on. It seems like the rain that was forecasted is coming through as predicted. We'll start with the one horse, Prince of Joy. Just looks very sharp. This is the speed of the affair. This horse will lead them a ways, I'm sure, especially with Jackie Davis, who's, always, generally aggressive. And I think that works out well for the 3, Royal Realm, because he's a horse that wants a target. And he's, a horse. He was. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. I guess we have somebody was thrown from the 3 horse here. And I can't see from my vantage point. Is he loose or? Okay, so the horse was apprehended, guys. I can't see from my vantage point here down by the racetrack. So I was just being told in my ear that he had unseated Jose Lezcano, but it doesn't seem like he went very far, Royal Realm. Royal Realm just looks too good, guys. He's a horse that wants a target. I think he gets a target with the horse inside of him with speed. Prince of Joy. And, he's supposed to win this race. I can't really get past him. The 6 horse got the typical Kendrick Carmouche warm-up, left the pony. That's Miracle Nicky. Got that good aggressive warm-up. But really, short field, 4 horses, I really can't see past your favorite.
All right, Megan, if we can go back to the 3 here in a moment, we'll try. But, yeah, we saw Jose Lezcano get a leg back up on Royal Realm. It looked like Jose Lezcano, and there he is. He was moving a little gingerly, hanging up against that fence. The 3 obviously did not get too far away, and now he's right back aboard.
Took a minute. He went and kind of leaned against the outer rail. Thought about things, and within 60 seconds was going back over to the outrider, pony boy or girl, looking for a leg back up.
And with that, public not concerned at all. Down to 2 to 5 right now. And had to figure there would be eventually these odds would sort themselves out with the 3 and the 6.
He takes money, though,
now
so
that much.
But as he takes money, so did Miracle Nicky, who was, Miracle Nicky actually just floated up to 2 to 1. I'm sorry. So, yeah, I mean, again, Miracle Nicky money more of a function of not liking Prince of Joy or Yaha. I thought Yaha could get second in here because Miracle Nicky, especially now, Miracle Nicky is the second choice. It looks like his best race was on the front end, and it looks like Prince of Joy is going to be in front, so that kind of puts Miracle Nicky stalking, chasing Prince of Joy, depending on how much pressure Kendrick Carmouche wants to put on him.
Yeah, it seems like inside, outside want to tangle up front, doesn't it? The 1 and 6?
They don't tangle around here. It's taken me a while to come to terms with that. It's very, very hard. Meanwhile, kind of like Hulk Hogan turning bad. You kind of figure it out eventually. Eventually, you have to live with it. You have to understand that they just don't engage around here. There's just no speed duels anymore.
3 to 5 on this one. Royal Realm, Jose Lezcano. We didn't see exactly what happened. I'm not sure if he's tossed, jumped off, bailed, but anyway, he's back aboard. And this one a heavy odds-on favorite. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, just getting back to what Anthony just said to expound. There are not too many speed duels around here. Yeah, it was a little different in the 80s. Angel Cordero, myself, several other guys. We weren't bashful. Horses had speed. You let them use speed. And if a guy didn't want to take back, well, we can all kind of hurt each other. Next time they'll think twice about it. You've got to be aggressive. Aggression wins races, guys.
So if you look at this race and you look at who do you think is going to be the aggressor?
Jackie.
The one, Prince of Joy.
Prince of Joy, yeah. I was going to get to it. I just wanted to give Jackie a little credit because Jackie is one of those riders in the room that gets it. See what Richie said about being the aggressor and aggression? Jackie gets it.
There's Jackie Davis.
Jackie, from a limited number of starters this winter, had herself a fine winter at the Big A. And I think Jackie should get more opportunities, especially if she's going to ride the way she rode this winter and use her speed.
One of the riders, certainly, that you can always count on if a horse has speed, she is going to be, as Mig said, the aggressor and try and take advantage and take it to a field.
A lot of trainers will tell you she listens. And then some other trainers will tell you that sometimes she will take things into her own hands. When she takes those things into her own hands, it's aggression. And I have zero, as a horse player, as a fan, as a analyst, I have zero problem with aggression on the racetrack, with riders using their horse's speed. It is the greatest commodity in horse racing. There's nothing better than having speed. And there are just too many riders that take it away from their mounts in a decided fashion. They leave the room and think, I'm not going to put this horse on the lead today because nobody does it anymore. Somebody's going to come along one of these days. Jose Gomez might be the guy. Jose Gomez gets it. Apprentice rider, maybe if you're not familiar with him, he's a guy.
Who's he learning from?
He's learning from a guy named Angel Cordero Jr. So, yes, he's going to learn that aggression is key, and using horses' speed is invaluable on the racetrack. Old school.
3-5 favorite, Royal Realm. That's the other one with speed. Outside, Miracle Nikki the 6, Kendra Carmouche. We're set. The card begins here on this Friday, Oaks Day, here in New York. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. It was a slow start for the favorite, Royal Realm. And Royal Realm is the early trailer. The early leader is Prince of Joy. Miracle Nikki now moving up to challenge. And Yaha is right there in between horses, 2.5 lengths back to Royal Realm in 4th. Miracle Nikki has a head in front of Prince of Joy. Prince of Joy now counters, comes right back, and now the two of them are heads apart. Yaha sits just off of them in 3rd, and then Royal Realm the quarter in 23 seconds. It's Prince of Joy on the inside and Miracle Nikki on the outside. Royal Realm now moves up on the outside, and Yaha is back in 4th. Miracle Nikki and Prince of Joy, they continue to duke it out as they go into the far turn. Now Miracle Nikki gets clear. Miracle Nikki's in front by a length. Prince of Joy in 2nd, with Royal Realm on the outside in 3rd, and Yaha the trail of the half, 45 3/5 seconds. It is Miracle Nikki who has the lead here. Royal Realm has moved into 2nd. It's 4 lengths back to the two trailers, Prince of Joy and Yaha. And they're coming for the top of the stretch. Miracle Nikki. Royal Realm being asked for more on the outside. Here comes Royal Realm to move right alongside of Miracle Nikki. And here's Royal Realm now to take over. Royal Realm is in front and clear over Miracle Nikki. Royal Realm drawing away here in the stretch. Some anxious moments at the start. No problems in the stretch as they come on for the finish. Royal Realm pouring it on here at the end, won by a half dozen lengths. Miracle Nikki holds 2nd to complete the exacta.
Well, a few did want to go to the front in this one here. In the end, Royal Realm, too good for this group. Drop down in class, continuing to drop down that class ladder, and gets the 2nd win of his career.
It's like they wanted to make me look bad. 45 3 for these $25,000 two lifetime claimers. Both Jackie Davis and Kendra Carmouche aggressive with Prince of Joy and Miracle Nikki. And Jose Lezcano was more than happy to reap the benefits of the speed rule with Royal Realm. Some anxious moments leading up to the starting gate when he was dismounted from Royal Realm. Some anxious moments after a poor start. No anxious moments from the 3/16 pole home.
1-2 in Royal Realm. That's what you want to see when you're 1-2, winning like this. 1 for 13 coming in from 40 down to 25 and a victory. Jose Lezcano and Linda Rice first off to claim with the win. Owns part of this 4-year-old son of Empire Maker as well. Card in the books here. First, or underway, I should say, at Belmont Park. That, of course, still to come. Kentucky Derby Trophy for the 148th running of the Run for the Roses on Saturday. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races right after this.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the Races. A little quick trip through Times Square. We play all the action here in the New York Racing Association. In all the races, Triple Crown Trail, Derby, Oaks later today, all of it with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, go to nairabets.com, download the app. Derby 25, that code to use for new members. Underway on this Friday card here in New York. And a 1-2 favorite Royal Realm. Linda Rice first off the claim. Jose Lezcano the win. Wonder how many claims were entered on Royal Realm today. I would imagine they were plentiful. Is that a subtle way to say Mig get to work? I didn't drop. No, somebody out there will tell us, I'm sure. But this was, some anxious moments, like Johnny I said, the great John and Brielle, at the beginning. But once the horse got his feet back under him, it was pretty much see you later. An easy, chalky start for the opener. I'd be down ordinarily on a day like this if I wasn't sitting here having so much fun with you. I'd just yell, I picked them. 310. Tough way to make money.
Did it yesterday twice. The first winner was 2-5. The second winner was 4-5. Swept the early double yesterday.
Well done. Hey, every little bit gets that account more to make it help you go after bigger scores, right?
Big game. There's a lot of big game this weekend, my friend. There's some big game.
Indeed.
Yes,
there
sir.
is. All right, so we're underway here at Belmont. Of course, a lot of action coming up. Getting into those main events out at Churchill Downs. We got Oaklawn coming up as well. $25,000 condition claiming race. 6-furlong sprint to begin the card in Hot Springs, Arkansas. As we get a look at the board, 3-5 on Airborne Gal, Chris Hartman. Trains in Francisco Arietta will be aboard.
Full disclosure, when the signal came up, Greg said, give me some Oaklawn. He was ready to roll.
I'm into it.
First time Lasix for Interclassic, who's 7-1 right now for Renee Mescua, first time out of the barn.
I love playing these other tracks on huge days because people are distracted, I feel like. Athena's Song beat a half length in an easier spot last out.
First off the claim for a barn that wins at 15% clip with a positive ROI.
Here's the 1-2 favorite for Chris Hartman.
What a fantastic meet for Chris Hartman, winning over 20%. Rockstar Parking came back to win again. This horse drops back in for a tag.
Wow, that's a big price. Steve Asmussen and Isaac Castillo has become one of his go-to riders.
Yeah, he has galloped home in his first start for the barn last time, first try against her first start against winners. That's a big price on this horse.
Back-to-back wins, and she's quick, too, early. Chasing Shadows comes in off a win.
Got there in the nick of time under Ricardo Santana Jr. John Geraldo takes over the reins today.
Here's the biggest price on the board, Stargarita.
Just has very little speed early on, Greg. She
doesn't get out of the gate well.
Yeah, she loses contact with the field, and that's usually the day for her.
And 5-1 Emerald Princess comes in off a win at Oaklawn. That was back in early March.
Yeah, just off the pace, made one run. Both career victories have come in Hot Springs.
4 minutes to post in this first on the card here at Oaklawn Park. You can follow along with all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to Naira.com/TV schedule and download your free past performances on all the races we're bringing you on today's program.
Always nice to be able to play along with us.
All right,
always good. Don't have to take our word for anything.
What's that?
They don't have to take our word for anything. They can just go play along.
Have your own convictions.
Yes, funnest part of this game. Harvey Pack said that all the time. You get to make now 10 or 11 or 12 or 14. Get to make 9 decisions, and guess what? If you don't make any good ones today, you come back tomorrow and make 9 more.
So, I want to go. We're looking at Aiden Ike. This is the Asmussen filly. She's quick. She's won 2 in a row. She's probably going to be the one in front early. And you look to the 3-5 favorite. There's some question marks with her. That huge effort 2 back. She got that 82 by her speed figure off the bench. Did she react to that, or was she was 4-5 in that race too?
I'll tell you what, my biggest issue with her is, and I know she took a little bit of a step up in class last time. She did not run 2 steps for a barn that was seemingly winning everything in sight down in Hot Springs this year. That race it's not a good race. And now you see her come back. First of all, she was gone 7 weeks between those starts. Well, it's the short month, so 16 and 31. Yeah, 7 weeks. Almost 7 weeks. She doesn't run 2 steps. And then
she showed some early ability.
Yeah, but she was, Greg, did you really expect her to put in this effort? First off the claim from this guy? And now she's not only back in for a tag, but in for slightly less than he claimed her for. Now, again, the purse is a lucrative one. If this filly wins and gets claimed, they'll break about even, maybe make a few bucks. That's not how you play the claiming game.
Well, she's going to be not too far off of Aiden Ike, the 4. She's got some quick ability, too. Here's Chasing Shadows, and she's going to be able to, or would love to see, a couple battling up front. She picked up the 2nd win of her career. Last time out, she was 13-1 in that race.
Got a big price win last time. 13, yeah, like you said, 13.5-1. She got a pace that incinerated in front of her to come running at. I don't know how much speed there is in here. Aiden Ike, maybe Airborne Gal, but it really didn't work for Airborne Gal last time. It really didn't. She hasn't been the same since she was claimed from my man Ray Handel. Ray was 2 for 2 with her. She broke her maiden in Saratoga last summer, went down to Keeneland. She won in the slop. He did the right thing, too. He ran her for 50. She won for 50. He ran her back. And she's been now her 3rd barn since being claimed in October of last year. It's gone about 6.5 months. She has not been able to get back to the winner's circle. And the more you see from her, I think the more you think that fig 2 starts back is the exception as opposed to the rule.
So it remains even money. Airborne Gal, Chris Hartman. Can she get back to that huge figure, which, it wasn't that far off from a race she'd won prior in a 2nd start of her career.
That was in the slop, though.
Yeah, still, she's produced it, and it was progression that was not too far off a debut as well. So there's reasons to believe that she can return to it.
I thought the 7 was the horse. I thought Emerald Princess, who was just on the screen, she won from just off the pace last time out. Again, they were flying up front. They went 44 and change. 2 starts back, she set the pace. I think she's more comfortable sitting just off the pace. I think Edwin Gonzalez, who rode her in her last 2 starts, may have realized that last time. She had a big fig two back, and then she kind of went the wrong way off that race. But it was her first start in almost 5 months. She's 5-1. I gotta take a little swing with her at 5-1.
She was actually trying some good ones off a 50 maiden claiming win last year at Oaklawn in the second start of her career. They put her in some tough spots. Not up to the task, obviously, in those. Went to Canterbury for a while. And then March 6th, I should say, comes back to Oaklawn. More realistic spot for sure. Picks up the second win of her career. Vic Stauffer to get the card started here in Hot Springs. Here's the opener.
Last to load, Emerald Princess. They're at the post. They're off. Athena's Song and Emerald Princess, Aiden Ike, and Airborne Gal. These four are quickest, into Classic away in fifth. Then Chasing Shadows and Stargarita, 4 across the track, Athena's Song. Airborne Gal alongside. A half length to Aiden Ike. Emerald Princess will be 4 wide all the way around the far turn. These 4 are 3.5 clear of Into Classic. Another 4 back to the 2 trailers, Chasing Shadows and Stargarita. Airborne Gal now inches away. Airborne Gal with 3 furlongs to go is now 2 lengths in front of now 3 behind her, Emerald Princess, Aiden Ike, and Athena's Song. 5 lengths to Chasing Shadows, who joins Into Classic. Stargarita is clearly last, and Airborne Gal is clearly first. Airborne Gal at the top of the stretch, a 2-length lead on Emerald Princess in second. Aiden Ike is third, then comes Athena's Song, and Chasing Shadows, final furlong, Airborne Gal in charge. Airborne Gal with a 3-length lead. Aiden Ike is second, Emerald Princess, and then Into Classic. Airborne Gal is 16th out, maintaining a 2-length advantage over Aiden Ike in second. Late run Stargarita, Airborne Gal in front. Airborne Gal won by 2. Aiden Ike was second. Stargarita got third. Very close for fourth, maybe Emerald Princess.
Airborne Gal, too good. Chris Hartman, second off the claim, and this filly now 3 for 7.
Got a smart ride from Francisco Arrieta, and good rides on favorites are often overlooked. But he just decided that she's had some trouble finding the winner's circle since October. Let's put her in front in a race where the pace was a little murky. See if we can keep her out of trouble. Maybe we can see if some of that hanging her leaves, and it sure did. She was able to take him gate to wire and hold off Aiden Ike, who was taking a little bit out of her element and having a chase today.
So Airborne Gal, daughter of Hard Spun, owned by Dwight Pruitt. Arrieta Hartman team up for the win. And again, now our third win in 7 career starts. Aiden Ike chasing there in second for Steve Asmussen. Prices from this one coming up in a moment. We got a big one coming up next out at Churchill Downs. Grade 1 La Troyenne in this Distaff division. We talked about it earlier. Big race for She Dares the Devil. Can she get back to who we've come to know her as? Because her 5-year-old debut in that Grade 2 Azeri, not what we're used to seeing from her.
No, that was a troubling race. She's usually comes back fresh, and you know, when she came back in the Azeri last year, she beat Latruska, which is one of Latruska's 2 defeats on the season, and she was ready. And here's her Azeri from back on March 12th. Pauline's Pearl is going to run by her here. She's on the inside in the white cap. I don't want to say her day's over, but she's not winning the Azeri from here. She's passed by Cece. Pauline's Pearl's overcoming the tough start to make up some ground late. But this is not the She Dares the Devil, Greg, we're accustomed to seeing. The race was almost identical to the one. Now, she battles back a little bit here. Was she really battling back? Was it Cece idling going the 2 turns? Was Pauline's Pearl just flattening out from having to make up all that ground? It's probably a combination of all 3. As a prohibitive choice, and right now, well, she's actually 6-5 now, so she's above the prohibitive line. But as a short favorite in here, with your second choice being a filly who had everything go against her last time, and she still beat her. That doesn't make any sense to me. But you mentioned this earlier. She Dares the Devil has a little bit of a tactical advantage in here, unless David Cohen and Ava's Grace go on a mission. Funny thing is, I'm curious to see. She Dares the Devil won the Clement Hirsch out at Del Mar last year from off the pace. I'm curious to see. Maybe now at 5, she's lost a step. maybe Ava's Grace goes and Florent Giroux and She Dares the Devil sits. That could be an interesting storyline in here, too.
We will see shortly how it plays out. Again, this race kicks off that 2-day pick 6. You can bet the Kentucky Oaks. You can do it now. Advanced wagering available for both today and tomorrow. Go to NairaBets.com. Get your wagers in. Do not get shut out. Download that NairaBets app. Get signed up, started. Again, Derby25, that promo code for new members to take advantage of all those offers, including a $25 free bet in the Kentucky Derby and that $200 deposit match sign up. Race 2 is next at Belmont. Mile and a 16th, $25,000 claiming race. And a lot of eyes will be on Chris and Dave here. Rob Atras off the claim with the 4. Easy Shot will take attention as well. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. It's a little drizzly here, still coming down. Hasn't really come down any harder. But Kumar is making a really nice impression here in the paddock for Gus Rodriguez, Rudy Rodriguez's brother. He's Gio Cares right inside of him. I was teasing with him, the battle of the brothers. But Kumar, for a horse that tries so hard every time, he's coming off of 2 good efforts. He just carries great weight, keeps his condition. His code is really good. I like what I'm seeing from him. Jose Lezcano's been riding in top form since we got to Belmont Park. Got off to a really good start, riding live horses and putting them in the right places. The 4, Chris and Dave. All of Rob Atras's horses make a nice impression. He was claimed for $16,000 back in March, and he still raises them up to $25,000. That's a vote of confidence because he's out of the period of time that he would have to run this horse for a higher price tag. And from what I'm seeing from a physical perspective, this horse is making a really good impression. And the 5, Liam's Fire, I think is a bit interesting. Trainer Amira Shashakli, he's coming out of a sprint where he was basically on the lead the entire way. And Amira's been cross-training our horses. I mean, they leave the racetrack, they go out to a farm in Manorville, Long Island, and they do a lot of different disciplines with them. Dressage, some jumping. It makes horses more supple, move them, makes themselves use themselves in a better, more efficient manner. And I think it helps horses a lot from a mental standpoint that they aren't just going in circles all the time, training around a racetrack. They're going out and, again, popping over fences and doing all kinds of different disciplines. I think it's interesting. And I tell you the truth, I think horses like Liam's Fire really respond to it because he's just really carrying good weight and looks terrific coming off a sprint win.
All right, Mig, thank you. We're going to get to the post parade when we come back from a short timeout. Pick 4 on this Friday card from Belmont kicks off in this race coming up. Mile and a 16th, $25,000 claiming group. We'll be back.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2 on Kentucky Oaks Day. The Run for the Roses, of course, tomorrow in that Kentucky Derby preview show. You can catch it tonight. You don't want to miss our analyst selections. They break everything down on that program, 6 Eastern on FS2. How will the race be run? Anthony Stabile, have you sorted out your selection?
I have. You want it?
Yes.
It's Zandon.
Okay.
It's Zandon. I like Smile Happy, though. I think Smile Happy's going to run a big race.
I agree with you, and I think he's going to be a huge price too. Second at Belmont, here's our post parade. And Jose Gomez on Auburn Hills, 10-1.
Yeah, blinkers go on. This horse used to have some speed. Gets the hot rod in Jose Gomez. We'll see if he's under the gun from the inside draw. This horse might be forward today.
Rudy Rodriguez, horse who comes from way out of it, Giocare.
Giocare would love for them all to be forward today, and he can come with that big late rally of his. He should like Belmont Park.
7-time winner here, Kumar for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, Richie mentioned he's always in the thick of things. He should get a good trip behind some of the other speed today, and Jose Lezcano has been riding well.
Chris and Dave, he's coming out of a tough race. Winner came back to win for, it was a 16 claimer, 32 next time out.
Yeah, came right back, and this is first time off the claim for Rob Atras. Haven't seen this horse for about 6 weeks, but he still runs this horse on the race.
Williams fires 7-1, Jackie Davis.
More speed. Richie told you about the cross training. We'll see if Jackie's aggressive again like she was in the opener.
Easy shot, Dylan Davis. Jeffrey Engelhardt off the claim.
First off the claim for a guy, you mentioned his name, Greg. Jeffrey Engelhardt seemingly winning with all of his fresh claims, especially on the dirt.
Brother, sister next door to each other in the starting gate there as riders. In the dark storm on the outside, Trevor McCarthy. Mertcan Cantor Mossy off the claim.
Brother, sister, brother-in-law, Trevor McCarthy, married to Katie Davis. This horse did not run very well last time. It's all relevant. Came back to win our starter stakes race the other day. 1 for 10 at Belmont. Barnes been kind of quiet. He's a big price at 12-1, though. Oh, he's the longest shot on the board.
Take advantage of all the great racing that's going on this weekend and all summer long and beyond with Naira Bets. There's the offer, $200 deposit match, sign-up bonus, plus a $25 free bet in the Derby with that code right there, Derby25. Use that for new members at NairaBets.com or by downloading that Naira Bets app.
There's a bunch of blogs, a bunch of tip sheets up at NairaBets.com right now. I have full cards for Churchill the next 2 days, Belmont Park the next 2 days, 2-day tickets, pick 5 ticket at Churchill today, pick 5 ticket all stakes tomorrow. So head over to Naira Bets for all of your Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby Day needs, and of course a little love here for Big Sandy, Belmont Park.
5 minutes to post in this one coming up, and Chris and Dave. 2-1 in here. I mentioned Crypto Cash beat him last time out. That was in this race right here. Crypto Cash, this was a 16 claiming race. Would come back and win for 32. The horse Chris and Dave finishes ahead of American Rule. He came back and won for 20,000 next, and then he was second to Hammer and Hammer for 40,000.
There's a version of Chris and Dave that would absolutely bury this field. I don't know if he exists anymore, but I'll tell you what, Greg, that race last time kind of led you to believe that maybe he does. Maybe he does. I wouldn't stake my life or reputation on it, but at the very least, he showed a little life last time. Not sure if it was the wet track.
Doesn't he usually show life? He has one bad race.
Well, he has 2 bad races, really. And I think the problem with the 2 bad races is there's a 2.5-month gap between. So kind of felt like maybe he was going the wrong way, and then he came back, and he did not run particularly well, even though it was a tough race, 1 1/8. But he ran well last time.
I see it a little differently. I think he's pretty consistent. I think that race last time out, we'll see, gets it done in here. I'm surprised he's actually holding it 2-1. I thought he'd be shorter in here. This is Jeffrey Engelhardt, meanwhile, with Easy Shot. First off the claim on this circuit here the last 5 months. Big A, that's getting it done.
Crazy numbers. And like I said, most of those are on the dirt for the simple fact that we haven't had a lot of turf racing here in the last 5 months. So, yeah, those are big figs. That's a high ROI. You have to respect the source off that alone.
Let's head back down to Mig.
Hey, guys, I'm just going to expound on the horses I talked about in the paddock, starting with the 3 Kumar. I like what I'm seeing from this horse. I just think that for a horse that's coming off of 2 good efforts, he's just holding his weight so well, and that usually to me is a sign of general overall good health. He's going to be my top selection. The 4 horse, Chris and Dave. I think the rising class running for 25 for Rob Atras, and certainly the way he warmed up, and he didn't get the absolute typical Kendrick Carmouche warm-up where he blasted off and went, a quarter of a mile very quickly. He kind of kept him contained, head boat. He was very strong. I think Kendrick was careful not to let him get away from him because I think if he would have picked up some speed, he might not have been able to hold him. And I almost flip-flopped and went with him just because of how well he warmed up on the racetrack. And, again, that vote of confidence from our batchers, raising him up to that $25,000 level off a $16,000 claim. But I think he might have a problem with the 5 Liam's Fire, who's coming out of sprints, and I think there's a potential for these two to get hooked up early, particularly because they're drawn side by side. And a lot of times when you have 2 speed horses side by side, they kind of set each other off a little bit. Liam's Fire looks really good. I wonder, though, with the speed in here and the mile 16th, if that's what he really wants. He was pretty good sprinting last time. I think it could set up well for the 3, Kumar.
All right, Mig, thank you. Kumar, 3-1 right now. Jose Lezcano looking to take this early double on the Friday card.
Yeah, I think they're going to mix it up in front of Kumar today. I think Kumar and Jose Lezcano will be in the offing just in the perfect spot, if you will. I like Kumar a lot today. Played him to win, made a little early pick 4. I didn't trust Royal Rome enough to dive into the pick 5 today, Greg. So I waited to play the pick 4.
Yeah, not a race that you could fall in love with and lean on, even though the horse was 1-2.
Yep.
Meanwhile, here's our favorite. So Chris and Dave, tactically too, what do you think? Does he doesn't have to be in front, do you think?
I think he prefers to be in front, and I think that speed of the speed. Belmont Park is a different beast. This race is at a mile and a 16th. There is essentially, right? We have in our studio today, we have a fantastic view. This indoor studio has a beautiful view. There's a 4.5 furlong run, a straightaway run. I don't think people realize just how hard it is for a thoroughbred to carry their speed on a 4.5 furlong straightaway and then get hit with this enormous turn. You got to carry your speed around that turn. Turns more often than not help speed horses. But this horse, look where this starting gate is. Take it from somebody who's been in the booth here at Belmont Park. You're a half mile away. When you call a mile and a 16th race, you're a half mile away from the starting gate. The binoculars that we use at Aqueduct and Saratoga can't be used here. That's a long way, man. That's a long way. And to carry your speed with a bunch of others hounding you, good luck at 3-2.
Kendrick Carmouche will have that task on the now 3-2 favorite, Chris and Dave, the 4. Pick 4 begins here on this Friday card from Belmont. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Easy Shot and Dark Storm. There in the gate. And the rough. Liam's Fire is sent out for the early lead. Down from the rail, Auburn Hills now moves up. And Kumar is there, along with Chris and Dave. It is Auburn Hills who has come away with the lead. Chris and Dave, Kumar right together, 2nd and 3rd. Liam's Fire is now back running in 4th. And it's 4 lengths back to a Dark Storm in 5th, followed by Jockey in 6th. And trailing the field is Easy Shot in 7th. The quarter in 23 and 2. Auburn Hills leads by 2 lengths. The favorite, Chris and Dave, sits in 2nd. Liam's Fire on the outside moves up into 3rd. Kumar now back in 4th. Then comes Dark Storm, followed by Jockey, and at the back is Easy Shot. They are heading for the far turn. It is Auburn Hills by a half length as Chris and Dave moves closer on the outside. Half mile in 47 seconds. Liam's Fire is in 3rd, 4 lengths from the front. Easy Shot begins to pick it up from the back of the pack. Up front, it's Auburn Hills and Chris and Dave, and now they are right together. Chris and Dave on the outside, Auburn Hills down at the rail. Liam's Fire is next in 3rd, then Kumar and Easy Shot with Jockey. The field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. And here is Chris and Dave now to take over. Chris and Dave in front and quickly moves away from the field. Chris and Dave has built a 5-length lead. And then it is Auburn Hills, followed by Dark Storm, Jockey making a late move on the outside. But Chris and Dave comfortably in front here as they come on for the finish. And it is Chris and Dave to win it. Jockey got second over Dark Storm.
Chris and Dave dominant here at a short price. Rob Atras first off to claim. Kendrick Carmouche, 17th career win for this 9-year-old.
And a great angle to watch the start of this race, Greg, on the screen. And Chris and Dave did not break all that well. Kind of broke a little bit of like a step slow. And as expected, Auburn Hills with the blinkers on and the bug boy, Jose Gomez, just blasted off to the front end. Chris and Dave able to recover, get a good trip, good stalking trip. Able to parlay that good trip after the bad start into a pretty easy victory.
Would you have claimed this horse for $25,000? 9-year-old?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
6-5 favorite. Win Machine, 17th win of his career. Well over $800,000 in earnings now.
But they did. Somebody claimed this horse today. Probably, I would like to say 4-way shake. I'll go 4. I'm going to check all of this when I leave today. I'll go 4-way shake.
Try and find out if, in fact, he did get claimed, where he's headed to next. Kendrick Carmouche on the board on this Friday card here in New York. Chris and Dave. Fun to see this 9-year-old still going strong. 17th win of his career. Price is coming up when we return. We're going to take a timeout. Steve Asmussen closing in on 10,000 wins, but there's one he wants. Epicenter might be able to bring it to him tomorrow.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by Champion Sprinter Run Happy, now standing at Claiborne Farm. Legendary stall number 1. He was something else. Undefeated as a sprinter, and he's got a horse that we both talked about. We like a little bit. Is going to be overlooked in the Derby at a big price. Smile Happy, who just based on the races he's run has a big chance to maybe get even more than a piece of it.
And I feel like Zandon was better prepared and pointed towards the bluegrass more than Smile Happy was. I think Smile Happy is going to be poised for his best start third off the layoff tomorrow afternoon, and at 4 times the price, I got to use him.
Meanwhile, Chris and Dave here in the second. Looked like he was 2-5 here instead of 6-5. Kendra Carmouche, Rob Atras, 9-year-old son of Bluegrass Cat, who I believe was a runner-up in the Kentucky Derby.
He was second to Barbaro back in 2006.
$4.60 for the win.
Is that right? Yes, that's right. Invisible Ink was the Pletcher long shot that was second to Monarchos.
Yeah, was he 45-1 maybe, Inky? 4-2-7 here in the second at Belmont. Pick 4 underway. We're going to head back to Oaklawn right now. Their early pick 4 is coming up next. It's a $30,000 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. And outside 6, 7, 8, taking a lot of the money in here among that group.
A little surprised the 8's taking as much money as he is, to be honest, Greg.
A lot of opportunities. Yeah, this is start number 11 for Reserve the 8. Here's the one. This is looking for excitement.
I like this name. That's a good name. Not excitement. Excitement. First off the claim for Terry Brennan, who's looking for his first win of the meet in the year.
Intentional? They run out of letters. Wesleyan showed speed and backed up last start.
Yep. We'll see if Martin Garcia can take him flagfall to that's all with his son of Curlin.
Here's Project Thunder going to step up in class off a 16 maiden claiming
Claimed
event.
away from Robertino Diodoro. Edwin Gonzalez replaces Kelsey Hart. This horse was the 8-5 favorite last time off a year-plus layoff.
Here's the 5, Justin Spite, another one that jumps up in class. Speed against Easier last start, wound up second at odds on.
Claimed from Terry Brennan. This one goes for a bond that does have a lone win on the year. 1-2 last time when he takes the defeat.
Take no prisoners. Second again for 16 maiden claiming. Finished ahead of Project Thunder.
Pair of blinkers go on. Maybe Giovanni Franco could sit just off the speed duel in here. That should develop.
Stainless Steel, Steve Asmussen, Isaac Castillo.
Another one that's been forward, dropped in for a tag last time, faded very late in the game to be 4th.
And again, at least this horse is favored now by lowest level he's ever run at. 4-year-old, start number 11 though.
House horse owned by Louis Sella, who owns Oaklawn Park. Maybe he takes advantage of some pace in here. I don't deal in absolutes. When they get to 0 for 10, my win pool money goes elsewhere. I'll use them in pick 4s and pick. So if I was making a pick 4 here today, Reserve would be on my ticket, obviously, because I'm not that big of a fool yet. But yes, betting this horse to win at 5-2 is not something that I want to do to my Naira Bets account. If I'm being honest, I'd rather look elsewhere. I'd rather look to a horse that's had some less chances. I like Take No Prisoners in here. I like Take the first time off the Diodoro claim. I like Giovanni Franco climbing aboard. Pair of blinkers. There's some pace in front of this horse.
Yeah, the 2, the 5, the 7 look like they all potentially want to go.
There's a good deal of speed in here for him to sit a decent enough trip. And like I said, it's first time Diodoro. So listen, Ron Moquette's nothing to sneeze at. Ron's one of the best trainers down there. But I like the first time off the Diodoro claim.
One of the absolute best claiming trainers in the game. Robertino Diodoro with the 6, Take No Prisoners. And that's the now 5-2 favorite with Giovanni Franco. We've talked about it, earlier in the program. We had Gary have his last show at the meet just last week. But tremendous job he's done, on the air, of course, but then also the added duties of handling 2 riders. And Giovanni Franco on this 6-horse, one of them.
Back and forth, handling multiple jobs. There was something I was going to say earlier when we were talking about Trevor McCarthy. Joe Migliori, whose father Richie is in the paddock for us today. Joe was an agent for the first time this meet at Aqueduct, and he had the second leading rider with Trevor McCarthy. And he has his own bloodstock business, and it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to do. I tried doing it one time for 3 weeks in my second year of college, and I hated it. Hated being a jocks agent. I had a gentleman by the name of Michael Colinari. It was one of the worst 3 weeks of my life.
What was the most difficult part about it for you?
Life. I found out I was allergic to 5 in the morning. I had this terrible allergy to 5 in the morning. So more often than not now, if I'm up at 5 in the morning, I have not gone to sleep yet. Or I'm going crabbing or fishing. Or driving to Saratoga.
You knew this going into it. What made you think?
Kind of got my hand was kind of forced by my old man.
Okay.
He kind of said, we're going to try this. It was at a time where bug riders were very popular in the winter. And I brought a bug boy in from Garden State Park, which doesn't even exist anymore. It didn't work. I was missing too many.
You gave it the old college try.
I gave it the old, literally and figuratively,
Yeah.
running from my psychology classes and philosophy classes to get results from Michael Culinari on the payphone, 4 cell phones.
You and I both a bit against this Aiden here, who no longer is the favorite, but still taking a ton of money on the board. Second choice, 3-1. Third choice, actually. Now finally starts clicking up.
At least at Oaklawn, Greg, when they look like they're going to be speed, they hit. So if you like reserve, you should get your speed duel. 0 for 10, they're just not for me, man. It's just not me. And now the board really moved Stainless Steel all the way down to 9-5, and reserve drifted up to 7-2 late in the game.
Vic Stauffer, the call. Here's race 2 from Oaklawn.
They're off. Awkward start. Take no prisoners. Good start for Justin Spite and Stainless Steel. These two are quick. Reserve away a close third. At the rail and Wesleyan away fourth. Then comes Take No Prisoners, a recovering fifth. Project Thunder, and the trailer is Looking for Excitement. Justin Spite quickest up the backstretch, 1.5 lengths in front of Stainless Steel in second. Wesleyan is third at the rail with reserve 3 wide in fourth. Those two are about 3 from the front. 2.5 back to Take No Prisoners, then 5 to Project Thunder. Looking for Excitement is the trailer, and Justin Spite is the leader, but here's Stainless Steel alongside. Justin Spite a neck in front of Stainless Steel in second. Now, Take No Prisoners moves inside of reserve. Take No Prisoners takes over third, and on the front end, it is Stainless Steel to take over the front. Stainless Steel just in front of Justin Spite in second. 4 back now to Take No Prisoners. Not today for reserve. Final furlong, Stainless Steel and Justin Spite. Stainless Steel still that length in front of Justin Spite in second. Looking for Excitement for a minor award, but Stainless Steel is now sprinting clear, and he's got it. Stainless Steel, Justin Spite, Take No Prisoners. Stainless Steel in front. Stainless Steel won by 2.5. It is very close. Could be a dead heat for second between Take No Prisoners and Justin Spite. Looking for Excitement, finish fourth.
Stainless Steel, the win. Had 4 prior starts, had not hit the board. Might have been the 5, Justin Spite in second. We'll find out in a moment. Isaac Castillo continuing to deliver for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah. Young man's found himself a home with Steve. I would imagine he'll follow the Remington Park path. Where did they go after this? Will Rogers, maybe? Lone Star? I would imagine that's the move for Isaac Castillo, who's found a home in the Asmussen barn. Yeah, this was a good ride. This horse got involved with a different rider in a little bit of a pace duel last time. Took this horse off the pace today, set by Justin Spite, who I think held second like you. Take No Prisoners did not get off to a good start this afternoon. I do not make my living putting maiden claimers in my stable mail. It's not advisable. But this horse ran really well, made up about 15 lengths from the gate to the finish, beaten just 3 lengths. Maybe keep an eye next time.
We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll get back to action here at Belmont. Race 3 up next. We'll be on the inner turf at 1 1/16. Stay with us.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Good to have you with us on Oaks Day on this Friday afternoon. Our program here on America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 3 next here in Belmont, New York. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf. It's a New York-bred entry-level allowance group. And 7 of 5 right now, she's a Mia. Christophe Clement taking over the training duties of this 3-year-old filly who was only beaten 3/4 of a length in the Tepin Stakes at Aqueduct back as a 2-year-old.
If you are playing along today, the 3rd and 5th are on the turf. 7th and 9th off the turf. Got some rain coming. So we've done the prudent thing and taken those races off the turf. So 3rd and 5th stay on. 7th and 9th come off. 6 to 5. 6 to 5 is a little short, isn't it? It's a short price.
Yep, Dylan Davis, Clement taking a lot of attention. Let's have Mig tell us more.
Okay, well, we'll get to her, but we're going to start down on the inside. The 2-horse Sweet Franny Lou with the scratch of Comset, the 1. She has that coveted rail position, mile and a 16th on the inner turf. Showed good speed off the layoff last time. Was talking with Tom Morley, her conditioner, and I thought she looked fitter. He says she's definitely tighter. Really should be better for having the race under her belt. Gets a 5-pound break in the weights with Jose Gomez, who has proven to be a good rider, and you're at a good gate rider. And at this point, you're kind of stealing with getting 5 pounds of him because he sees a race well. He's got enough experience now that it really is an edge getting a break in the weights. The 8, she's a Mia. First time Christophe Clement. This filly looks sensational. That's the only word I can come up with. She's dappled out. She looks fit, sinewy, great energy level. I think she's going to run lights out. She's really making a super impression here in the paddock. I asked Christophe about her. He says she's been training very well, quietly confident. And then the 9, Cannon Fire, who won first time out at a big price for Linda Rice at April at Aqueduct. I thought that day she might need a race. She looked a little less defined, less tucked up to me, and she won the way she did. And today, it looks like she's really come together from a fitness point of view. So now, if she actually moves forward off of that race, she is definitely a major contender, guys.
Mig, thank you very much. 9 minutes to post here in the 3rd ahead. That young man, Jose Gomez, we've talked so much about him. He's going to be on Sweet Franny Lou, this 2 coming up. You can play this race, the Oaks, the Derby, the rest of this Belmont meets Saratoga this summer with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Go to NairaBets.com, download the Naira Bets app, use that promo code right there, Derby25, to get that $200 deposit match bonus and that $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby.
I love Tom Morley. But why does he look like Beaks from Trading Places with that hat on today?
He really does. Good. That's a good analogy. Here's another look at him. Wow.
Where's Beaks?
Making a $1 wager here?
Absolutely. Whatever you want.
Steve Asmussen, winningest trainer in North American history, Hall of Famer. Won just about every race you could imagine on the planet. He has not won a Kentucky Derby. He's got a big chance to do it this year with Epicenter. Joel Rosario will be aboard. He'll break from post 3. Comes off back-to-back wins in the Risen Star and Louisiana Derby at Fairgrounds.
Your co-favorite currently. We had current updated odds on the screen just now. Both 5-1, this horse and Zandon. Epicenter beat him in their only matchup back in the Risen Star. You see the 4 wins, the second. Most importantly with Epicenter, Greg, he was able to come from off the pace last time in that Louisiana Derby. And that was important because there were, at the time, there was a ton of speed signed on. So we'll see.
All right, 7 minutes to post. 3rd at Belmont. We're going to get to the post parade here coming up in just a moment. 6-5 favorite. The one that's, Mick said, looked just sensational here as we take a look at Lady Thornhill David Donk. Won her 3-year-old season finale.
Yeah, first start of the year for a barn that's going well right now. Got the job done with Yes and Yes yesterday afternoon. Jorge Vargas aboard.
Here's the 4, Infringement, Heeman Harkey, big price.
Kind of hard to figure out which surface this horse wants to run on. Randy Persaud puts this horse back on the turf, longest price on the board, and she probably should be.
Rick Schosberg and Raul Mena team up. 5-year-old debut for Freedom Machine.
Yeah, she's kind of, a little bit of a wild card in here. When she comes with her best effort, she can get a piece of this, and she's a square price at 21-1.
Solib at 5-1. Rudy Rodriguez trains 1 on the Belmont turf to break her maiden.
Yeah, I like Solib a lot today. I think the dirt race is going to prove to be a fantastic prep for this daughter of American Pharaoh. She should be on or close to the lead, and she's a good price at 5-1.
Tales of McKenna, double-digit odds, Trevor McCarthy.
Another one returning from a long layoff. We'd like to see some recency. Linda's horses usually need one off the break.
Here is the 8. She's a Mia 6-5 favorite, moving to the Christophe Clement barn.
You see the jockey change to Dylan Davis, and the trainer changed to Christophe Clement, and you're not surprised. She was second in the Tepin at a big price last time out. We'll see if she needs one off the bench as well.
Cannon Fire at 7-1 outside Linda Rice. Won the debut. Wasn't supposed to. She was 15-1 that day.
Speaking of Linda Rice, they don't win more often than not first time on the turf. This filly did, and they usually improve second time, so watch out at 7-1.
And there's the 2. Sweet Franny Lou in the apprentice Jose Gomez rides.
Does Jose Gomez just blast off from that coveted inside draw now with Comzet coming out and try to lead him on a merry chase? I don't think Sola will be too far off of this one, but I'll tell you what. She's another one at a square price. I am stunned at all the money She's a Me is taking. Absolutely stunned.
You could bet the Kentucky Oaks and, of course, the Derby now on Naira Bets. And $20 bonus. Wager at least $100 on each track. Belmont, Churchill. And you'll get $20 whether you win or lose. Go to nairabets.com. You got to opt into that bonus as well to take advantage of that promo. So 6-5. Mig gave raving reviews of the appearance of this filly right here. She's a Mia, narrowly defeated by Vergara in that Tepin to end her 2-year-old campaign. Vergara, Graham Motion filly, who actually went on to try the Bourbonnette Oaks on the Oaks Trail in her 3-year-old debut. Christophe Clement, here's what he's done on a trainer switch, turf routes the last 5 years, 10%.
Those are not good figures. Those are not good stats for a filly that's 6-5 right now. Look, she can absolutely win this race. Absolutely win this race. I just don't want her at that price because I feel like, and that stat, she has a lot of questions to answer. We're going to take a look at her last fall here over at the Big A in the Tepin on the inner turf course. And again, look, this is a gigantic effort. This is just her 3rd career start, 2nd on the turf. She paid over $125 when she broke her maiden. Doing nothing wrong here. This isn't a sale. This is just a trainer switch to Christophe Clement. So this was against Open Company. She's now in against State Breds. She gets Lasix for the first time. She's just too short of a price for me. And combine it with that stat, Greg. Right? 10%, 66 cent ROI.
A trainer who's patient, too, bringing them back.
Yeah.
And not more from really the Chad Round school of they're ready to win and have their best effort right off the bench.
They usually need a race. And there are some horses in here, and we're going to go to the number 6. I like Solib a lot. So one of the things that I'm a fan of this time of year, and even a little earlier, really a little earlier, when the turf horses return from the winter break, I love when a trainer puts a dirt race into them. I love having a little recency. The old adage is 3 works equal a race. So you get the horse fit in the morning, run him on the dirt. She actually ran really well on the dirt. She chased the pace, a pretty good pace, in the mud. Got beat just 2 lengths. It was first time Lasix. Now she has the race under her belt. She stretches out. She gets back onto her preferred surface, and she's 9-2.
2 minutes to post here in this 3rd from Belmont. Let's go back down to Mig.
I got to be honest, I love listening to Anthony talk about things like a horse having a dirt race, a true turf horse off the layup. That's an old school move. Me and Anthony grew up on the racetrack, particularly around here. Trainers like P.G. Johnson would do that all the time with a lot of success. So I really like hearing you point that out, Anthony. The 2-horse Sweet Franny Lou, I really like her. I think she really needed the last race. She's a filly that can get a bit up on her nerves. She's acting well. That's why she goes out late. I like having Jose Gomez, an apprentice that has made a really nice impression, has a great mentor and tutor in Angel Cordero Jr., one of the greatest riders in the history of our sport, and she gets that good inside draw. She's going to be my top selection at 7-2. I like what I'm seeing from the Tom Morley trainee, and I also like the trading places reference as well, Anthony. The 8, She's a Mia. I understand why she's favorite, and I can't pick her at 7-5, but if she loses, it won't be because of fitness. She is very, very fit. I can't believe she could look any more tucked up or defined. I like everything I saw. She does have cotton in her ears. They put cotton in horses' ears just to mute the sound a little, try to keep them a little bit, quieter and not as keyed up. Horses react a lot of times more to noise than anything else. But she looks fabulous on the racetrack. Just not at 7-5 for me, guys. But also, quickly, Cleveland Johnson, who had her, did a very good job with her, a really good horseman. I go all the way back to Eternal Prince in 1985. Cleveland Johnson was Eternal Prince's groom.
Pretty good company right there.
Since I was getting pushed around here in a stroller. So.
I hope. Is that true? You were here in a stroller?
I was here in a stroller. When I was born,
in some days.
When I was born, Angel Cordero and George Velasquez, their flowers beat my dad's to the hospital room. So I'm a lifer.
There she is, 3-2. It was a very good effort on the stretch out.
It was.
In stakes company as well. And now in against New York Breds in a first allowance condition.
Yeah, no, listen. Both her first 2 turf races were very, very good. But she's not running against a bunch of slouches in here. This is a nice field of seasoned horses, and she has to do it off a layoff, which is something, that stat that we showed a little while ago, says the barn does not do very well. So, at a short price, she'll beat me as well.
John Imbrial, the call. Here's race 3 from Belmont.
They're all in. And they're off. A good start for She's a Mia, but from the inside, there goes Lady Thornhill to the front. Lady Thornhill is the leader with Freedom Machine running in second. So Lib is now up to third. Sweet Franny Lou down on the inside in fourth. And alongside is the favorite She's a Mia, who is advancing from fifth. 2.5 lengths back to Cannon Fire in sixth. The trailers are Infringement and Tales of McKenna. The leader is So Lib, getting away here to lead by 2 lengths. Lady Thornhill runs in second, and then She's a Mia on the outside with Freedom Machine down towards the rail, the opening quarter, over the firm turf in 24 seconds. Sweet Franny Lou races in fifth, now 7 or 8 lengths from the front. And then it is Infringement, followed by Cannon Fire and Tales of McKenna. So Lib ran the half in 48-1 and leads by 2.5 lengths. Lady Thornhill in second. She's a Mia on the outside in third as they go around the far turn. So Lib in front by almost 3. Lady Thornhill remains in second. She's a Mia on the outside in third. Sweet Franny Lou now moves up on the extreme outside. Freedom Machine is down at the rail. And then it is Cannon Fire. They are at the top of the stretch. So Lib, She's a Mia. She's a Mia on the outside of So Lib with Sweet Franny Lou coming on down the middle of the course. She's a Mia has come away with the lead. Sweet Franny Lou now to challenge on the outside. Sweet Franny Lou to the front. She's a Mia back running in second. Sweet Franny Lou from off the pace to win it. She's a Mia was second. So Lib held third.
And I wonder if Tom Morley was saying to this young apprentice, we're going to try new tactics and sit back today and make a late run. Wow, did it work. I think most believed this filly was going to be up or near, if not on the lead.
That's why he had that outfit on. He was being sneaky today with the overcoat and the hat on. I'm going to tell you what. I was just talking out loud when the gate opened. Whose idea was this? Why would they take her off the lead today? I was happy as a clam when So Lib was on the front end, left to her own devices by herself. This was a fantastic job by Jose Gomez and whoever else was responsible for taking a filly whose bread and butter was the front end and coming from off the pace to get the job done at a robust 4-1 today.
By the way, Tom Morley just walked by. A little tip of the cap to you.
Did he? That's a great job, Tom. That was you,
Tremendous.
Tom. Great job.
Great tactics, changing things up with this filly and winning second off the bench here. It's a nice win, holding off a very nice stakes place filly against Open Company in this Clement one. She's a Mia.
Yeah, ran well. She ran well off the layoff. These horses need a start. That's what that stat told you. They need a start.
Sweet Franny Lou, Tom Morley, Jose Gomez, Newman Racing team up with a victory here. This third from Belmont. What'd she close at, by the way?
4-1. Favorite was 6-5, I believe. 4-1 over 6-5. So yeah, big race. Nice effort. Really nice effort. Second, that recency. It's important. Having that race off the bench always, always, always helps.
Big one coming up next. A lot of big ones still to come out at Churchill Downs. Grade 2, Ali Sheba. Big race in this handicap division, and a horse who's really asserted himself for Belmont. He's won 3 in a row, back-to-back graded stakes. Olympiad, he's the 4-5 favorite now. Junior Alvarado will be aboard.
He kind of, I was talking about this today on a radio hit I did about South Florida this winter, how Speaker's Corner was really the only one who impressed me. Olympiad kind of fell off the radar because he went and won over at the fairgrounds, and this is what you're seeing right here. You're seeing a big effort in the New Orleans Classic where he comes from just off the pace and is able to, make the lead at the 16th pole and just keep on going. He's turned into a real nice horse for Belmont, as has Speaker's Corner around the one turn. He kind of has the older horses. Surrounded here, and man, he's going to be awfully tough at 4-5.
Max Player, he had a huge moment late in that meet at Saratoga when he outdueled Happy Saver. They were 1-2 in that race, but Max Player getting the money, winning by 4 lengths with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
Love this shot right late in the day. You see the shadows up at the old spa. Just a fantastic view here. You get Max Player and Happy Saver. They're familiar foes. They've run against each other in both the Jockey Club Gold Cup up at the spa. Suburban here at over Big Sandy. Both coming back off breaks. We'll see if the recency that Olympiad has is that big of an edge over these two handicap horses.
And for Max Player, that's when Steve Asmussen was winning just about every single grade 1 that was being run in New York.
Yeah, the barn was on a heck of a run last year, and we'll see. We'll see how Max Player comes back. We'll see how Happy Saver comes back. I think I'm more interested in seeing how Happy Saver returns today.
He's got, of course, started his career perfect 5 for 5. He's faced some good ones, including a narrow second in the grade 1 to Maxfield last time out. This is his 5-year-old debut coming up. Bet Churchill Downs, Belmont on Oaks Day for a $20 bonus. Wager at least $100 on each track, and you'll get a $20 bonus whether you win or lose. Go to NairaBets.com. You got to opt in to take advantage of that bonus promotion. You can do that, of course, on the website, NairaBets.com. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Kentucky Oaks, the main event still to come. For the ladies, Echo Zulu, undefeated, the 2-year-old champion, not getting respect. Nest is. She's the morning line favorite for Todd Pletcher.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Get prepped to bet the greatest 2 minutes in horse racing with expert analysis from our panel of handicappers. Watch the Kentucky Derby preview show today, live on FS2, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Hale and Dale at Alapa. Good to have you with us on Kentucky Oaks Day. Derby Day tomorrow. Sweet Franny Lou. What a great job by these connections. Trained by Tom Morley. Jose Gomez aboard. Owned by Newman Racing to change things up. And it pays dividends with this filly, who now earns the second turf win of her career.
Yeah, really nice effort there with the change in tactics here, coming from off the pace. And, you know, on this turf course, you'd much rather be forward from the inside draw. But Jose Gomez and Tom Morley, whoever was responsible for this decision, was spot on. Took this horse off the pace today, got her out into the clear when they turned for home, and was able to run past the favorite like she instead was the favorite. Big effort from Sweet Franny Lou. I don't think you can really scoff at the effort from the favorite either, who she's and Mia probably needed that race off the bench.
Her best performances in production had all come being on the front end until today. They found something new with this filly, and that was well done by these connections. We go back to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Race 3 up next. 50,000 starter allowance. Essentially non-winners of 2 lifetime condition here in this spot. 6 furlong sprint. And we're going to kick things off at the post parade in a moment with Ridge Point. Don Von Hemel, one first time out was with Steve Asmussen, was claimed, and first off the claim did not go well.
Yeah, second off the 5-month break. Was in for the waiver last time. Jumps up to starter allowance conditions today.
Mega Tap next door. The only win came on turf.
A lot of brave trainers down there. A lot of guys claim horses off Steve Asmussen, and that's not something I would do. This horse is going to need to improve off his last 2 efforts.
Swift Tap. Ron Moquette. This one should be forward.
Yep, forward, 2 starts back. Kind of fell apart against much better last time out. Class relief should help.
Mini Conju tried going long against Ethereal Road. That didn't work out, and just won back to sprinting for maiden 50.
Cut back in the claiming race. This horse absolutely romped. Got a good setup that day in front of him, though.
There's Windcracker, Francisco Arrieta, and Greg Compton first off the claim.
Yeah, first off a bond that's winning at over 20% at the meet. We're going to need to get a little pace in front of him, and Arrieta's going to have to keep this horse a little closer today.
Huge number from this horse last time out. It was start number 12. It was a maiden 40 win, earned an 83 buyer for the victory.
First time in for the tag last time. Where did that race come from? Was the best hop a drop? Perhaps. Going to find out today at 2-1.
And Coach Happy outside 8-1. Just claimed off of Brad Cox, and a win for 20 maiden claiming in that race.
Not the wisest thing to do either, claim horses off Brad Cox. Yeah, this horse, they crawled home. This horse was able to hang on, survive, if you will.
By the way, fast track at Oaklawn, so ignore that good label. They are fast in Hot Springs. This is the one everyone's got to beat based off what he did last time out. As you mentioned, Rare Stripe, this 6 horse, dropped in for a maiden claiming tag for the first time in his career. And not only did he win, I mean, he ran figure-wise the biggest figure he's ever earned, not even close in his 12 career starts.
He romped. That's the only word for it. He romped. I don't know what you do with that effort. This is the horse I like. I like Swift Tap. Ron Moquette, good inside draw, enough tactical speed for Alex Cancheri to keep this horse in shouting distance early on. Now just trickled down to 2-1 favoritism. I thought this horse made a lot of sense.
He's coming out of a really tough race, too. He was just in against way too tough company last time out. He's now your favorite, this 3, Swift Tap. So it gets big class relief in this spot.
I feel like he should be. I feel like if I was Alex Cancheri with a murky pace scenario in here, I'd come out running.
Here's Mini Conju. Talked about him facing Ethereal Road, and that was Ethereal Road's coming out party. Just sensational maiden win that put him on the Derby trail for Dwayne Lucas. Unfortunately, he's a scratch in tomorrow's race for the coach. Got this horse back to sprinting. They dropped him in class, and last time out, dominant victory for maiden 50, and not far off that huge number that Rare Stripe earned.
True. Very true. I would prefer horses like Megatap, who have a little bit more of a body of work, who have several figs. I'm sorry, like Swift Tap. I'm sorry, too many taps in here. Who have a body of work, as opposed to a standalone fig that sticks out like a sore thumb. I don't trust those races necessarily.
Yeah, it's tough to see what we're going to get here from Rare Stripe the 6 and trust that number if he's able to reproduce. Maybe he has as a 5-year-old too. Coming back, second start of his 5-year-old campaign, he produces that number at start number 12.
Yeah,
the 6.
Full horse too, by the way. Not a gelding. He's a full horse at 5. You don't see that in the bottom level claiming ranks anyway too often.
That usually, 5-year-old making his 12th career start, dropping usually a play against. Not in that scenario. He ran the race of his life.
Yeah, it was an easy. It was as easy a win as you're going to see in start number 12. I can tell you that.
There he is, the 6. Can he back it up in his first test against winners here? It's the 3rd from Oaklawn. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Windcracker, Mega Tap, and Swift Tap all show speed. Rare Stripe is close up. So is Coach Happy, and so is Ridgepoint. So 6 of the 7 are trying for the front. The only one to take back is Mini Conjou. It is Coach Happy up the backstretch, a half length in front of Swift Tap in a second. Then it's a length to Ridgepoint. Rare Stripe is back to 4th now and about 2.5 off the lead. He's joined by Mini Conjou. Then comes Mega Tap at the rail, and the trailer is Windcracker, and the leader is Swift Tap. Swift Tap and Coach Happy, 1-2 around the far turn. Swift Tap ahead in front. Coach Happy is second by 3 lengths to a hard-ridden Rare Stripe. Then comes Mini Conjou to the outside, and Windcracker, 2 back to Mega Tap, and the trailer is Ridgepoint, and the leader is Swift Tap, and he gets away at the top of the stretch. It is Swift Tap now with a 2-length lead over Mini Conjou in second. Then to the outside and Windcracker, Rare Stripe is next. New leader, Mini Conjou, and now he's in front. Mini Conjou, Swift Tap is gone. Windcracker to the outside, trying to run down Mini Conjou. Mini Conjou drifts out. Windcracker had to check there. Mini Conjou, Windcracker, Rare Stripe, Mini Conjou. First across the wire, Mini Conjou on 3/4 of a length over Windcracker. Rare Stripe was 3rd, Swift Tap 4th.
Mini Conjou, this was the other one coming off a maiden win for maiden 50 last time out. We talked about that number not being too far off of what Rare Stripe had earned. Goes back to back.
First 1/8 of a mile, there were 6 horses across the track. You know who wasn't one of them? Mini Conjou. And you're going to see Edwin Gonzalez go to the left-handed crop here. He's going to come out. He's going to take Windcracker's path away, seemingly. Announcer kind of said check. I never saw Francisco Arrieta and Windcracker check. To me, that was a little race riding. I like seeing that. I wouldn't even bother taking a look at this. I don't think he did anything wrong.
All right.
Good ride by Edwin Gonzalez.
Keep you posted. When we come back, we're going to take a short timeout. Lots more coming up from Belmont, from Oaklawn, and of course, a lot more still ahead on Kentucky Oaks Day under the Twin Spires. Todd Pletcher trying to get a 5th Oaks victory. Princess of Silmar will have her story next.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club Champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2 on Kentucky Oaks Day. Live coverage from Hot Springs, Arkansas, Belmont, New York. We brought you the early part of that card at Churchill as well. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. All right, drama, third at Oaklawn. Let's take a look at the stretch.
Yeah, Mini Conjou, Ryder Gonzalez going to switch to the left-handed crop right here. Going to drift out. Now, the old rule of thumb, Greg, is 1.5 lengths. On the pan, it certainly looked like it was at the very least 1.5 lengths. Take a look at the head-on here now. Maybe that'll tell a little bit of a better story. See, for me, you always want to see the head-on, but I see the pan. I see more than a length. I see daylight between these two horses, and I'm good. I'm not turning anything around. Oh, that's nothing. I got no dog in this fight, the proverbial dog in this fight either. That's nothing.
We'll see. Yeah, not a lot.
He didn't even take his whole path away. There was no contact. He didn't take his whole path away, and there was 1.5 lengths between rivals. This is a dismiss. Case dismissed. I don't see anything here. Move along. Nothing to see here, folks.
It did recorrect fairly fast.
Yeah. This is. I don't know. Who's squawking? Francisco Arrieta. Huh. Pretty aggressive rider.
Did go to a left-handed riding crop.
Maybe he's learning from Angel Cordero. No better actor. I mean, Angel should have 3 Academy Awards to go with his Eclipse Awards. Angel was the absolute best. The absolute best.
These riders, that's what they get paid to do, get every single advantage you can, by any way you can get put up. We'll see. 4-5, 6-3 unofficially. Hanging in the balance right now. We'll see. If you were a steward, you would say no change.
Yeah, I would have looked at this for 30 seconds and dismissed it.
We will keep you posted, let you know what the stewards decide. Back in that third at Oaklawn, we've just been told it has been made official and no change. Mini Conjou remains your winner. Elvin Gonzalez, Kelly Von Hemel, B4 Racing, so back-to-back wins for the son of Mr. Speaker.
B4 is a bingo reference, I would believe. B4.
Probably. Oaks still to come later today.
Yes.
Fascinating race. 2-year-old champion filly, undefeated, one of 3 undefeated runners in that group. And Todd Pletcher going to try and beat Echo Zulu in that spot. He's got the morning line favorite Nets. He's got another intriguing runner as well who comes in undefeated. Tremendous success Pletcher's had in this race. Ask almost any owner in this sport why they're in this sport. It's to be on racing's biggest stage, to get your picture taken on days like the Kentucky Oaks, the Kentucky Derby. For Ed Stanko, that actually was the furthest thing from his mind when he bred a horse to a mare of his that had just one lifetime win.
Princess of Silmar. Princess of Silmar. Princess of Silmar has taken.
We call the house that Princess built. Every day we walk in, it all comes back every single day. Storm Dixie's first race was here at Saratoga, and that was the only race she ever won. 1 for 10. We got her appraised for about $20,000. I said, Todd, I think we're going to breed her. We have nothing to lose. We're not breeders. We're not commercial breeders. What else are we going to do? The markets are low. And so we decided to breed her. We found the ideal candidate for her was to go to Grand Slam. I'm in the office back in New Jersey, and I get a call, 8 o'clock in the morning. Ed, we have a problem. Grand Slam got kicked the night before, has no interest in your mare. None. I go, well, what do I do? They said, well, we've got this young one, Majestic Warrior. Don't worry, he'll be good. I said, but he's a freshman sire. There's no numbers. And so how long do I have to decide? I got to call my partners. You got about 10 minutes. I said, well, why don't we just do it? She's born on Silmar Farm, and then it came time to name her. We couldn't come up with a name. Why don't we name her Princess Silmar? So Ronnie Houghton says to Betsy Houghton, how can you name her that? My God, what if she's not good? She went up to Todd in June of 2012 as a 2-year-old. I said, Todd, she's a PA bred, let's teach her to win. That's what they said in the Seabiscuit movie. What did I know? The first horse I ever bred, let's teach her to win.
There's 70 yards to go, and Princess of Silmar has won it handily.
We brought her up to New York, and we went in an allowance race in December. She won by 7 lengths. And before I got out of the parking lot, I started getting the offers. It was unbelievable. Then we went on, we won the Busanda, and she won that by another 5 lengths. The offer for her at the time was $500,000. I just didn't even think about it. And then Todd called back the next day and said, now they want to offer you $600,000 for her. And I said, Todd, it sounds like a pretty good deal. And Todd said, if she can stay healthy and she goes on to win a big race, and I think she can, will you be able to live with that the rest of your life? And I said, forget it, we're never gonna sell her. Close hatches beat us in a gazelle. Princess came in, I think lost by about 3 lengths. I said, well, I don't think we should look at Kentucky Oaks. Todd said, no, we'll ship her. You know, a horse like this, that's what you do. You go to Kentucky, we'll ship her and we'll see what we think. So now we're down in the paddock, it's race time. She's 38-1. And I go, Todd, do we really belong here? Todd goes, Ed, there's gonna be speed. She comes from behind. We'll be okay.
Princess of Silmar and Mike Smith with a huge upset chance on the far outside. They're coming to the finish, and Princess of Silmar has pulled off a shocker in the Kentucky Oaks.
The adrenaline rush is so high that we couldn't remember how we got from the stands to the winner's circle. The only thing I can remember is at 38-1, when you win a race like that, there aren't a lot of people cheering except for your group. Our target race was always the Alabama. That's the race I wanted. That's the one that I thought was really the best race of all fillies, going the 1.25 miles. I mean, that's big time stuff.
And they're off in the Alabama.
They're out the half pole, and Tom says, well, Princess has yet to do any running yet. And then coming around the turn, Tom Durkin goes, you know, there she goes, picked them off, 1, 2, 3. And the place exploded.
They're coming down to the line. Princess of Silmar ran like a champion this afternoon.
It was incredible. I tell people, you get a glimpse of perfection. You know, my whole dream since I was 8 was to saddle a horse at Saratoga and then to go on and do this. It makes you humble. I remember my son Randy saying, Dad, she's number 1. She's number 1 in the world. My God, how'd that happen?
A horse of a lifetime for Ed Stanko and his family. Got to know his entire family. They're incredible. And the thing that stands out to me, it's so great to hear Ed get emotional about it because it's such a great moment. Great year she had. But for Todd Pletcher to put his reputation on the line for Ed, that's a lot of money to turn down, $600,000, and have the conviction to say, I think she can do some pretty big things. She was 38-1 when she won the Oaks.
A daughter of a majestic warrior out of a dam that was 1 for 10. They're offering you $600,000 off a Busanda win.
Not many would turn that down.
You take it. You take it. You know, looking at that bio page, you forget just how good she was as a 3-year-old. Beat older fillies when the Beldame was a grade 1. I mean, I forgot just how good she was, and then she had some absolute battles and wars as a 4-year-old. The close hatches, the Ogden Phipps here would close hatches on Belmont Day in 2014. Yeah, just a real nice hickory filly. Who you sometimes, you know, I think when you think of Rachel and Zenyatta and Songbird and all these other fillies that we've seen in the last dozen years or so, she kind of gets lost in the shuffle a little bit, but she was fantastic.
Well, Todd Pletcher is going to have a chance for a 5th Kentucky Oaks. He's got 3 fillies in it this year. I actually believe all three are very intriguing in this race. A lot of talk about Shahama coming over here from the UAE, and even Goddess of Fire has some intriguing races that you can make a case for. It's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, Nest, the morning line favorite, the leader of that trio for Pletcher. We got a post parade coming up here at Belmont, which we're going to get to right now. Fourth race is up next on the card. 6 furlongs, state bred, $25,000 maiden claiming event. Yes?
We're good and sealed now, by the way.
Thank you.
Good and sealed. There's your favorite.
Vincent.
Co-favorite. Vincent.
Dylan Davis will be aboard.
Yeah, Galliano Stables actually sitting right next to us here in our studio today. No Jay a long time. Oscar Barrera the third, now 5-2. Jump starter. Going to jump starter next. Blinkers off, Lasix.
Yep, blinkers off. There's one. Hector Carrasquillo on board. Has done very little running in 2 starts so far.
That is being kind to horses that do little running. Yes, Greg.
Next door, the 2, Trevor McCarthy on board, Limit Up, Bob Classeris.
Not a ton of form to go off of in this race. This filly's another one. She's 0 for 4, has never hit the board. She's dropping back down to the lowest level of her career.
Act accordingly, Jose Gomez, masterful in that last race with those new tactics. Michelle Nevin on a first-timer here.
Yeah, you see front bandages with a little moisture in the track here. Michelle Nevin, old school trainer. First-time Lasix for this son of Lauban.
Something Majestic has produced not a whole lot. Actually, the debut might have been the best. Has gone downhill since.
Yeah, it's been nothing but down ever since. The blinkers didn't seem to help. The Lasix hasn't seemed to help. We'll see if a return to Belmont Park does the trick.
Not familiar with this expression, crock of gold. Doesn't happen for a lot of us.
Could use some.
10-1, Heeman Harkey will ride for Gary Siaka.
Hit the board once in 11 starts. Woke up a little bit last time when the blinkers came off.
El 24, Rudy Rodriguez, Luis Cardenas.
The 24. See if Rudy and Luis Cardenas can team up here. This horse, Boom Boom Kaboom, came back to win another race after the win last time out. Maybe this horse will wake up as well.
Who started, 0 for 23, I believe, and then went 2 for 2?
That's correct.
I got to have it. The 8 went by 33-1. Here's the favorite now, 3-2, outside for Jimmy Ryerson.
I got to have it. The 8 is yet to be the horse. The number 9, Baron Marquis. I'll tell you what. I thought this horse was going to be 2-5 today. And you know what? This horse probably should be 2-5 in this race.
All right, we'll get back to it. First, we're going to send it downstairs to Mig. Mig, who do you like in the Kentucky Oaks?
I really like Secret Oath. I like the inside draw for her. She doesn't have to maneuver to get to a ground-saving position. I thought she had a terrible trip in the Arkansas Derby. She should have been a lot closer after getting mugged at the start. She middle moved, a move that horses cannot sustain. She gets back with fillies. I think Wayne Lucas takes down the Kentucky Oaks with Secret Oath from the rail. But deepest, most contentious Kentucky Oaks I can remember in a long time. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's talk about these maidens here at Belmont Park. The 2-horse Limit Up. Actually, this horse is okay. His start 2 starts back when he was beaten 15 lengths for maiden 25. He was shut off badly at the 8th pole. He was going to be second that day to Boom Boom Kaboom, and it kind of really muddied up his form. I love the way he warmed up under Trevor McCarthy. Got a good foot over the sealed track, and I'm going to pick Limit Up. I just like everything I saw from him. And the fact that, his race 2 back was much better than it appears for that 13 buyer figure and how badly he got stopped. I mean, he clipped heels at the 8th pole. The first-time starter, the 4, Act Accordingly, made a nice impression. Looks good. Get Jose Gomez. Spoke with Michelle Nevin. Just ask about horses' gait habits. Try to get a little clue. She said the horse has been very good out of the gate in the mornings. Sometimes it doesn't always translate to afternoons, but she seemed like she felt pretty happy with his morning trials from the starting gate. Horse that's just a big long shot, and rightfully so. His form looks terrible on paper, but this horse looks fantastic on the racetrack as the 8. I got to have it. I mean, this horse is dappled out. Bob Dunham, old school horseman. This horse looks great. I mean, last time he stumbled badly at the start. Maybe that had something to do with how bad he performed. But if he runs to his looks, he's going to outrun his odds. Like I said, I'm picking the 2 Limit Up, but this horse should outrun his odds if he runs to his looks. And then your favorite on the outside, Baron Marquis. I tell you what, he deserves to be the favorite. This is one of the smallest racehorses I've ever seen. He's just got no size to him whatsoever. Maybe that's a good thing. He'll run right over the top of the sealed track, but I just thought I'd point out, very, very small horse.
Mig, thanks. Even money on Baron Marchese outside. I hope I'm getting that right. Don't forget, you can bet the Kentucky Oaks. You can do it now. Advanced wagering. You can also bet tomorrow's card as well on Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app. I'm with Mig. I'm a Secret Oath fan. I think she gets it done today for the coach.
Yeah, she can. She could. I like Echo Zulu. You guys can all come try and catch me today. And Richie's right, by the way. You see the size comparison between the 9 and the pony?
He is a little. Sorry.
That's the surprising part of it. More often than not, when they're a little more petite, they're fillies.
There's
nothing
up
to him.
Trevor McCarthy on the 2 for Bob Clissaris. Turf to dirt for this horse at 5-1. Been at this level before. Had a tough trip, but just has not shown much on dirt in 3 starts.
No, he hasn't shown much, period, in 4 starts. Hard to really endorse him. I thought El Venti Quattro to 7 could wake up for a piece in here. If you take his PPs apart, I've tried different things with him. Last time was the first time sprinting with Lasix. He didn't get off to a great start. Maybe with a little bit of a better break, he can get a piece. I'm not saying I don't think he can win. It'd be tough for him to win this.
And what about Mig going to talking about the 8, just appearance-wise, saying he looks sensational in here. 4-year-old by Giant Surprise. He's 27-1. Debuted on turf, did not run really a step. Then on dirt, probably even worse, but stumbled terribly out of the gate. So maybe put a line through that race. But, wow, 2 starts, no ability to this point, but a big endorsement from Mig as we see a rider off the 5 here. Something Majestic, Luis Rodriguez Castro, as they take a look at the 5.
Not going to knock anybody for trying to find a price in here, I can tell you that.
Hops back aboard, so it looks like everything A-OK. This horse actually started out against a lot tougher company, State-Bred Maiden Special. Did show some ability, some early speed against better on a couple of occasions. Didn't really stick around too late in those races. And again, has had a try at this condition where certainly was a disappointment. There's Vincent.
Vincent's a little interesting. All the money Vincent took early on. Drifting up, he's still 3-1. I mean, that's a short price on this horse because he was a horse that was tipped out of the Ray Handel barn first time out, tipped enough that he was claimed. And those 2 subsequent starts they're not good.
Field full of runners who have shown that they have not produced much with multiple chances on the racetrack, with the exception of this one right here. This guy, this small little son of Klimt, 60 buyer, distant second last time out at this level. He's odds on. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And the rough. It is Vincent along with Limit Up. Limit Up, Vincent, Act Accordingly now moves up, and Something Majestic is right there. So 4 of them heads apart for the early lead. With Crack of Gold racing in 5th. El Venti Quattro is on the outside and in 6th. Baron Marchese is next in 7th, and then it's 4 lengths back to I Gotta Have It in 8th. And away back is Jump Starter in 9th. The quarter over the Good and Seal track in 22 and 1/5 seconds. And now Limit Up has gotten away from the field. Limit Up is in front by 4 lengths. Vincent runs in second. Then Something Majestic. Down on the inside is Act Accordingly. And then El Venti Quattro and Baron Marchese. They come into the stretch. It is Limit Up with a 3-length lead. Vincent runs in second. Big break. Back to Something Majestic in third, and then El Venti Quattro. Limit Up is trying to hold off Vincent here with a 16th to the finish. It's Limit Up and Vincent has the momentum and is on to victory here. Vincent won by 3. Limit Up was second, and El Venti Quattro finished third.
Vincent, 4-year-old son of McLean's Music. Debuted at this level, ran second first time out, kind of had gone backwards 2 starts since. Breaks his maiden today.
Yeah, tipped first time out, claimed second time out. Didn't do much running in the second start. A little more running last time. leading rider in the winter meet at the Big 8. Dylan Davis getting the job done, running down the loose on the lead. Limit Up in the final stages. They beat the third horse, Greg. Elventi Quattro got third. Oh, wow. Favorite. Got bumped. You caught it right away. Got bumped at the start, did the number 9, Baron Marquis. I Gotta Have It. Bumped him leaving out of there and just never really fired from there forth. 4 to 5. Nowhere to be found.
Well, these two riders, they were neck and neck for a long time in that Aqueduct winter meet. In the end, it would go to Dylan Davis. Trevor McCarthy, he wound up runner-up of the meet. Dylan riding with just so much confidence right now. And gets the win here on this
So
son
strong.
of McLean's Music, Oscar Barrera, Gagliano Stables.
Dylan's come back from that injury almost a year ago. Really, really strong. So much stronger. See him finish, see him extend. Yeah, turned into a good little rider.
Goes off at 3-1 in the end. With a favorite, the 9 went off at 3-5 at post time. We'll be back with prices right after this.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on Kentucky Oaks Day. Great to be with you. Our program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Oaks and Derby. Head to the website or download the app. Derby 25, that promo code to use at sign up. Vincent Dylan Davis coming off at that Aqueduct winter meet, the first riding title of his career, just 27 years old, and he has taken his game to the next level.
You see owner Jay Galliano and the boys there. My dad took out his trainer's license in the late 70s. The first guy he trained horses for was for Jay's uncle Charlie, who was a near and dear friend to the family, passed a bunch of years ago, but always good to see Jay in the winner's circle.
And Trevor McCarthy doing what he could to try and get Limit Up to the wire first. Held off everybody with the exception of Vincent.
And you kind of feel like Limit Up, this was the day, right? And unless he catches a similar bunch next time, he's never going to have things easier. Just a 4 or 5 length lead around the racetrack, and he really just got very tired at the 16 pole. Very tired at the 16 pole. And Vincent lived up to the hype in his debut. Vincent ran well in his debut. It was a good fig. He just didn't come back to a couple of starts to come back to it. He got 860 if you were still a believer today.
Started the pick 6. 3-1, and you beat what, a 3-5 odds-on favorite off the bat.
Yes, you did.
We're going to head back to Hot Springs, Arkansas. 4th coming up next at Oaklawn Park Mile on the 16th. State-bred $20,000 maiden claiming race as we get set for our post-parade. And we'll begin with big long shot Milu Rocket.
Raising class for this daughter of Macho Rocket. Stretches out in distance.
2 sprints and the stretch out for Fibrillator from post 2.
Barn looking for the second win of the year. Alex Cancheri climbed the board. 41-1 win third last time out.
Closing sprinter. Will she appreciate the extra ground going longer? 2020 redo. Blinkers going on with Francisco Arrieta.
That's a great name. Blinkers
really
go on. The source was close in one sprint. Let's see if the stretch out and the rider change to Arrieta help get the horse even closer to the front end this afternoon.
2 sprints, and then they stretched out this filly, Alleluia Angel, and it did not pan out. It was against Tougher. It was open company.
Yeah, still trying to find their way with this daughter of Ordained, who's taking a little money at 10-1.
Ken Keed has not beat a single horse in 2 career starts.
Now stretching out is King Keed. Trainer Ramo Quet actually thought this horse had a little talent, and she just hasn't shown it yet.
18-1 next door. This is Miss Dutton. First time going longer.
Another one trying to go long here as the season wraps up at Oaklawn. Kelsey Haar for Robert Klein.
Next door, Sweetness 2, 5-2 favorite right now, and will stretch back out. Tried going long once, was a distant third.
Yeah, unlike most of her rivals, she at least has been around 2 turns. It wasn't a terrible effort. She showed speed, 2 and 3 back. We'll see if Calvin Burrell keeps her close today.
8 starts for Spotsmain Girls, not yet hit the board. It's been off since May of last year. And here's the 9, Jerry Dawn.
Yeah, Jerry Dawn takes the blinkers off. The horse debuted and ran first 2 starts without blinkers. See if the removal of the Rogues badge helps today.
And Tall and Long, major contender. I actually thought this one might be favorite. Speed, stretch, and back out. And the only time she went a mile and a 16th, she only missed by a nose.
Yeah, but it was a 21 by her speed figure. They went the mile and a 16th. You ready for this? In 1:51 and 1. That's a mile and a 16th.
Have you seen this field?
I have. I know me and you could probably go a mile and a 16th in a horseshoe in 1:49 and 3, though. I'm pretty fast for my size, Greg. I don't know about you.
I'll take your word for it. Naira Bets, we got you covered from coast to coast. Get $10 win or lose when you bet Golden Gate Fields today. Go to NairaBets.com for details on the Golden Gate Fields bonus and all the Naira Bets promotions. Have you been on a horse trying to, a jockey style, feet up high in the stirrups?
Absolutely not.
You've not?
Okay. Zero chance of that happening.
I had a day at jockey school, and I realized that I wasn't going to be a jockey.
Driven in 8 or 9 harness races, media races.
How'd that go?
I finished second 3 times.
Did you really?
Yeah, third. I got parked a mile once. I had a horse go off stride on me. I ran the gamut. I just never won. I'm going to get back in the sulky, and I was about 130 pounds heavier when I drove. I feel like I'd be a little bit more agile now in the bike. I'd like to get back in the sulky. Maybe we'll get up to maybe it's when we get up to Saratoga, we'll head over to Saratoga Harness one morning and try and get in the jog cart with a couple.
That'd be fun.
That'll be fun. Yeah, it's a good time. It's an adrenaline rush. I can only imagine what it'd be like to be on top of a thoroughbred. Oh. I know what it feels like to be behind the standard bred. I can only imagine on top of a thoroughbred.
Coming up here, 5-2 on this 7 Sweetness 2. Did you see it as just the 7 and 10, or do you think that there was another contender in this spot?
I never see these races as 2 horses. I never want to. I never want to just settle on favorites.
The majority of this field stretching out, trying something they've never done before. So there's a few X Factor runners in here.
2020 redo, the number 3. The blinkers go on. Gets the leading rider. I would imagine the plan today is to be forward with this horse. The other 2 speeds are the 2 favorites, really. Especially Tall and Long. She saddled with that outside draw. And I would imagine Arrieta and the blinkers and this just combination of the draw. I would imagine the 2020 redo, the number 3, is the one that's forward in here. But again, you're betting this horse on the come. This horse has never hit the trifecta in 4 career starts. You really want to take 7-2 on this horse?
I do not.
No.
Tough one to take any kind of price. Severe lack of form from just about the entire field. Tall and Long, outside post, at least gets drawn outside in here, going back long. You mentioned the time when she did get beat a nose. Also had, not only was it a 21 by her speed figure, she had a 3.5 length lead in the stretch, and she got run down.
I failed to mention that. I don't want to beat up on her too hard.
It's all you can really say, and the comment line captures it well. Fell apart late.
Yeah. What else can you say for a 21 buyer speed figure?
But does she find the right field today? We're about to find out. Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's the fourth from Oakland.
They're at the post. They're off. Spots Main Girl blew the break. Alleluia Angel and Sweetness 2 break well. 2020 Redo, Tall and Long, and Miss Dutton are next. Then Milu Rocket, followed by Fibrillator and Kincaid, Jerry Don. And the slow start has Spots Main Girl at the back of the pack. Alleluia Angel to sprint away at the clubhouse turn. It's a 2-length lead on Sweetness 2, who's a half-length in front of 2020 Redo. Then comes Tall and Long, reserved off the pace today. She's fourth and about 2 from the front with Milu Rocket at the rail. 2 lengths to Jerry Don and Miss Dutton. They've got about 6 lengths to make up. Spots Main Girl is moving after that slow start all the way up now in front of 3 horses and about 7 from the front. The 3 that she's in front of are Miss Dutton, Kincaid, and the trailer is Fibrillator. And they're up the backstretch with Alleluia Angel, the leader. Alleluia Angel, a half length to Sweetness 2, who inches closer in second for the Hall of Famer. 2020 Redo stays at the rail. Tall and Long is still fourth and about 2 from the front with Milu Rocket just inside of her. Jerry Don has 5 lengths to make up. She's a length and a half in front of Fibrillator, who's moved up. Here's Fibrillator on the move at the rail. Then Spots Main Girl, 3 back to Miss Dutton. Kincaid is the trailer, and Alleluia Angel is still the leader. Jerry Don is making a very big run in the center of the racetrack, and Jerry Don has moved up outside of Sweetness 2. These 3 across the track. 2020 Redo is fourth with 2.5 to make up. Top of the stretch, Alleluia Angel. Sweetness 2 and Jerry Don. 2020 Redo is 2 from the front. Sweetness 2 now takes the lead. 2020 Redo is going to try to split horses and come after Sweetness 2. It is Sweetness 2 in front. Jerry Don to the outside. 2020 Redo. Sweetness 2. Jerry Don. 2020 Redo. Sweetness 2 in front. Sweetness 2 won by a length and a quarter. Jerry Don was second. I think Arietta misjudged the finish line with 2020 Redo dropping back to about 5th.
Sweetness 2. She tried stretching out, third start of her career. That was against much tougher State Bred Maiden Special. Tries it again this time against much softer competition. And Calvin Burrell, we saw him get the first win of the meet just last week. Now he collects another one.
He survived. She survived the mile and the 16th better than the rest of her rivals today. And yeah, 2020 Redo seems to be getting a little tired late in the game here. I think might get nailed for 4th on the money by the 1.
So Sweetness 2, 8th start of her career, able to get that maiden-breaking win, stretching back out in distance. Big one still to come later today under the Twin Spires. Fillies in that Kentucky Oaks. Where are you going to wind up?
I like Echo Zulu. The defending 2-year-old filly champion is going to be able to get, I would think, loose on the lead unless Ugiri, who right to her inside, tries to go. I think Joel Rosario will be aggressive, put her on the front end. I think the champ is here, and the champ is here to stay. I think she leads them gate to wire in the Kentucky Oaks this afternoon.
We will find out. Is she up to the task of a mile and an 1/8? She was so far ahead of the competition from the get-go when she debuted as a 2-year-old. I know she wasn't fully cranked in that comeback race as a 3-year-old, but questions remain. Has she progressed from 2 to 3?
Yeah. We'll find out today. You see the tote board a lot tighter than the morning line. Both Secret Oath and Nest at 3-1. Both Echo Zulu and Kathleen O at 4-1. Everybody else in double digits. In fact, the next closest price is one of the Pletcher trained fillies, Shahama, the import from the Middle East. She's at 16-1 as your 5th choice right now.
She's that other undefeated filly in the group, tackling obviously a whole new level of competition coming here, kind of the X factor. You and I done? I enjoyed it, my friend.
Good job today. A lot of fun, make
well.
some money. Yeah, hopefully we can keep it going through the weekend.
Don't forget, coming up tonight, Derby Preview Show. You'll catch that on FS2, 6 Eastern Time. Get all the analyst selections for the big day. And the run for the Roses is going to be tremendous Saturday. And you'll get all the information you need on that program coming up tonight. Who will take home that trophy? Lafitte, Pink Eye, Andy Serling, they are coming up next with more America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Stay tuned. Can the coach get it done in the Oaks with Secret Oath?
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Peek out the window. Go ahead. We do it all the time before heading outside. We want to know, is it hot, cold, raining, snowing? Horses, they're a lot like people. The weather affects them. When you're looking for winners, there are so many different ways that you could factor in weather conditions into which horse you pick. But let's start out with the most basic. In the top right corner of any race, there's a section described as wet. That lists the results for each individual horse over a wet track, like a muddy track, a sloppy track, or just a good track. The number on the far left represents how many times they've run over a wet track, and the next 3 numbers represent how many times they finished first, second, and third in those types of races. You can also find horses for courses by looking at how they've done over this racetrack in previous races.
Changing on the fly like a well-oiled hockey team. Sort of. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Alongside New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Welcome here, Belmont Park. Happy Kentucky Oaks Day to you.
I feel like we're very far apart. Would you like to be
closer
apart? No, I just feel,
You let me know when you're comfortable.
Closer to you.
You let me know when
I'd
you're
be comfortable if I was in bed or something. But it's great to be here.
They would not be comfortable if you were in bed.
Yeah. They'd be much more comfortable if I was in bed.
Exciting day of thoroughbred racing coast to coast. We have live action here from Belmont Park, of course, at Churchill Downs there, where we're just getting into the teeth of the stakes racing, all the lead up to the biggest race for 3-year-old fillies in North America, the Kentucky Oaks.
I agree, but it's, it's not dissimilar to our Belmont Stakes car where you have all these grade ones where you've got big races both today and big races tomorrow. So even though there are bigger races, there's still important races all weekend long.
We're going to hit the reset button, start it all over. Welcome in our new viewers here on America's Day at the Races. Welcome to our viewers on Valley SoCal. This is America's Day at the Races, as always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Inside our Belmont studio, he's Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Exciting Friday of thoroughbred racing coast to coast. Kentucky Oaks Friday at Churchill Downs and right here at Belmont Park. Good slate of races remain, including the flat out.
No, I agree. Looking forward to our races. We had some rain. We're still on the turf for the 5th coming up. The 7th and 9th came off. But you can't do anything about the weather, and looking forward to the card today, talking about some races with you, talking about the race this weekend, Oaklawn, Churchill, big races, lots to look forward to.
And this flat out that could have implications for the Brooklyn 1.5 mile Belmont Stakes weekend. 1 3/8 marathon on the main track. Field is 6. First Constitution 7-5, the favorite. Post position number 2, Andy. This was the Jazzle at Aqueduct late January.
Yeah, he took advantage of a gold rail this day, which exaggerated his performance. He broke through the gate, or he had a bad start last. I think it was a bad start last time, and he just wasn't himself that day. Now, that's a bad sign. But one thing I'll say about Todd Pletcher, who has First Constitution and Portos, he has been extremely tough in these long-distance dirt races we're running here. He just has the ability to see the horses in his barn, and I would say he's guessing well, but I don't think a trainer as sharp and as accomplished as Todd Pletcher is guessing. At the very least, they're educated guesses.
In races like the Birdstone Saratoga, in the Brooklyn here, in the flat out, you can always count on him being well represented.
And they're horses that often you look at and say, he's not that good. But they just seem to get better with distance. Now, listen, we know locally owned can handle the distance. Maybe 1 3/8 is too short for him, but he's run well at even the shorter distances. He won the 1 5/8 race, and we'll talk about him. But I thought First Constitution might be a better horse. It's close. I think it's close to him, and I don't rule out Portos. I'm not leaving out a bigger price Todd Pletcher runner.
No, it's a competitive race. 6 of them. First Constitution, 7-5 morning line favorite, Jose Lascano, just to his outside, aforementioned locally owned, Flying P Stable. Mr. Provenzano has some pretty good long-distance dirt horses, doesn't he? This is one of them. Luckily, locally owned in the Jockey Club last September, 1 5/8, 18-1 on that afternoon.
It's the Grand Prix American Jockey Club. I want you to get it all right, okay? We're in New York. It's important. The thing I'll say about this race, and I don't want to knock him, and he beat Lone Rock, his stablemate, who's extremely good. This was a super strong inside bias. And I thought this ride, I believe it was Dylan Davis, was an exceptional ride to get the money in here and upset Lone Rock. However, even with the rail advantage, you take it away, and he loses by 2, maybe 3 lengths even to Lone Rock. And I'm not sure that doesn't make him the horse to beat in here anyway, because Lone Rock, some people may remember his Brooklyn last year.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the only 1.5 mile race in the card, and it wasn't quite as fast as the Belmont Stakes, but it might have been more impressive seeing him power away from the field by 10.
Best long-distance dirt horse in the country, Lone Rock, locally owned here. What does he have to do? What has to happen for him to defeat First Constitution and company? What's the key to victory?
Well, I mean, I think the thing with him is the distance is going to work for him. Yeah. You don't really know that it's going to. Now, Blewett won at 1 3/8 last time, albeit against lesser, but he did get it done. I don't think you know for sure that Todd Pletcher's runners are going to like the distance.
Grand Prix Jockey Club winner. Look at Maggie sneaking in there, getting in the winner's circle picture. Smiling for the cameras and celebrating a big win there. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Races 5 through 9. Late pick 5 about to get underway here at Belmont Park. Good main track. Races 7 and 9 off the turf. Also, Oaklawn races 5 through 8. All coming your way on America's Day at the Races as we say hello to Acacia Courtney standing by. Acacia, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Lafitte. In the rain-out location here in the paddock, just a light drizzle. But we'll talk about a couple of horses in this 5th race, starting with the number 4, High Tide, your favorite, who got back on the turf last time out with a big win for trainer Carlos Martin. Now, this is a horse that sometimes can live on his nerves a little bit. I've seen him accompanied by the pony in the past. Did not saddle with a pony nearby, but will leave the paddock escorted by that lead pony. Just kind of acts as a bit of a security blanket. He started dragging his groom around the paddock once they got the tack on him, and that accompanied pony seems to kind of settle him a little bit. Definitely the right surface for him, and thought that he ran a huge race last time out, and very, very fit now, second time off of this freshening. The number 8, Coffray, is being a bad boy here in the paddock today. Saw him down in Florida for a few times, and I've always wanted to see him try the turf and finally got my wish last time out, though those other 2 off-the-turf races at Gulfstream were on the Tapeta. He was really well muscled, and I noticed they have a little bit of a different equipment on his face, a drop noseband, in order to keep his mouth closed and maybe give the rider a little bit more control with him. I've seen him sharp before. He's expending a bit too much energy for me here in the paddock, but physically, I like what I see from him overall, and hopefully Dylan Davis gets him to settle a bit more as they head out on track. The number 6 Supply Chain comes off of a disappointing effort at Keeneland last time out, and it seems like he was a little bit reluctant to switch over to his outside lead, just lacking a little bit of focus, maybe lacking some seasoning in that race. The debut at Tampa, I thought, was very strong, so we'll see if he can improve getting blinkers on today. Short Cup, I wouldn't want to see him go further than a mile. There's not much substance to him. He's a little bit more of a handier type, which these conditions today may actually suit quite well. Lafitte?
Keisha, thanks so much. Call to post for this 5th race. Here at Belmont, Post Parade Bay Street Money graduated on Grasswood Memorial Day Aqueduct.
Yeah, but that was the day to have this horse. It's a big price day if you like him, and he's not untalented, but I thought he'd have to step forward a little bit to beat these.
7 minutes out, Bay Street Money. Here's number 2, Shoddy. Johnny I loves calling his races, and I love listening.
I like this horse. I don't think he's good enough to win this race today, but you know, he's second off a layoff, and I think he's a little better than he looks off his 3-year-old form. He would have to improve to win here, but if you want a price horse, maybe throw him in.
11-1 currently. Alado has speed, not afraid to use it.
He's got speed. I just don't know if he has the stamina to win this, but it is a mile. I didn't like him, but you know, once again, I don't think the favorites are so strong in here that you shouldn't keep an open mind.
6-1, then the favorite here, High Tide. A daylight winner on grass at Aqueduct 3 weeks ago.
I have little doubt if he runs his last race, he's going to win this race. But Carlos Martin does not have great stats with horses off wins and turf routes, and I wonder if he's going to come back and run as well. He may have been really ready off the layoff, and I wonder if he takes a little step back. Still, he is the horse to beat.
3 jokers out, Supply Chain in, 9-2 contender.
You know, one of the things that concerns me with him is when he lost last time at Keeneland, the feeling was that maybe he didn't love the racetrack. Still, he ran a good enough fig. Maybe there were better horses. He's a generous price at 9-2.
See those colors in the Preakness Stakes early voting. Number 8, Cafra. It looks like he's found a home on grass.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but it does seem like he's just not fast enough to win. 4-5 last time, beat a first-time starter. Not my cup of tea.
Number 10, Irwin, Irish Colt, U.S. debut. Proven on synthetic, should be listed as a Ridgeling.
Has run 1 race on turf. That was a 1.25 miles in Ireland. Did not run particularly well. They'll find out where he stands here. He's a wild card at best.
To his outside, the White Duke, 33-1 upset winner 3 weeks ago at Aqueduct.
Of course, for David Bowie fans, then White Duke, and got an unbelievably great ride by Jorge Vargas in his last start to get the money. And this is a tougher field, but that was his first time going along in the turf for Dave Donk, and Dave Donk had the connections of friends of mine, Steve Christ, from used to be the Daily Race from New York Times, as well as Ken Durrett. He felt that he would be better going long. It sounded nuts to me, but you know what? That David Donk's a pretty smart guy.
He's pretty good. Learned from a pretty smart guy. Legendary Woody Stevens. No better time to sign up with Naira Bets. Join today, receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. You mentioned these statistics, Andy, for trainer Carlos Martin with High Tide pictured. What's that all about?
Well, I mean, I look at these situations because a lot of times horses are moving up a little in class. Now, this is a horse who's moving up theoretically, but not necessarily meeting a tougher field. But I look at wins off of wins. And in this situation, Carlos Martin's numbers are not particularly good. And that was a little bit of a cause for pause. I'm not saying you wouldn't use them, but I think when you look at favorites, you look at trainer stats. I use negative trainer stats for favorites and positive trainer stats for long shots.
And in High Tide's most recent, far back early, and winds up well clear, impressive win on this afternoon. Look at him picking off horses one by one.
And I'll tell you, there's an argument that saving ground was an advantage this day at Aqueduct on the turf. And the fact that he swooped around the field, I think it's an even added bonus. He ran very well. Now, the favorite who finished second here, a little bottled up in traffic there, but he was never beating him. Carlos had this guy ready to roll. He comes back and runs, I think, even a couple lengths worse, and he might be too good for these horses. I have no argument in being the favorite, but You know, I just didn't want to take him at a super short price here.
Extra credit because of where he launched his bid.
I agree. I mean, it's rare to see horses win when you feel like they didn't have the benefit of the racetrack when they win big. You don't see margins like that on the turf very often.
Not on grass. Coming up here 3 minutes out, of course, today, all about the 3-year-old fillies at Churchill Downs in the 148th running of the Kentucky Oaks. Nest is the 5-2 morning line favorite. You'll take a look at the field. We have an undefeated champion in there, Echo Zulu, last fall's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner. The field there. Those are updated. Those are updated. Updated odds with co-favorites, Andy. Secret Oath 3-1, Nest 3-1. Secret Oath, last seen chasing Cyberknife in the Arkansas Derby, gets to tangle with her own gender this evening.
And it's a big rider change to Luis Saez. Who had so much success riding Will Take Charge for Wayne Lucas back a few years ago, and longer than it feels, actually. And she did not get a good ride last time. I don't want to beat up on a lesser rider. And it was always a bit of an Achilles heel. And frankly, Wayne's mellowed over the years. In the old days, he probably wouldn't have stuck with that rider as long as he did, and he did. And it just seemed like every decision he made in the race was the wrong one. And it's hard because riders are faced with split-second decisions throughout the race. We're just so used to such terrific riders in New York that we're surprised almost when people don't give good rides. But it seemed like every decision he made, he lost position early, he was out of position. When the race was slowing up and the winner was making the winning move, the rider was going backwards with him. And then he commenced his rally when the race was speeding up, when he had to be wide in the turn. And I think she ran very well to be second. Unlikely she was best. She was certainly second best. And I just thought she'd get a good trip. I like the rail draw for her. She should get a good trip. Got
in a perfect world, then, if you're drawing it up on the chalkboard, how would you like to see Saez ride her today?
Well, I think he'll just... Saez is good at getting position with closers because he is an aggressive rider. So I think he's got to ride her for a little position, but they're going to get away from her. And I mean, one of the keys to the race is how aggressive is Yaguri? How aggressive is Florent Giroux? If he goes as he should and Echo Zulu has to stalk her, I don't think we're going to see a vicious pace, but I think we'll see an honest pace. And an honest pace obviously helps like a Secret Oath. It helps Kathleen O, and it helps Nest.
For trainer D. Wayne Lucas, Acacia won't have a chance to saddle his 50th Kentucky Derby runner. Ethereal Road has scratched, but he has the filly today. Secret Oath in the Kentucky Oaks. What do you make of her chances?
I think she has a very big chance. I too like the inside post for her. And I think over the last couple of years, the idea that Luis Saez is more of a speed rider has changed a little bit because he is very good at getting horses to settle. And you notice that when he gets them into a good position or they get comfortable, he kind of just lets them do their thing. And I really like that about Luis Saez. He's aggressive when need be, but he's also very good at reacting to what his mount shows from him. I think that Secret Oath is trained beautifully leading into this Kentucky Oaks. And I also love that the thought process was all along, try the boys in the Arkansas Derby and then go to the Kentucky Oaks. It was never an idea to put her through going to the Kentucky Derby. This was the game plan for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. And I've been a fan of her all along. I'm really excited to see her run today. And for me, the distance is not a question at all, as we know that she can certainly handle at least the mile and an eighth. But back to this race here today in New York. Horses warming up on track as the number 3, Alato. I know that the speed figures for this horse have not been nearly as quick as some of the others, but my goodness, this horse looks absolutely sensational today. Last time out in South Florida, he was really very, very sharp prior to the race, probably expending a little bit too much energy. He got on his toes, he was forward, but he wasn't doing too much. He was so much more focused and settled today versus what I saw from him, especially last time. Jose Gomez took him away from the pony, gave him absolutely beautiful warm-up out there today. Obviously, a turf course in New York, very different than a turf course down in Florida, and particularly when there's some moisture in it. So that's a little bit of a concern for me for this horse. I do still think that High Tide is the one to beat, but couldn't take my eyes off of Alato in the flesh. Just really, really strong and making a lovely impression out there. So I'll try to get an upset at a bit of a price, Lafitte.
Acacia going with Alato, 6-1. Andy with the 11. Thin White Duke. You're looking at the favorite, currently 2-1, High Tide. Just to follow up on Saez, he just won the Edgewood on a $30 filly at Churchill Downs, so he's found his groove. Not that he's ever not in a groove. Luis Saez, star jockey. And, you know, probably the best thing that ever happened to Secret Oath, Andy, was that she did not win the Arkansas Derby or earn enough points to compete in the Kentucky Derby.
I agree. I don't think Wayne was saying he wanted to necessarily run the Derby, but if she won the race and got the points, it would have been an endless discussion we would hear about. And I think this is best for her to run this race. She's not good enough to beat the boys.
Secret Oath. In the Kentucky Oaks, 3-1 co-favorite with Nest for trainer Todd Pletcher, a story within itself. Teacher, student, D. Wayne Lucas, Todd Pletcher. That's a little bit later on this evening at Churchill Downs at the gate. Final thoughts here before this 5th race and start of the late pick 5, Andy.
I'm going to try to get the 11 into the exacta and try with the 2 favorites, the 4 and 6. I didn't really understand why the 8's taking a lot of money, and I think Thin White Duke is a value play at 11-1 last night. Good trip or not last time. The horse ran well.
Pace, what are you expecting? Who will be in front early?
That is always a very, very good question. Don't you think that Gomez has to go with the number 3 Alotto?
He normally does.
Yeah, you would think he would. Well, he rated a horse for Tom Morley I liked earlier today, and I was cursing him upstairs. And Maggie and I joked about it later. And she said if I was there, I'd been doing the same thing. And he won from 5th with a horse that needs the lead, so that kid could do anything.
Post time. Time for the late pick 5 at Belmont. John Imbrial standing by.
There in the gate. And the rough. There's Bay Street Money and Alotto. Those two go out for the early lead with Supply Chain racing in 3rd. On the outside is Thin White Duke, who took a little bobble shortly after the start, is racing 4th right now. Coffray is in 5th. To the inside is Shorty. And then the trailers, High Tide, who is now moving up, and Irwin. Bay Street Money shows the way here. And now a quick move on the outside by High Tide. High Tide was at the back of the pack moments ago and is now battling for the lead and is now in front. High Tide takes over from Bay Street Money through a quarter in 24 seconds. Supply Chain runs in 3rd. Alotto's down on the inside in 4th. In between horses is Coffray, Thin White Duke on the outside. And at the back of the pack are Irwin and Shorty. High Tide leads the half in 47-1, and now they're midway on the turn. It is High Tide by 1.5 lengths. Supply Chain racing in 2nd. Thin White Duke far outside in 3rd with Bay Street Money down at the rail in 4th. And then it is Coffray and Irwin. They're at the top of the stretch, and it is High Tide with the lead. Thin White Duke ranging up on the outside, then Bay Street Money. Supply Chain is dropped back. Irwin is out in the middle of the course. It is High Tide who has the lead. On the outside is Irwin, who continues to gain, and a late move from Shorty, but no catching. High Tide and Jose Liscano.
That early move, High Tide, still able to hold on. Back-to-back wins. Aqueduct here at Belmont Park. High Tide, the favorite. 2-1, second choice actually at post time for this 5th race, Belmont.
Yeah, amazing that this horse wasn't favored. It's the power of Chad Brown, and Supply Chain did not run well at all in this race. And it's the kind of move that Jose Liscano made, is the kind of move that when they lose, everybody's attacking Jose. Well, we should say that it seemed like a goofy move, but Jose realized the pace was slowing up, and he said, I'm on the best horse. I'm going to take control of this race and let the chips fall as they may. I think the Thin White Duke sort of quietly ran well, caught wide the whole trip, and out there making that move. I thought he ran well, even though he sort of tired in the late stages, but there was no doubt that High Tide was much the best.
Closing in on a milestone, Jose Liscano, 3,000 career victories. That is 2,998 victories for Liscano. Multiple win day yesterday, going to work here with High Tide. Yeah, whenever you see that, specifically in a turf race, I'm sitting here thinking, like, where's the fire? But as you mentioned, sensing the slower pace, aggressive, and in the end, the winning move with High Tide.
And I'll tell you something. There's been talk, and legitimately so, there's been raining for a while, that maybe the course wasn't firm like it was listed. Given the pace, 134.95 the final time, I think this turf is firm. I mean, you're not going to get super fast times this time of the year anyway, and the courses are in great shape. So we are off in the 7th and 9th, a lot of it probably because we expect some heavier rain to start coming in, and you just don't want to get in that situation where you're taking races off into the pick 4, into the pick 5. So it was probably more of a cautious situation as well.
High Tide delivers in the 5th Belmont results when we come back as time ticks away until the Kentucky Oaks. Hidden Connection almost beat the champ in the Fairgrounds Oaks. Echo Zulu, what will she do today? The speedy Ugiri, wire to wire in the Fantasy at Oaklawn, but how aggressive will she be ridden this afternoon? You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Welcome back to Belmont Park and America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com and check out the Derby Week promotions available to all members. Maybe you bet high tide on your Naira Bets account. If so, you're getting paid. Back-to-back wins. Jose Lezcano, victory number 3,998.
Wow.
2,998.
You gave him 1,000
extra
extra
wins.
wins.
1,000 extra wins. That's how good that ride was. I'm very generous.
You really are.
I'm very generous.
It was a 1,000-win ride. I don't disagree. Well, any ride where the rider puts himself into position to look like a fool and gets away with it, especially in a short-priced horse, you have to give him credit for it. Because Jose made a decision.
You remember Brad
right.
Cox's... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just Brad Cox's comments after the Arkansas Derby with the heady ride from Florent Giroux. He's like, yeah, and he's lucky it worked.
But he was also he was seriously kidding.
Yeah.
I put it that way because Brad is a good guy, and I think and it's the right point, which is in other words, listen, I respect the jockey putting them out. If it doesn't work, they're going to be second guests. In this case, he made the right move. The pace was slow. He said, I'm on the best horse. I don't need this field a bunch. I don't need to get in trouble. I'm just going to go to the front. He did it and won.
A rider needs to feel like he's not on a short leash either, where he can have enough confidence to where if he makes a mistake, it's not the end of the world and you're going to get fired from riding everything in the stable.
No, it's a great point. It's a great point. It's hard. And I think part of the problem is that trainers don't really give jockeys concise instructions. They think they do. But they don't really. They just tell them to, if you want to go and nobody go. It's like they're also wishy-washy.
Fifth race, Oaklawn Park. Post parade, $12,500 claimer here. Non-winners to lifetime, 19-1. Dreamtown drawn inside. Long shots drawn inside. Here's Guest in My Heart.
Guest in My Heart a little bit better than that horse. This is another Archie bred, though this isn't an Archie bred race somehow. A little bit better. Some of the races going, but the last two have been terrible.
Very spicy. 1 for 17 lifetime.
Another Archie bred just doesn't look good enough.
Here's a Kentucky bred. Number 4, Blair Thicket, 1 for 13. And, finally figured it out. At least she won her last race.
Tough, though, to win a back-to-back after breaking the maiden last time. And she was the shortest price in her last race she's ever been. And she also doesn't have any speed.
Olivian does have speed.
I agree. and she has one way to go. That's to send her. The problem is the other two speeds are better horses, the two on the outside.
See what that pace looks like early on, leaving the gate. Olivia. 6 is out. Number 7, Life of Saturdays for Wesley Hawley.
Some people think a Life of Saturdays would be great. I'd like a Life of Saturdays racing. How about that? This one's 1 for 12, 4 seconds.
Contention to the outside. Itsy Bitsy Betty. First after the claim, Renee Mescua.
Yeah, it's tough to claim from Diodoro. This horse has been Diodoro, Asmussen, Diodoro, and of course the ex-assistant to Peter Miller, Renee Mescua. I thought this horse was a major player and one of the speeds along with the 5 and 9.
The 9 picture and the favorite at 2-1 coming off a 5-length front-running win.
And the truth is, from a speed figure standpoint, she's the horse to beat, but still. Talking about a horse that broke his maiden back, her maiden back in March. Taking her as the favorite doesn't do it for me, but she and the 8 are the similar prices, and they're the 2 horses to beat.
Flirtatious Smile, 10-1 to complete the field.
In fairness to her, she did run her fastest race from a buyer speed figure standpoint, but she'd have to take another step forward. And the thing about it is last time was a turn back from a route to a sprint, and that's times when they run really well. The second sprint, probably not as well.
Field for that 5th race, Oaklawn Park. We have reached post time. They will circle about and get ready for this 5th race, Oaklawn Park. One eye on Churchill Downs. Also Oaklawn, Belmont Park still have the flat out later on this evening. Andy and I wound up on the same filly for the Oaks and the same colt for the Derby.
Well, you clearly
clearly
watched my videos and stole my picks. I know what happened here. You can try
Trust
to cover
me
it
when
up,
I tell you I didn't
everybody
watch
at
your
home
video.
knows you're lying. Now I'm a little hurt, okay? Now I take that very personally. I think we both picked logical horses. I don't think that, either of us stepped out on a limb with Secret Oath and Messier. They're logical type horses. I think the key, interestingly enough, the Derby, to me, one of the most interesting things about this Derby is Summer is Tomorrow. Is probably far and away the least likely winner of the race, though it's a dogfight with Classic Causeway. But in a lot of ways, he could hold a key to the race because he's got the most speed.
Of course.
And if he's setting a fast pace, it's not going to be great for horses like Messier, Epicenter, Taba, and it's definitely going to be helpful to Zandon and Mo Donegal. So in a funny way, his presence and what he does is maybe as important as anybody, because if he's not going, I don't think Classic Causeway is going on ascend. And horses like Epicenter, Taba, and Messier are going to be sort of in a controlling position, much like last year.
We had a situation last year where the anticipated pace setter wound up not going. Caddo River, just a few days before the Derby defected, he was the fastest horse on paper. If he runs, you have a completely different scenario. Medina Spirit, the late great Derby winning Medina Spirit, is really good at holding off horses, but not the greatest at passing horses. A completely different element had Caddo River run in the Kentucky Derby. We probably have a good chance we have a different result.
I couldn't agree more. Probably Essential Quality wins. Because
Or Hot Rod.
he's able, but Hot Rod's a horse that wants to be forward. So I'm not convinced he wants to win rating, but I agree with you. It's that's as simple as that, because if Caddo River had gone, and I picked Medina Spirit in there, but I wouldn't have picked him for better or worse. I have to remind my one Derby winner in 25 years. I have to bring it up a few times. I got paid, then he got disqualified, but I'm counting as a win because I got paid. And I don't care what you think.
I'm with you.
That's what matters, getting paid. But I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, that's the thing that's interesting about racing, right? Is the winner the best horse or the best horse given the trip?
And those horses you mentioned, the quick horses, should heat up that pace, at least a very honest pace for the Derby. That's tomorrow, right here, right now, this 5th race at Oaklawn. It's post time. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Dreamtown broke well, so did Olivian and Itsy Bitsy Betty. Life of Saturdays is next, then Ratrapante in the center. Guest in My Heart, followed by Flirtatious Smile and Very Spicy, and Briar Thicket broke slowly and trails. It is Itsy Bitsy Betty up the backstretch, a length in front from Ratrapante, who goes after her in second. And here's Ratrapante to turn up the heat on Itsy Bitsy Betty and put her head in front. Olivian is third now and 2.5 off the lead. It's 2 lengths to Guest in My Heart, who's now fourth with 4 lengths to make up. Then Life of Saturdays and A Dreamtown, followed by Flirtatious Smile, 6 off the lead. 5 back to Very Spicy. Briar Thicket is the trailer, and the leader is Ratrapante. She's put away Itsy Bitsy Betty. Ratrapante at the top of the stretch. Itsy Bitsy Betty, Guest in My Heart, Life of Saturdays in the center. Olivian is next, top of the stretch with Ratrapante, the one to catch. She's got a 4-length lead on Life of Saturdays, who's moved up into second. Very Spicy and Guest in My Heart, but it is still Ratrapante, a 16th out. Here's Flirtatious Smile to move through from the inside. Life of Saturdays, they're all battling for second as Ratrapante is clear, and she's got it. Ratrapante in front. Ratrapante won 2 1/4. Flirtatious Smile was second. Life of Saturdays third. Guest in My Heart or Very Spicy for fourth.
Big Stoffer having way too much fun with that name. Ratrapante in the 5th at Oaklawn by Flat Out. We have the Flat Out here at Belmont Park later on this afternoon in honor of the 2-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winner.
Yeah, gets it done. Gets it done quite easily. Good old Flat Out. Flat Out won it twice, right?
Twice.
Yeah, also won the Cigar Mile. I think that was his final start, cutting back to a mile. Ran second in the Woodward, I think, behind eventual Horse of the Year Havre de Grace. He was a really good hard-knocking horse.
Throwback.
Yeah, Scooter Dickey had him, of course. Belmont had him in New York, but really nice horse.
Daughter of Flat Out there, Flat Out later, Belmont, and this guy. You know how many Derby runners he's saddled? A lot. Todd Pletcher, 59 and counting, headlined by Mo Donegal, won the Wood Memorial from the rail. Can he do it again with 19 to his outside and charge it? Just like Justify trying to win the Derby in his 4th career start.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubois standing in Kentucky. Dubois, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubois brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Always dreaming in front, always dreaming with Battle of Midway a length and a half behind as they come into the final furlong. Looking at Lee is making a bid now through on the inside up into second. Always dreaming with a 2.5 length lead, a 16th to go. Looking at Lee is second. Then comes Battle of Midway, Classic Empire. They're coming to the line and the dream comes true. Always dreaming has won the Kentucky Derby.
Always dreaming, fired up John Velasquez, the Derby they won together. Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, always dreaming, fired up. Todd Pletcher, you know, the only favorite, Andy, the only favorite of Todd Pletcher's 59 Kentucky Derby starters who was actually favored at post time.
Wow, that's incredible.
Isn't that crazy?
Considering the horses he ran there and the horses off the wins they were coming from.
Average price, 23.5 to 1 for Todd Pletcher. So you're the math guy. Statistically, 2 for 59. That's about right on cue.
He's slightly underachieving, but I agree, and I'm sure Todd has run a lot of horses in there. If he owned them, they wouldn't have run. And I think that's something that people forget. One of the trainer's biggest jobs is taking the heat for owners' decisions.
Todd Pletcher and starters 60, 61, and 62. Mo Donegal, Wood Memorial winner. Charge It, runner-up in the Florida Derby, and long shot pioneer of Medina. Todd Pletcher's trio for tomorrow's 148th Kentucky Derby. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale at Churchill Downs.
Here with Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, and Todd is sending out 3 in the Derby. Obviously, Mo Donegal, winner of the Wood Memorial, probably the shortest price of those 3. But I want to talk about Charge It really quick, a horse that bred to be really, really talented. And there's talent in there, but still kind of figuring out the game. What has he shown you from the Florida Derby to leading up to this Derby?
He had 3 fantastic breezes. First one at Palm Beach Downs, shipped in here to Churchill, and I loved his first work over the track. Had him galloping out a mile in 138 and change, and it was hard to pull up over by the track kitchen, which he loved to see. He came back with another good breeze after that. All indications are he's moved forward. I think he got a lot of education in the Florida Derby, and hopefully that experience helps him Saturday.
Do you think there's that move forward, and how do you, for a somewhat inexperienced horse, how do you feel sending them out into a kind of a war zone with 19 other horses?
Well, I mean, that's what you got to do, right? You're either going to run or not. So I think he gained a lot of experience there. I know he has the talent. It's just a matter of he has enough seasoning at this stage.
Mo Donegal put it all together and actually, in retrospect, overcame the way the track was playing at Aqueduct to close from off the pace. How impressed were you with that victory?
I was really impressed. We've run a lot of horses at Aqueduct over the years. You don't see too many horses shade 148 going a mile and an eighth, especially young horses. Came home in the last quarter in 23 and a couple, which also you don't see very often. So good sustained run from the 3/8 pole. Like you said, was up against the grain of the track a little bit, against a talented horse that was loose on the lead. So, a lot of positives to draw from it. And I think that experience also running from the one post in there, hopefully is going to help him having to do that again here.
I mean, the one post, was it a collective sigh in the room?
I don't know. I had a premonition that's where he was going to draw. I just, when it came out, I wasn't shocked. But he's won twice from the one hole in the Remsen and the Wood Memorial. And, those fields are obviously different size and different depth, but it is encouraging that he's done it before.
How about Nest, her coming in here? I remember in the Suncoast, you felt as though she had gone on from 2 to 3, but you hadn't really tightened the screws. And then with her win last time at Keeneland, it looked as though the screws were tight and she had really moved forward.
Yeah, she had a great winter and early spring, and you could just see her getting better and better. Her work's getting stronger and stronger. The Suncoast was a pretty easy win for her, and she really came out of that great. It's one of those things where we laid out a schedule early on after the Demoiselle, and everything fell into place.
Nest runs this evening in the Oaks. His trio for the Kentucky Derby, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Updated odds for the Kentucky Derby. Andy, Mo Donegal drawn inside from the one post, 7-1. Number 8, Charge It, at 12-1, and his third runner figured to be a big price, Pioneer of Medina, 56-1.
And yeah, I'm just looking at those odds. 56-1 is a big price in that horse. He's not that bad. How about Taba and Epicenter vying for favoritism right now? Wow. Is this an odds board that's not going to change? You're right in what you said yesterday. It doesn't change a lot. There's going to be a little bit of movement.
A little bit of fluctuation, but it does stabilize and not as much movement as you would think, considering the amount of money that will pour in over the next 24 hours. Mo Donegal, what do you make of his chances, Andy?
Well, like I said, it's going to be very pace dependent. If the 4 isn't going and Classic Causeway doesn't send the way he probably won't, then it's going to help the Messiers and Epicenters and Tabas of the world. If they're moving up front, he's got to beat Zandon. And he did beat Zandon in the Remsen. First of all, he should have been disqualified. Second of all, Zandon just ran a much better race than he did. And Zandon was just making his second start, coming off missing the Nashua and moving up from 6 to a mile and an eighth. And I thought Zandon's win was better than his Bluegrass win. I don't agree that the track was favoring speed at Aqueduct in the dirt that day at all. I think if anything, the rail was a good place to be, and he came up the rail. I don't think it was a particularly biased track. I think a lot of logical horses won. I prefer Zandon if the race falls apart, but I don't discount Mo Donegal.
Mo Donegal, Wood Memorial winner, trying to become the first horse to win from the rail since 1986. Ferdinand, Bill Shoemaker, Irad Ortiz to ride Charge It. Pletcher emphasizes how much he believes he really did learn from that experience in the Florida Derby, hitting the gate, taking all that dirt, and still finishing willingly.
I don't know. He's like a big dummy out there, and
I'm not going to disagree with you.
Yeah, and I don't like that. And listen, he's got the right trainer to move forward from it. I'll tell you something else about him. I think there's a feeling because he's a Tapit, and Tapit's had all that success in the Belmont, that they all just want to go 10 miles. I don't know that this horse is necessarily going to get better with more distance. I wonder if the mile and a quarter, he'll start to be stretching it for him. I wonder if his better races will come going shorter going forward. I wouldn't be shocked if he was effective in this race, but I'm skeptical.
Charge it. Runner-up in the Florida Derby of the Pletcher 3. Mo Donegal, you feel, does have the best chance easily?
Oh, far and away.
No.
It's not even close between them. Mo Donegal's the goods. I mean, he's really run well in all of his races. There's nothing not to like about him. I don't care at the rail. I would argue the rail is helpful to him. He's going to drop back towards last.
And again, not as bad as the rail used to be without the auxiliary gate. The jockey on the one horse isn't staring straight at the fence. See what kind of trip Irad Ortiz works out from the inside tonight. 6 Eastern, Kentucky Derby preview show. Andy Serling, the MIG, Maggie Paul from Churchill Downs, and myself. Jam-packed 30 minutes looking ahead to the 148th Kentucky Derby. That's tonight on Fox Sports 2. Live racing here at Belmont. Featured flat out later on. Horses in the paddock for the 6th race. $25,000 claimer. Non-winners 3 lifetime. Fillies and mares 3-year-olds and older sprinting 3/4 of a mile. We check in with Acacia for this race 6 paddock report. Acacia, looking at New York Banker. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Really like what I'm seeing. First off, the claim for the Nota barn, and as we have seen and heard around here at Belmont, the barn's been in a very good groove lately, in good form off the back of that win last time out. Very sharp here in the paddock too. On paper, it looks like there could be a little bit of pace in here. And as you may notice, changing the blinkers here, I'm not sure, as there were blinkers, I'm not sure if it's a different size of blinker cup or what the issue was. I'll check on that. But putting the house blinkers on for this filly by Central Banker. But last time out, broke running from the inside. It seems like she's a little quirky when switching leads, but overall, she's carried her condition really well, and coming into this looks very, very strong and fit. The number 4, Big Tony's Girl, does get that drop in class. They saddled her back behind the saddling stalls as they usually do with the pony alongside. She's accompanied by the pony again, kind of that security blanket, but she's done nothing wrong. She hasn't turned a hair. She is a smaller, kind of lightly framed type of filly as well. She does wear that shadow roll, that piece of fleece over her noseband, and last time out just really seemed like she was outfooted early on. She could be the one that potentially gets a nice trip in here, as she's been so laid back and composed and doing everything to keep her well settled in all of the preliminaries, but she looks well prepared for this race. The number 6, Bastet, is first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez, a dangerous move for sure. And this is one who, always my complaint with her is that she doesn't really carry her condition very well, doesn't really carry her muscle mass. By her standards, she looks really, really good today. She looks like she has a little bit more conditioning and mass behind on her flank, which is often the struggle for her from race to race. So coming in off a bit of a layoff, obviously she's done very well in Gustavo's care, and so we'll see if that translates to her running a good race today, as she could potentially be one who is also forwardly placed in here. Lafitte?
Acacia, thanks so much. Riders up, horses leaving the paddock. Post parade shortly, but a reminder where you can bet Churchill Downs and Belmont on Oaks Day for $20 bonus. Wager at least $100 on each track, and you'll get $20 win or lose. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in to the bonus now. Oaks Day Churchill, live racing here, Belmont Park. Andy, who'd you wind up with here in this 6th race?
I picked a horse that probably can't win. That's the 5 Daily Briefing, who's probably too slow. Well, there's supposed to be pace between the 6, 7, and 8. And frankly, I'm not a huge fan of all of them. On the other hand, you've got a claim by Gustavo Rodriguez, a claim by Orlando Nota, and a claim by Rodriguez. 3 trainers whose horses have been consistently running better than their PPs recently. So the likelihood that one of them won't win is probably pretty small. But if there's hitting, I like the turn back with Daily Briefing, and I thought at a price I'd take a shot with this horse. Not a huge opinion. More of a, I don't really want the others, and I don't want to try to guess which one of them's going to be in front.
Daily Briefing, Jose Gomez. We'll see her in the post-parade. Irresistible Girl kicks things off. No rust in her return. Sharp win. First start for Ray Handel.
Right, but she also, got sort of the right feel at the right time. Tougher situation today.
London Gold, Key Scratch, Beautiful Karen is out. Big Tony's Girl pictured for James Ryerson.
Yeah, I guess the race falls apart. The horse can get a piece, and she's no slower than my horse, but she's not that good.
Kendrick Carmouche rode Maracuja in last year's Kentucky Oaks, the first Friday in May. Number 5, Daily Briefing. Andy's top selection, 9-1 here.
Honestly, it's just a sort of taking a shot here with this horse. Not a particularly strong opinion with Daily Briefing, just hoping the race falls apart.
Jose Gomez riding well, putting up good numbers, as is Jose Lascano, looking to go back-to-back. There's Bastet.
Yeah, Bastet's the best horse in here if she runs her best race, but I don't love the form she had before the claim, and we'll see if Gustavo can sort of resurrect her.
Working Girl, first after the claim, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, she may be the speed of the speed, and maybe he's put the 10-pound bug rider to try to get people off the scent, but they aren't off the scent. This one's oddly favored. Don't see a lot of 10-pound bug riders favored, especially in New York.
5-2 favorite. Then New York Banker, first after the claim, Orlando Noda.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that she needs the lead to win, but she does seem like a sort of need the lead type, and she's not as fast as either the 6 or 8.
Field for the 6, starting the late pick 4, Belmont Park. Andy likes Daily Briefing, but doesn't love her. Wagering Public, for now, going with the 9, Our Working Girl, 5-2, 5 minutes to post.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
Welcome back to Belmont Park. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great thing, great stuff for the Oaks and Derby on America's Best Racing as the undercard continues from Churchill Downs and the 8 Bells Grade 2 presented by Twin Spires. 8 Bells runner-up in the 2008 Kentucky Derby to Big Brown. Terrific filly. Takeout number 1, Sweet is Pie. 9 of them going 7/8 3-year-old fillies. And the Godolphin filly is currently favored even money. Andy Madureira coming off 2 easy wins, most recently the Beaumont to Keeneland.
And she's been very good. I don't deny it. She draws outside. There's plenty of speed in here, and she's the horse to beat. I'm not sure she's supposed to be even money, though, in this one, to be honest with you. I think even money seems a little bit surprising.
You said it's supposed to be or not supposed to be?
I think she's just a little bit short in here.
I think part of the confidence and the reason, for example, Epicenter's stock has gone through the roof, where Epicenter won the Risen Star, wire to wire, Louisiana Derby. He's stocked. Naira essentially can do the same thing. She'll take the lead if no one's aggressive, but at the same time, she's happy to sit, wait, and pounce.
Yeah, and drew a good post on the outside to do it. And it's hard to believe anybody's getting a lead from Pretty Birdie in this race. She is a rocket ship. Can she stretch it out, and can she duplicate that performance from Oakland? Because that was brilliant.
What about Gerrymander, winner of the Tempted here at Belmont Park, another filly. She's quick. She likes to be close, but on that afternoon, she went right to the lead, never looked back. Gerrymander for Seth Klarman, Chad Brown. Tough spot to make her 3-year-old debut.
It is, but this horse that obviously showed some ability. Finished at a nest, as a matter of fact, right? Didn't she in this race? She also probably can rate off of horses. And Chad Brown's been very high on how she's been working. And I heard independently that the clockers like how she's been working as well. It's not an easy spot for a return, but I don't think she's impossible to get a piece. And she's a very generous price right now at 8-1.
Seth Klarman, Chad Brown just missed in last year's Kentucky Oaks with search results to Malathot. This filly, Gerrymander, in the 8 bells, looking for the winner's share of a $500,000 purse. Andy, for those fillies who do run well, where might we see them moving forward?
Well, the Acorn, right? I mean, the logical step for these horses is the Acorn. And, you know, for those that think they can go longer, they'll move on to race like the CCA Oaks, the Alabama. But in all likelihood, these are horses that we'll see in the Acorn, we'll see in the Test at Saratoga, and also the Prioress at 6 furlongs. So I think any number of these horses are likely to show up here 5 weeks from now, and everybody would like to hope they can get there.
It's always an exciting division, like 3-year-old fillies. Okay, so maybe they're not Kentucky Oaks fillies, but that middle distance 3-year-old fillies and some of those bigger stages, those Grade 1 races here in New York that you mentioned.
And I think everybody in this race is rooting for Echo Zulu to win the Kentucky Oaks. Because if she falters, I have to imagine Steve Aspen's going to start thinking the Acorn and the Test are the Grade 1s for my filly, and everybody's going, ugh.
Very good point. Very good point. 8 bells, 13 minutes to post. That's Churchill. We're closer to post here at Belmont. We check in with Acacia. And the favorite Acacia, pictured here 8-5. Wow, a short price. Price continues to plummet on the favorite here, Our Working Girl.
Yeah, too short for me, Lafitte, on Our Working Girl. I guess the benefit of not winning last time out, even though it looked like she kind of had the race won and wasn't really persevered with or asked much in the stretch, is that she does still have her non-winners of 3 condition and is eligible for this race today, first off the claim. I know Rudy's horses have been running. I just kind of felt like physically she just didn't really stack up as much. I think her best chance is setting the pace, and just really wish that she was a little bit stronger looking. She was not carrying as much condition as I would have liked to see. At a short price, she just really did not wow me in this spot. So we'll see. I know, like I said, the barn has been running well, but others that I just preferred. The number 5 Daily Briefing, who Andy likes. The first thing I said when I saw her in the paddock was, love the turn back. She definitely wants to go shorter versus the 2 turns of the 1 mile and 40 yards at Tampa last time out. She's smaller, she's handier, she's a little bit more of a narrow type. She warmed up really well under Jose Gomez, and that's one thing I've noticed about Jose. He is really, really great about taking those horses away from the pony and warming them up well, getting them set for their races. So at a nice price, she did make a nice impression. We'll see if she gets the right kind of trip, Lafitte.
Daily Briefing. Acacia, thanks so much. As Jose Gomez, Andy, just continues to impress.
He does. He does. I just want to point out Our Working Girl. There is nothing on paper that says she's supposed to be this kind of favorite. And in my experience, when Rudy Rodriguez, especially the way we've been running recently, get bet so inexplicably, they usually win. And part of it may be that they're sort of shying away from the 6 and 7, but I'll try the price here.
With Eric Fuentes, 3-2. Time for the late pick 4 here, Belmont Park. Irresistible Girl moves forward with Dylan Davis, 6-1. Andy going with Daily Briefing, 7-5. Our Working Girl. John Embry, go ahead.
Keeps pouring in the money. It's just amazing, right? How could this horse be this price?
7-5 at post time. John Embrial standing by with the call. All set for the 6th live Belmont Park.
Waiting for New York Banker and Our Working Girl. set for the 6th. And they're off. From the inside, Irresistible Girl is out for the early lead. And from the far outside, our Working Girl now moves up. Then it's Daily Briefing and New York Banker. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. Big Tony's Girl is in 5th. Bastet is next, and the trailer is London Gold in 7th. At the front, our Working Girl with a head in front of Irresistible Girl. And then it's a break of 3. Back to New York Banker in 3rd. The quarter in the mud in 22 seconds. Our Working Girl, the favorite, leads now by a half length. Irresistible Girl down at the rail. New York Banker is next. Bastet has gained ground on the extreme outside. Big Tony's Girl is followed by Daily Briefing, and they're at the top of the stretch. Our Working Girl, and on the outside it is New York Banker, and then Big Tony's Girl, followed by Bastet and Daily Briefing. Here's New York Banker, who surges to the front now. New York Banker in front. Big Tony's Girl moves into 2nd. Daily Briefing is down towards the rail. It's a 16th to the finish with New York Banker in front, and New York Banker is the winner by 3.5 lengths. Big Tony's Girl was 2nd, then Daily Briefing and Bastet.
Favorite hit a wall, our Working Girl. New York Banker finding her best stride. First after the claim, Orlando Noda. Trevor McCarthy wins rather easily in the 6th race, Belmont Park.
Yeah, no. Well, the notice, I mean, you don't have to know. You just have to hear the hollering that's going on at the racetrack, and you go, oh, the Noda's won another race. And this horse, she sat, something she's never done before. A very different horse today, getting it done and getting it done pretty fastly. Another horse has improved for it. Barnes horses have been just running through walls at this meeting after being very, very cold for a prolonged period of time. Our Working Girl, they bet like they knew. They didn't.
She was going so easily, and then the tank was empty.
Yeah, she just stopped top of the stretch.
She had no response. New York Banker just getting rolling. And Trevor McCarthy guiding her home. New York Banker, 3rd lifetime victory, 2nd on a wet racetrack. First after the claim, Orlando Noda. New York Banker, 9-2 at post time. 9-2, 7-2? 9-2.
9-2. Giving it away on the notice. Easy money. Well, they've had 1 or 2 losers at the meet so far.
Barnes going
seriously
exceptionally well. We'll have the results when we come back. Also, just over an hour till the Friday feature here. Stamina demanding flat-out stakes. First Constitution, 7-5. Morning Light favorite and locally owned Grand Prix American Jockey Club winner. Long distance to tackle in his 6-year-old debut. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Cup champions run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day.
With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to our viewers on Valley Sports San Diego, Belmont Park. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. About 780 miles away, Churchill Downs, Louisville, Kentucky. Kentucky Oaks Day here at Belmont Park. He's Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, and we're getting ready for the Friday feature at Belmont with the Flat Out coming up. Long-distance dirt race here in honor of a two-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winner.
Yeah, Flat Out, a pretty cool horse that raced here a number of years ago for Belmont, originally with Scooter Dickey. Always like having races named for these horses, and I'd say if you want to learn more about racing history, just look up the horses that races are named for around here in the Racing Association, and you'll find out about some of the greats of the game, but also some really cool horses like Flat Out.
So we're going to keep you posted with everything happening at Churchill Downs as we get closer and closer to the 148th Kentucky Oaks. Preview tonight, 6 Eastern, for the Kentucky Derby. Moments ago, that filly. First after the claim, Orlando Noda. Barn on fire. Big smile. Trevor McCarthy. New York banker, Andy. Easy win.
Yeah, it's just impossible to get to beat the Nodas. I think they entered this week 4 or 5. I feel like they had at least one winner yesterday. But their horses have just been running through walls. And this horse, I mean, I'm not saying she's against the toughest field, but she's not been a horse that's rated successfully in the past. And it didn't matter today. You know, her only 2 wins in her career were races where she was able to control up front. They were 2 of her last 3 starts, but they weren't particularly fast races. And she's a different horse for the Nodas, and that's been a sort of a recurring theme.
Favorite broke sharp, went fast early, and stopped our working girl, non-factor late. New York banker did everything but stop. 1180, 7, 4, 5 in the 6th race, Belmont Park. And the pick 5. High Tide made sense. New York banker still 1180. Wow.
I wonder if she was this short. I wonder what the double paid between these two. Because you wonder a little bit the way the horse and the 8 horse took a lot of money. If in fact this horse was, let's see, let me take a look and see what that double paid. The double paid $30, and the parlay based on that is well over 40. So, in fact, I think probably a little, but this is pick 5, no CAW money, so maybe it's pretty solid.
And next, race 7, Belmont, these $25,000 claimers off the turf for the main track, hence the defections. With the surface switch, what'd you wind up with?
I think the 5, Mexican Wonder Boy, is a kick in the pants in the dirt in this race. I think he's way, way, way the horse to beat. I know he's been faltering lately, but this is a significant drop down for him, and he's an MTO, which people that don't know at home means they were entered to run only on the main track if the race came off the turf. And I think coming off the turf, he's going to be extremely hard to catch.
Races 7 and 9 off the turf on the main track here at Belmont Park. The Flat Out scheduled for the main track to begin with. That's still coming up. And for the Kentucky Oaks, we'll be meeting the contenders and some of the key contenders. Those are the updated odds. Nest was installed as a morning line favorite. She's 3-1, along with Secret Oath, Andy's top selection. Echo Zulu, close behind at 7-2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I was surprised the morning line maker made Nest the favorite. He may be right. She may end up the favorite. It's obviously very close right now. And I'm not that surprised to see the big 4, Secret Oath, Nest, Echo Zulu, and Kathleen O, similar prices. They figured to be, didn't they?
Absolutely. From a pace standpoint, who is quickest early? Who's in front passing the stands for the first time?
Uguri. It's between Uguri. She's a little faster than Echo Zulu. I imagine that Florent will try to go. It's her best way to win the race. Echo Zulu will stalk her. A couple of long shots on the board that I could use. One is the 3 Hidden Connection, who ran better than Echo Zulu last time, albeit off a layoff for Echo Zulu. And also the 9 Desert Dawn from California. Why is she almost 50-1? Her last race is pretty good.
That was solid.
Yeah.
Too big a number there, 50-1. And for Echo Zulu, polarizing. I feel like handicappers either love her today, and that the fact that the undefeated champion is being disrespected, or that there are those who are absolutely in the camp against that want nothing to do with her this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm betting against her, but I'm not going to be shocked when I lose because of that. The horse that will surprise me is taking money that wins is Kathleen O. I don't believe she's as good as these horses, and I'm firmly against her. She's the one taking money I'm against. I'm betting against Echo Zulu, but I have great respect for her.
Let's meet the contenders of the Kentucky Oaks with Acacia Clement.
How significant is the Kentucky Oaks in determining champions? 12 of the last 20 Kentucky Oaks winners have captured divisional honors after triumphing under the Twin Spires. Every edition of the Oaks showcases the planet's most talented fillies, but this year's race is shaping up as one of the strongest in recent memory. After finishing third in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby against males at Oaklawn Park, Secret Oath returns to compete against her own sex. Prior to that engagement, the daughter of the late Arrogate blew away her rivals in the Martha Washington Stakes and the Grade 3 Honeybee Stakes at Oaklawn Park.
Secret Oath to win the Honeybee.
A win by Secret Oath would give her Hall of Fame conditioner D. Wayne Lucas his 5th victory in the Oaks and would place him in a tie with fellow Hall of Famer Woody Stevens. But Secret Oath will have her hooves full with the likes of last year's undefeated champion 2-year-old filly Echo Zulu and the undefeated Kathleen O. Echo Zulu completed a brilliant freshman campaign with a facile victory in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last November at Del Mar.
Echo Zulu wins the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Already a 3-time Grade 1 winner after capturing last year's Grade 1 Spinaway at Saratoga and the Grade 1 Frisette at Belmont, the daughter of Gunrunner boosted her unblemished record to 5 for 5 after narrowly winning the Grade 2 Fairgrounds Oaks in her only appearance this season.
Echo Zulu and Hidden Connection, photo finish in the Fairgrounds Oaks.
Should Echo Zulu enter the winner's circle at Churchill Downs, it would be Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen's 3rd Kentucky Oaks victory. Kathleen O will also go to the gate without a loss. She returned this year to reel off 3 straight victories at Gulfstream Park in the Cash Run Stakes, the Grade 2 Devona Dale Stakes, and the Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks.
Kathleen O, the Gulfstream Park Oaks winner.
If Kathleen O triumphs in the Oaks, it would be Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGahee's 2nd win in this event. Nest may not have received as much attention as other fillies in her division, but she served notice that she more than belongs in the upper echelon of her age group with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Ashland at Keeneland in her last start.
But Nest, much the best here.
The daughter of Curlin is 4 for 5 in her career, with her only loss coming in last year's Tempted Stakes. Nest bounced right back to win the Grade 2 Demoiselle at Aqueduct in December. Trained by Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, he would join fellow Hall of Fame members D. Wayne Lucas, Laz Barrera, Horace Jones, and John Rogers as the only trainers to win back-to-back editions of the Oaks. Which filly will claim the blanket of lilies and etch her name in the history books? The race to championship honors begins in the Kentucky Oaks.
Most prestigious race in North America for 3-year-old fillies. First Friday in May, as always, the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks next for trainer Todd Pletcher. How surprised were you? Were you surprised by her performance in the Ashland and how easy she made it look on that day?
I was surprised. I like the Brad Cox horse to finish 3rd in there. Now, she obviously didn't come close to running back to a race at Oaklawn, but I was surprised that she ran as well as she did. Still, she may have to run even better to win today, but that was a very big performance, and you have to like a horse that keeps getting better, seemingly, with every performance.
Hidden Connection, Rayla Gutierrez, tomorrow makes his Derby debut. Barber Road here. Kentucky Oaks debut at 20-1 on the morning line. Did you see what price she was?
22 to 1.
Was it that seemed, again, the discrepancy between her and some of the major players, that feels like too big a number.
Couldn't agree with you more. She got a big win at Churchill Downs. I think she's a massive overlay. At that price, I'm definitely betting a few dollars on it.
Getting closer, Kentucky Oaks this evening, Churchill Downs, live racing Belmont Park, and here at Oaklawn, race number 6, post parade, W.W. Fitzy, 2-1, second choice in the wagering.
Boy, I got to get my act together around here. I didn't have this horse, so she should get a good trip down the inside. I thought the race was core between the 1 and 2, just like the public thinks.
Francisco Arrieta aboard. Misty Vale, 8-5.
She seems like a ton the horse to beat in this race is the controlling speed.
Contention, as you mentioned, towards the inside. WW Fitzy, Misty Vale, pretty extreme at 8-1 with Alex Conchari.
Would have to improve dramatically off the claim. Did win last time, but this is much tougher.
By a Preakness winner, Oxbow, Bobo Girl, a winner last out.
Yeah, but once again, much like the horse inside of her, the competition getting much sterner today.
By a Derby winner, Nyquist, number 5, A Real Jewel.
Can perhaps stalk the pace. I'm not sure that's going to help her improve enough to win, though.
Kylie Jordan aboard. There she is, A Real Jewel. Two-time winner, one of those at Oaklawn, number 6. Bob and Tail for Kenny Smith.
Not surprised that she's vying to be the rank outsider in this race. She's going to need the race to fall apart to get any kind of piece.
And towards the outside, third choice in the wagering, Miss Imperial, 5-1 for the Hall of Famer Jerry Hollendorfer. Still looking at Bob and Tail. Here's Miss Imperial.
I will say it's a much more logical spot than the Apple Blossom that she was in last time out. But, hey, they got fifth money in there, and they got some purse money. Can't knock them for it. She's probably the third likeliest winner, but I don't think she's as good as the inside 2 horses.
Field for the 6th race, Oaklawn Park. Mile and a 16th. Fillies and mares, older fillies and mares. That's coming up next. From Hot Springs. Great time to get involved with us here at Naira Bets with the Kentucky Derby. $25 free bet. New members can also earn up to $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. You bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. 2-mare race, you said, Andy, and it's being bet accordingly. WW Fitzy, 2-1. The mare, Misty Vale, just a filly for Maggie Moss, 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the Misty Vale has the advantage. She's supposed to be clear in this field, and she's supposed to lead him on a merry chase. And the horse who really has the figures to perhaps get lucky and run her down is horse inside of her. But she is coming off an ease. She's certainly going to have to run a lot better today.
See how that Oaklawn form holds as far as the 3-year-old prep races over the next 24 hours between Secret Oath, ran 3rd in the Arkansas Derby. She runs this evening in the Kentucky Oaks. And tomorrow, your thoughts on a Cyberknife in Barber Road and how they could impact the Derby?
I mean, I don't think Barber Road has any chance. I know people like how he closed in his races. He got great rides from Ray Gutierrez and took advantage of weaker fields that were sort of falling apart. And if you like Barber Road, don't you sort of have to ask yourself, well, which one of the other closers, Mo Donegal and Zandon, do you think he's going to outclose? I don't think either one, or it'll even be close. As far as Cyberknife, I don't think he's good enough. I think the races are a cut below. But it's Brad Cox. He did run well, probably a little bit better than the figure suggests last time. He got that very good ride by Florent Giroux. So he's one of those horses I wouldn't be using, but if he wins or runs effectively, I'm not going to draw out of my chair.
Mandaloon last year, 20-some-odd to 1. The eventual Derby winner 10 months after the fact. Cox and Giroux, of course, they'd love to win one outright and in the moment. Cyberknife. Barber Road, I think the just conventional thinking is that every year there's going to be a Commanding Curve, a Steppenwolfer, right. One of these horses, you know, looking at Lee, one of these horses at a monster price that comes out of nowhere that figures in the exotics.
Right. There's always that feeling. I get it, and I understand. It's happened a lot of times. I guess for me, it's simplification. If you want a horse at a price, okay. He's the bigger price that I want. I thought he's run well down in Florida. I thought he was probably too aggressively ridden last time. You won't see the same kind of ride from Jose Ortiz, but he has the speed to put himself in position. But he can also make a run from the back. So I think he's the kind of horse that fits regardless of how the pace is. And I thought he's a little bit better than he looks on paper. So he's my long shot.
Simplification. Florida Derby, such a productive prep over the years. And here at Oaklawn, moving into line for the 6th race. Fixed offer standing by with the call. Post time for the 6 in Hot Springs.
Last load, Miss Imperial. She's in. They're at the post. They're off. A Real Jewel broke fast but doesn't want the lead. WW Fitzy and a hard scent, Misty Vale. And these two quarter horse into the clubhouse turn. A Real Jewel is going to sit third. Then Miss Imperial followed by Pretty Extreme and Bobbintail, and the trailer is Bobo Girl. Look at these two match race away. Wow, they are flat flying. WW Fitzy and Misty Vale. And they have sprinted 6 lengths clear of Miss Imperial and A Real Jewel. Pretty Extreme is 5th, and she's already about 9 off the lead. And she's 2.5 in front of the two trailers, Bobo Girl and Bobbintail. Up the backstretch, WW Fitzy and Misty Vale are not doing either one any favors, and they are continuing to slug it out and go extremely fast. To the half-mile pole, WW Fisty and Misty Vale. These two are now 4 lengths clear of Miss Imperial and A Real Jewel. Then it's 5 Mac, 2 Bobo Girl, Bob and Tail, and Pretty Extreme. The battle up front continues. WW Fitzy is getting away just a bit. She's a length in front of Misty Vale in second. Then it's 3 back to A Real Jewel and Miss Imperial. Bob and Tail has 7 lengths to make up. Bobo Girl's inside of her. Pretty Extreme is the trailer, and WW Fitzy is getting away just a bit. And she has now leads Misty Vale by about a length. 3 lengths still to A Real Jewel. To the outside in Bob and Tail. Misty Vale's coming after WW Fitzy again. WW Fitzy and Misty Vale. They have been in a match race since they sprung the latch, and it's going to end up that way. Who wants it most? WW Fitzy. Misty Vale trying her one final time. WW Fitzy. Misty Vale in front. Wow, what a race. Misty Vale beat WW Fitzy. It is a long way back to either Bob and Tail or A Real Jewel.
Match race from start to finish, Andy. The two, you said it was between WW Fitzy doing everything she can to try and hold off Misty Vale, but Misty Vale, a late surge, picks off WW Fitzy in the final 50 yards or so.
Amazing, because it really looked like, Castillo had really done the right thing, taking it to her. And it just shows how much better these two were in the field, that they could set that kind of pace, be dueling, and they put more distance.
About 10 between them and everyone else. Results from Oakland also. The Rock Emperor, Grade 1 winner, 15-1 spoiler in last fall's Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Turf to unrace since last fall, his 6-year-old debut in tomorrow's Grade 2 Fort Marcy at Belmont.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com and check out the Derby Week promotions available to all the members. Triple Crown scene, as always, will shift to New York. 5 weeks, Belmont Stakes. Meantime, stakes racing today, flat out. Tomorrow, the Fort Marcy, Grade 2 on grass, mile and an eighth, older horses, $200,000 purse, field of 8. And Rock Emperor, 5-2 morning line favorite with Dylan Davis. Rock Emperor, it took him so long to get that first win in the U.S. and eventually a Grade 1 winner, Joe Hurst Classic, last fall at 15-1.
That'd be a frustrating horse for Chad Brown, the Connections. He ran pretty respectably in the Belmont Derby quite a while ago when he first got here in this country. And at times he's run good races, but he's just really failed to get it done over and over again. He blossomed in this race, got a great ride by Javier Castellano and just blew by the field. Then he goes out to California. Okay, he's not going to the Breeders' Cup, but he was very disappointed in his subsequent start at Del Mar. And I just don't expect him. Is he better at a mile and a half than he is at a mile and an eighth? He ran, what, second, I think, in this race, or third in this race?
Third last year.
Third, right. City Man who beat him. And also, there's not a lot of pace in this race. And City Man, if Christophe Clement is using his brain, is going to tell Kendrick Carmouche to put him in the lead. He's the fastest horse early, because if he doesn't do that, one of his cheap competition may get the jump on him, and that would be a mistake.
Just like we saw in the Dangerous Hour. First start as a 5-year-old. This was on the undercard of the Wood Memorial.
You know, in this race, there was a heated pace, so he did the right thing rating. But he's faster than these horses have breaks inside. And if they let Doswell have a tactical advantage on him, I'm not sure he's going to be able to beat Doswell, because I'm not really sure he's a horse that will flourish with extra distance. He's run well at a mile and eighth, but I think the mile probably a little better for him. He ran well in this race, though, and he ran well in the Knickerbocker last year when he finished second behind the ultimate Grade 1 winner, Tribuven, who ran so well to be second in the Manhattan in his subsequent start, and then won the United Nations at Monmouth.
I just feel like it's an instinct to always try and beat Rock Emperor. Like that, that's just the instinct. Even that, again, he was 15-1 in the Turf Classic, and as much talent as he had, with the reputation he arrived with from Europe, and always found creative ways to lose races. And in a spot like this, if he's too short of a price, again, instinct, you're going to look elsewhere.
I agree. I mean, it's one thing. Obviously, you're not taking a stand against him at 10-1 or 15-1.
Right.
In a race like this, where he's going to be one of the favorites. He's one of 3 for Chad Brown, but he is, I think, the most accomplished of them. He'll probably be relatively short. Not going to be shocked if he wins, but don't think the pace is going to be that strong. We're going to get a lot of rain, and sometimes when the courses have given the ground, they're sort of more favorable to front runners. And I have to imagine, despite the lousy weather forecast, the Sheep's Head Bay and the Knickerbocker will stay on the turf. Both races using preps for big races on Belmont Stakes weekend. Whether or not the other races scheduled for the turf stay on is a little bit iffy.
But theoretically, Fort Marcy could be a prep for the Manhattan.
Sure.
Grade 1.
Sure.
As always, the penultimate race before the Belmont Stakes. 7th race, Belmont called to post. $25,000 claimers off the turf on the main track. Post parade here. Entered main track only was Mr. Pete. There he is, Dylan Davis aboard.
And Dylan will probably be aggressive. He's likely to be sitting second behind the 5 Mexican Wonder Boy, and he's the other horse, I think.
Mexican Wonder Boy on the day after Cinco de Mayo, 7 of 19 lifetime.
No doubt his form has fallen apart. But he's entered for the turf, but he probably with a half an eye that it was supposed to rain. He's supposed to be in a position for Jose Lascano to get closer to that 3,000th win. But you've already got him 1,000 over.
2,998, number 7, Next Flight. Second in his last pair after showing the way early.
He's a horse that was claimed at a lower level and ran well first time and already paid for himself for the Leadership Mongol. But he also set the pace in a paceless race. This is a different scenario.
Number 9, Get Set, unraced since last November, 5-year-old debut.
I'm not sure what people like about this horse, and it's rare that you see Penn National form get reproduced, and he would have to improve on it.
Andy's a big Billie Eilish fan. Bad Guy, late arriving at 4-1. There he is, blinkers off with Jose Gomez.
I do know she is, so that's something. That's more than the
usual.
usual.
It's your ringtone.
She was on Saturday Night Live, so I saw her. I have a lot of love for Bad Guy. He's a little better going 7 furlongs. But if this race falls apart, he's the likeliest winner here. If I was going to back up to the 5, I mean, Mr. Pete's the logical one. But I might use a little Bad Guy. But I don't think he's supposed to get it done here.
Off the turf of the main track, they'll be sprinting in the slop in moments. Great time to join us here at Naira Bets. You join now, you get $25, a free bet for tomorrow's Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Oaklawn Park. An exciting race. Match race from start to finish. Misty Vale in the end for owner Maggie Moss.
I was wondering what that electric charge going through my body was coming from, and it was clearly from this race. I agree, the battle is out. I give a lot of credit to Castillo sending W. Fitzy and trying to take away Misty Vale's best game, and it felt like until about 3 strides from the wire it was going to work, but Misty Vale was just too good. And as far as the others that were behind them, eek.
They, about 10 lengths or so between the top two and everyone else. Congrats to our friend and colleague, Tom Amos. Serengeti Empress 3 years ago. Feels like 18, was it? 18, 19?
So that was Tom's
19?
last winter in New York, I think. Right?
Was Serengeti?
He actually had a pretty good meet at Saratoga last summer, much to my disappointment. He won like two or three two-year-old turf maiden races.
Opening day, microbiome.
Yeah, he won on Travers Day in the first race.
That's
I
right.
scored out with him on Travers Day in the first race.
Same day, opening day, we were introduced to Echo Zulu.
Correct.
And you know, for Steve Asmussen, in terms of 2-year-old champion fillies, My Miss Aurelia, her career debut, opening day, Saratoga. Who will we see this year?
My Miss Aurelia's race in the Adirondack against A Million Reasons Why.
Yeah.
Go find that on YouTube. That was an all-time sort of forgotten great race by two exceptional horses. A Million Reasons Why had a lot of issues, and unfortunately didn't work out for her. But that was a brilliant race. Brilliant race. They finished 17 lengths out of the rest of the field.
Opening day. Future stars. My Miss Aurelia then. Echo Zulu this year. She runs tonight in the Kentucky Oaks here at Belmont. 3 minutes out till this 7th race, this claiming sprint. We check in with Acacia standing by. What are you noticing from the favorite here, Mexican Wonder Boy at 9-5?
Well, he's a big, solid type of horse, Lafitte, and he has won over a wet track before, but it's typically not what you would look at and say, this horse looks like he's going to handle the wet track. They all handle it in different ways. I think the fact that he has speed is a major benefit for Mexican Wonder Boy, but he was pretty sharp. He had great energy today. He carries his weight well from race to race, had a good warm-up under Jose Lezcano. Can't knock him, certainly, especially on that drop in class. We'll see if he can sustain that speed. He was a little bit awkward out of the gate last time, too, so hopefully he breaks cleanly today and gets to running. Then number 2, Mr. Pete. He is off the claim, and I love horses like this that are popular at the claim box and keep their form no matter who they're with. They're older veterans that are just durable. They know their job. You don't have to ask too much from them. Doesn't take a lot to get them fit, to keep them ready from race to race. You have to, I think, respect that. Certainly a big question about him is that his last 3 races have been in the money finishes. He is stepping up from 12-5, but I don't think that he meets the toughest in here. He was very focused and settled and dappled out from head to toe. First time in the Mertcan Cantor-Massey barn. Really, really good condition on him. And broke running, I think maybe could be in a good spot. And if I'm nitpicking, I do like the slight turn back from the 7 furlongs to the 6. The number 10 to the outside, Bad Guys. The blinkers come off for Rudy Rodriguez. Very laid back type of horse. He looks like one in that he is really well muscled behind the saddle, and sometimes he can be a little bit light on his weight. He looked pretty strong out there today, but he's got a long and stretchy type of frame to him. It looks like just a little bit longer than this. May actually suit him quite well, not to mention his demeanor. So once again, Jose Gomez gave him that big warm-up out there to try and get the blood flowing. So we'll see if he ends up running late, but I did prefer the number 2 in here, first off the claim for Mertcan Cantor-Massey, Mr. Pete.
Okay, she's going with Mr. Pete, 3-1. We're just looking at Bad Guy towards the outside, the laid back Bad Guy, trying for a first win in 16 starts here at Belmont Park. He's due.
Really?
0 for 15.
I think those are turf stats. Because he won here in October. I think he won here on Showcase Day, the last race off the turf.
Good catch. Good catch.
That's why I'm here.
And then you have
to
Jose
correct you.
Lezcano working on his 4,000th win.
I thought it was up to 5 by now.
If he wins this one, he might be. He's on the favorite, Mexican Wonder Boy, 2,998 career wins, Jose Lezcano.
You know, if you stick around for the rest of the Belmont meet, he might be the leading rider of all time. Your father's not going to be happy about this. He's going to be passing
Russell
your dad
Bays,
soon.
Jorge Ricardo, 15,000 wins, Jose Lezcano. On Mexican Wonder Boy, 6-5. Final thoughts?
I chalked it out with Mexican Wonder Boy. I know there's some questions about his recent form, but I think this is a situation where his rider is just supposed to, Jose is just supposed to put him in front and wire the field. I think, you know, this, if he can't win here, I don't know where he can possibly win going forward, because this is sort of a 25 that might be closer to a 12.
And in case you're going with Mr. Pete, number 2, 5-2. Filing into the gate, Johnny Ambrial with the call. Post-time race 7 live from Belmont.
For race 7. And they're off. And it is get set along with Mexican Wonder Boy and Next Flight. Mexican Wonder Boy has the lead. Next Flight is racing in second. And then it's Mr. Pete in third. Get Set broke well back and forth. And Bad Guy trails the field in fifth. Mexican Wonder Boy by a half length with Next Flight on the outside in second. It's a break of 2. Back to Mr. Pete, who runs in third. The opening quarter mile on the slop in 22 and 3/5 seconds. So it is Mexican Wonder Boy holding the lead here by a long neck. Next Flight is on the outside, second by 2.5. Mr. Pete runs in third. And then farther back, it's Get Set and Bad Guy down towards the rail. They're coming for the head of the stretch. Mexican Wonder Boy on the inside and Next Flight on the outside. Mexican Wonder Boy narrowly. Next Flight racing in second with Mr. Pete in third after a half and 45 and 4. It is Mexican Wonder Boy. Here is Next Flight challenging on the outside. Mexican Wonder Boy still in front. Next Flight on the outside in second. They're coming down for the finish. It is Mexican Wonder Boy and Next Flight. Mexican Wonder Boy, and Jose Lescano has his third win today.
And 2,999 career victories, Jose Lescano. Mexican Wonder Boy showing some grit in the stretch, repelling Next Flight. Took a couple of runs at him.
With Jonathan Kinshin not here this weekend, somebody has to take the mantle of chalk-eating weasel, and I seem to be adapting to that, at least this case, successfully. Jose did what he had to do. He's riding the fastest horse, and he put it on front. I give a lot of credit to Luis Rodriguez-Castro. And I think the number 7 in this race, Next Flight, ran very, very well. Because he took it to him. He did what he had to do to try to win the race. And while he didn't get the job done, he gave his mount every chance to win. I think you can't ask anything more from a rider. And I like the ride a lot. And he really actually almost beat this horse. Mexican Wonder Boy found what he wants to do. And honestly, I know this is a $25,000 claimer. He's not beating open $25,000 claimers in the dirt going forward. This was the day for him to win.
Well, the cat's away. Mice shall play. Jose Lescano taking advantage with several top riders at Churchill Downs, gearing up for the Oaks this evening. Derby tomorrow. Racking up wins. 3 on the afternoon. 2,999 for Jose Lescano. Speaking of Churchill Downs, now the deep closing gray long shot in the Derby. Barber Road, he is honest. He tries hard. Hard not to root for. The shades of Giacomo? Not impossible. Giacomo was 50-1. Barber Road around 43-1 for the 148th Kentucky Derby.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Atalapa, here at Belmont, where Mexican Wonder Boy, good horse race, good run from the 7. Next Flight, Mexican Wonder Boy, though, the favorite for Aaron Racing Stables. Maya Engelhart, 3 wins on the afternoon. Jose Lezcano.
I think I'd also say you've really put pressure on Jose Lezcano, giving him those extra wins. But he's riding well today. And Jose, obviously, there are some riders here that aren't riding the Derby. It's always possible that they could have gotten him out a long shot, but their agents look and they say, why wouldn't we want to ride here? We're going to get the choice of mounts. And so you've got Jose, Trevor, Dylan, Kendrick, Carmouche, riders.
See, that's like reopening a wound. I'll tell you a story. My father was offered the mount on Charismatic in '99. Bailey was committed to another after he won the Lexington, and he stayed in California. His business wasn't what it once was. He had an opportunity to ride a very good, as good prices, handicap horse for Richard Mandela, event of the year in the Mervyn Leroy, I believe. He prepped for the Hollywood Gold Cup. He's like, I'm not riding any good horses. Charismatic's going to be 40-1. We all know how that wound up. Charismatic, not only did he win the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, a race my old man never won, but event of the year, like, ran up the track.
Yeah. I think he won the Turfway, the Jim Beam, which is now there's, I guess every top rider has a story like that, horses they could have ridden, they turned down. On the other hand, it's easy to result in this game. And I'm going to say in his career, your dad made far more good choices than bad choices. What are you going to do?
Interestingly enough, his agent at the time in '84 wanted him to ride the filly Althea instead of Swale.
Really?
And he's like, you take me off Swale, and we're going to have, do not take me off Swale. Althea, Life's Magic, the combination, they were favored at post time, in fact.
2 fillies.
Yeah. Swale, a second choice Claiborne victory back in 1984.
Great story.
Easy to go off on tangents this time of year with the Oaks this evening. Derby tonight, tomorrow. Belmont Park in the late pick 5, 147,000 plus in the pool. Mexican Wonder Boy, Jockey, 460.
It isn't what it is. I made a small pick 3. I singled that horse, and I singled the 9 in the last race, the Linda Rice runner, and I used 2, 3, 4 here in pick 3.
Lezcano could get 3,000 right here. First Constitution. Updated odds for the flat out. Mile and 3/8 on dirt, 6 of them. First Constitution, 2-1. And this race that could be a prep potentially for the Brooklyn Lone Rock, the best long-distance turf horse, dirt horse in the country. And First Constitution, who comes in between he and locally owned in a competitive edition of this flat-out stakes.
Yeah, and I think, Todd Pletcher's trying to find out are either First Constitution or Portos horses I can run in those races. Now, Portos has tried to go a mile and a half before, and he didn't run badly, but he also lost by 5 lengths to Lone Rock. Now, losing by 5 lengths to Lone Rock a mile and a half is no embarrassment in this race. And a little bit of a concern with First Constitution is if you look at his form down in Chile, arguably the worst race he ran was when he tried to go a mile and 3/8, and he tired in that race. So I think it's a bit of a concern. I'm sure Todd Pletcher knows that, but he's hoping he can perhaps turn that around here.
That's the flat-out stakes with a $100,000 purse coming up next. Belmont Park. Also live coverage Oaklawn. Their Friday card rolls on, getting ready for a post parade. There's the field and updated odds with Mocha Kiss, currently the 2-1 favorite. You can see how those 3-year-old prep races, what they produced in tonight's Kentucky Oaks, tomorrow's Kentucky Derby from Oaklawn. Amazing Lace kicks off the post parade at 12-1.
Oh, we see those amazing for Amazing Destiny, the sire, a West Rock horse that Wayne Lucas trained. Looks like he's overmatched. She's overmatched.
Scratch number 2. Here's the 3 in Spurwink Lane, Martine Garcia.
She has speed, but there are faster speeds than her, and that's a problem.
Long shots towards the inside in this one. 15-1, number 4, Truly a Rocket, John Geraldo.
She's not truly a rocket. She's quick, but she's not truly a rocket.
Not truly a rocket. Saw a couple of rockets in the last race. Hopefully this won't be as exciting. Heated argument, Elvin Gonzalez, 10-1.
Another horse that can be forward, but also may not be the speed, at least on paper.
Number 6, Derby Day Lassie for Alan Milligan.
she's an outrageous price in this race. I mean, she set an insane pace last. She is, in fact, a rocket, and she breaks. They have her to catch, and I'm going to bet on Derby Day Lassie. At this price, I'm in.
Too big a number. Dolly Dimple, Manny Escobar. Yeah, she didn't break. Derby Day Lassie, couple back. Other than that, when she does, she's effective early.
Dolly Dimple was good as a 3-year-old and been awful as a 4-year-old.
So Alex Conchari, 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, she's okay. I thought her last race was all right. I don't love the field she comes out of. A number of horses in this race come out of, including the favorite, who I don't quite get.
How about Dutch Treat? First after the claim, Robertino Diodoro at 9-1, really?
I think you have to respect this. I mean, this horse is a multiple winner, where many of them are 1s or 2s. She's been first or second 14 times. There's something wrong with the board
Reclaim Diodoro?
And why is this horse 5-2? She can't make the lead.
It's one. Sometimes, Andy, you feel like you're looking at the wrong tote board.
I really do.
This doesn't make sense.
If I had to make a morning line, if I had to make a morning line in any race, I'd embarrass myself even more than normal. But this race,
it's all over the place.
I thought the 6 and 9 were the two I wanted. The 10's okay, but my comment on the 10 was not a winning type.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds and thirds with just the 3 wins.
And that's the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, neither of us are saying this horse can't win, because she obviously can win. I mean, Choctaw Charlie, the 11, is 6-1. Why is Choctaw Charlie shorter priced than, even if it wasn't Diodoro Dutch Treat?
Mm-hmm.
Why is shorter? Why is horse shorter than Derby Day Lassie? I think that this race is being badly misbet.
Take advantage.
It's going to cost me money.
7th race, Oaklawn. You have a few moments. Dolly Dimple, there she is. And 4-trainer John Ortiz. Big moment for him tomorrow afternoon. Ortiz, who's had a big winter at Oaklawn Park, and saddling his first Kentucky Derby starter, Barbara Road, who didn't win this year, ran in all the prep races, the Smarty Jones, the Rebel Stakes, the Southwest, and the Arkansas Derby, but he's always right there. And some traffic, some issues in the stretch of the Arkansas Derby. Not to suggest he beat Cyberknife, but he would have been a little bit closer.
Well, he was only second because of the hideous ride that Secret Oath got. I mean, let's be honest. And I'm going to, listen, I am friendly with Ray Gutierrez, and I'm a fan. But to deny how well he's been riding this year is to not be telling the truth, because he is really, I mean, he's always been a talented rider. He's stepping his game up, and I think the rides he gave this horse, I don't think, because it's not easy to ride in general, but obviously front runners, forwardly placed horses, you make less decisions.
Sure.
But I think the 2 rides he's given this horse, he did everything to give this horse his best chance to get a piece of the purse. And he'll probably do it again in Kentucky. He's got a lot of self-confidence, as he should. And I just don't know if the horse is good enough to do it. But I think Ray Lou and John Ortiz, a good story with Barbara Road, just not sure he's going to be good enough in this Derby.
He's having a blast. He's enjoying it. A certain jockey will go nameless. Had a conversation with a very well-known trainer. He was in the paddock. He had a jockey making his Derby debut. Took one look at the rider and said, "We're dead. We're dead." Just deer in the headlights, right? That was this jockey's first ever Kentucky Derby ride. Not sensing any of that from Ray Gutierrez. He has been, every time you hear from him, every interview, having a blast, enjoying all of it. Hitting connection today, tomorrow, Barbara Road.
Yeah, he claims he went to college. I still want to see a copy of his degree. I'm going to have to hit him up for that. But no, I kid, and he is a bright guy. Listen, it's understandable, by the way, to be riding in the Derby for the first time and look around and get a little bit nervous. I mean, come on. I'm sure even the best riders, it's a little thrilling and exciting. You get that adrenaline flowing. So I understand that happening with riders, but at the end of the day, he's been riding against a lot of good riders throughout. He started riding in New York. He's been riding in different places. The way he's riding, there's no reason he shouldn't have confidence. And also, riding a horse like Barbara Road, there's no pressure on him. He's going to do the best he can. The truth is, if he runs 6th, he probably outran his chances.
Again, what I've said about Barbara Road is I think he beats more horses than beats him.
That's what he's one of these horses in a prop bet where if you put him against Taba, I'll use him. Taba is way, way more likely to win this Derby, but I think that Barbara Road might be more likely to finish higher.
Can we talk about the money on? And again, the wagering you see today, it's not going to change that much, is what we've seen in recent years. 5-1 co-favored Taba.
You know, he's the kind of horse that could have gone either way, right? You wouldn't have been surprised if he was 12-1. I wouldn't be surprised at 5-1. And I think what he's paying is, it goes against everything I believe in life, except I watch it every year, and you're right. Because there's probably 5% or less of the pool is in there right now. So you look and think, what's the difference? I mean, it's a drop in the bucket. There will be a flash that might be bigger than the money bet in the board right now. But we've just seen it year, and that doesn't mean some horse is going to drop a little. But there aren't going to be demonstrative changes. If there's a horse that's 11-1 now, that horse is not going to be 4-1 or 5-1, no matter what you think. And the fact that Zandon's 8-1, I don't think he's going to be less than 5-1 unless Mac wants to make him the favorite, which he probably won't in this situation. So Zandon could be theoretical value on the board, but it is interesting how the odds just don't change that significantly. And it goes against everything I believe in mathematically. But it happens, and you're right.
It happens. Taba, 5-1. Tonight, 6 Eastern, the Kentucky Derby preview show. You're not going anywhere, Andy. You'll be joined by Mig. I'll be here.
That guy intimidates me, that McGlory guy.
Intimidates everyone. He's the Mig. He's aggressive. Maggie from Churchill Downs, along with Paula Duca. The Kentucky Derby preview show this evening. See what the odds look like then. Always fun following the trends and where the money's going in the early stages of the wagering for the Kentucky Derby. Here at Oaklawn, in the 7th race, these Arkansas-bred sprinters, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older, marching towards the starting gate. And let's see if the betting here is, no, it's about the same. 3-1 Mocha Kiss. The Diodoro first after the claim number 9 Dutch Treat still hanging up there at 8-1.
The 6 has come down quite a bit to 9-2.
That makes more sense. And now favored with that flash.
Yeah, so therefore, I no longer need to bet the 6. But, by the way, I don't think the money is wrong. Well, I mean, one thing we have seen here a lot is that you're seeing the late flashes that you don't see it at Naira anymore. We're not the CAWs are not playing their win pool, but you're seeing it at Oaklawn. You're seeing late changes, as you do at many tracks.
At the gate, moving into line. It's handed over to Vic Stauffer with the live call. 7th race, live, Oaklawn Park.
Mocha Kiss. Choctaw Charlie. Derby Day Lassie. Last to load. Tap it right. They're at the post. They're off. Tap It Right, Mocha Kiss, Spurwink Lane, Heated Argument, and Amazing Lace all show speed. Derby Day Lassie in that mix as well. Choctaw Charlie is close up. Then Dolly Dimple, followed by Truly a Rocket and Solwy, and the trailer is Dutch Treat. Up the backstretch with Derby Day Lassie and Spurwink Lane. They'll match strides. 2 lengths in front of Choctaw Charlie, Heated Argument, and Amazing Lace at the rail. Tap It Right is 3 deep and about 4 from the front. Dolly Dimple just inside of her. Mocha Kiss has 5 lengths to make up. Then it's 2.5 back to Truly a Rocket and Solwy. Dutch Treat is the trailer. 10 lengths first to last. Derby Day Lassie has the lead. Mocha Kiss is moving in the center. She's 5th now, but could get up into 2nd soon. Very wide, turning for home. Then comes Amazing Lace, Spurwink Lane, Heated Argument, and Choctaw Charlie, many chances. Derby Day Lassie, Heated Argument. Now Heated Argument has taken over the lead. She's in front of Choctaw Charlie. Mocha Kiss not doing enough. Tap It Right, Late Charge Solwy. Heated Argument is clear, and Heated Argument's going to win it. Heated Argument in front. Heated Argument won by 2.5, maybe more than that. Choctaw Charlie was 2nd. Mocha Kiss 3rd. Tap It Right finished 4th.
Found her best stride late. Kicked it into gear, and for the Starfish Stable, the homebred Heated Argument checks in a winner. 7th race, Oaklawn Park.
She crushed the field. There's just nothing else to say but that. She was just way too good for these horses today. And my 6 wilted Derby Day Lassie to a little pressure, but she had absolutely no response in the stretch. And the Diodoro claim, there's a search party out for that one.
No bueno on this afternoon. All about Heated Argument results when we come back. And how many Derby starters will he saddle by the time it's all said and done? Todd Pletcher, 59 and counting. Mo Donegal among Pletcher's trio for tomorrow's Derby. Wood Memorial winner has to win from the rail. Charge It, light and experienced, but very talented. Florida Derby runner-up and Pioneer of Medina, last seen chasing Epicenter in the Louisiana Derby. That's next.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter 2015 now standing in legendary stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Sire of Smile Happy, contender tomorrow's Kentucky Derby. Here, heated argument, Oaklawn, as you mentioned, much the best. Second lifetime win. There she is, finding her best stride. She angles out, got a little sideswiped there, and it didn't seem to bother her.
No, and don't think it really affected the horse. I mean, they're going to, somebody silly would claim the horse, I think, ran second, the horse in purple, but it wasn't really a foul of any kind. And she was much the best.
Starfish Stable, homebred, heated argument, 5-11-10 results in 14-20. Over Choctaw Charlie, Mocha Kiss, 5-11-10, 7th race at Oaklawn Park. Flat Out coming up next. Belmont Park, First Constitution, 7-5 on the morning line. Son of Constitution, the 5-year-old, going to take down the winner's share of this $100,000 purse. Flat Out Stakes next, the Friday feature from Belmont.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Get prepped to bet the greatest 2 minutes in horse racing with expert analysis from our panel of handicappers. Watch the Kentucky Derby preview show today, live on FS2, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific.
The Belmont Stakes returns to Belmont Park Saturday, June 11th. Tickets to the top of the stretch, the premier trackside picnic area with personal grills, are almost sold out. Tickets to the Test of the Champion are on sale at belmontstakes.com. Hurry before it's gone.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Last year's winner, Flat Out, is right there now. He's third on the outside and driving hard. The 3-year-old Fast Falcon fourth, 1 furlong to go. Stay Thirsty, still there. But here comes Flat Out on the outside, and Stay Thirsty, who's hanging on bravely. Stay Thirsty down inside, and Flat Out, who comes with the last gasp lunge to win.
I'll Flat Out come back and get him, Andy.
It really didn't look like he was going to get him.
Nah.
For people that don't remember Stay Thirsty, he won the Travers. He won the Cigar Mile over Groupie Doll. He was a very good horse. I mean, he just wasn't really that well known because he was running in Uncle Mo's shadow that year as a 3-year-old for Mike Napoleon Top Pletcher.
Wasn't he second in the Belmont to Ruler on Ice?
He was second to Ruler on Ice in the Belmont Stakes. Good call. He was a really good horse. So was Flat Out.
And his jockeys earned their money. Stay Thirsties. I mean, you had to ride him every step of the way. But this is the Flat Out. That was Joel Rosario. Can't believe it's been that long, almost a decade. Two-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winner, Flat Out, $3.6 million in earnings.
Yeah, he was the absolute hard knocker. Ran against good horses, big races all the time. You know, you see Bill Mott, but Scooter Dickey deserves a lot of credit as well. The trainer had him, and Bill would be the first one to agree with that. Son of Flatter, of course, stands at Claiborne Farm. You know, it's funny. It's hard to believe how long Flatter's been around and producing good horses as well. A tremendous sire and still a tremendous sire. No, he was, you know, and I love listening to those races. Tom. Anytime I hear Tom Durkin calling a race, it makes me happy. Listen, I'm very big fan of John Embriao as well, but Tom Durkin was a legend in this game in a way, and hearing him call those races is always fun.
Great call in that Jockey Club Gold Cup. Today's Flat Out. Horses in the paddock, rain falling. We check in with Acacia with this paddock report for the Flat Out, starting with First Constitution, pictured at 8-5. Acacia.
And he's really improved with feet coming in here to the States in his first couple of starts. He was screaming in the paddock prior to his races, just really lacking a lot of focus, very difficult to handle prior to those races, and he's been incredibly professional here. It seemed 2 starts back in the Jazz League got very comfortable, awkward out of the gate last time, was asked a lot of him early. He never looked like he was settled at any point in the race. He looks like a fire-breathing dragon here in the paddock today, but in a good way. I like to see that intensity. He's not overdoing it to go the mile in 3/8. Physically, I do really question if this truly is his best distance. He's a little bit on the smaller side, as some of the Constitutions are. There's a lot of good substance to him. He looks terrific. I do just wonder if this may be stretching him just a little bit, but mentally, I like how he has improved. The number 1 blew it. Talk about him.
I think the fire-breathing dragon just killed Acacia's mic.
I want to have a long detail. I'm going to be back on with Acacia and I'm going to discuss fire-breathing dragons with her. I want to know when it's not good to be a fire-breathing dragon. I'm going to, yeah. We'll get that from Acacia.
First Constitution, like what she saw, though. A lot of energy, but controlled. First Constitution for trainer Todd Pletcher. Pletcher, who, he has contenders in the Flat Out Stakes. He has contenders in the Kentucky Derby, trying for a 3rd victory. Mo Donegal, winner of the Wood Memorial. Mo Donegal drawn inside Irad Ortiz, who just won the turf sprint at Churchill Downs, undercard Oaks. Irad Ortiz, here is Mo Donegal, and just the killer instinct, Andy. I really like the way he went out and got early voting.
And early voting is a very good horse.
Yes.
He could absolutely win the Preakness in 2 weeks. This was Joel Rosario at his absolute finest. And listen, if you go from Joel Rosario to Irad Ortiz, you're certainly not giving anything up. They're 2 of the great riders, not just in the game, but really of all time. But I don't know, if I'm Irad, and I'm sure he's brimming with confidence, but I look at that ride and go, I would have done that. And you just don't know, and he needed every bit of that ride to win.
I'm a fan of Mo Donegal, and I think I have a tendency I fall for horses that really close at Gulfstream, because there's always that assumption that it is a speed favoring track. And sometimes when you see horses like really closing with the rush at Gulfstream, I always like the Union Rags type, those types of moves. And seeing that move from Mo Donegal, he didn't win at Gulfstream, but the way he closed at Gulfstream and how he's progressed, I do think he has a shot. Currently 7-1 for tomorrow's Kentucky Derby. Blew it. Kick off the post spread for the Flat Out, 3-1.
He's taken a lot of money in here. Listen, I've bet against him every week, and he seems to win almost every week, so I've certainly made a fool out of myself with this horse. This is a big step forward, but at least he showed he can handle the distance last time, albeit against weaker.
First Constitution, slaying 5-year-old for Todd Pletcher.
I'm surprised
he's dragon. Look at that.
I'm not sure this is really a good thing. Could he be win number 3,000 or 4,000 or whatever it is for Jose Lezcano here? He's taken an awful lot of money. Very short in the double. Very short.
Locally owned, 5-1. Cold on the board, as you pointed out.
And he's 4th choice in the double, so he's going to be every bit of this price. I don't love him here, but I don't think he should be this price.
Number 4 is Portos for the Wertheimer brothers, 2nd of 2 for Todd Pletcher.
Maybe losing by 5 lengths legitimately to Lone Rock is good enough to win here. He's not going to have a problem with the distance.
Number 5, Willie Sutton. There he is in the Bob LaPenta colors for Jonathan Thomas, his stable, in one of those grooves.
Yeah, Jonathan Thomas gets live, and they can all run. He'd have to step forward. Jonathan hoping he can handle the distance. And Willie Sutton, is there a bank robber? There's a story, right?
I'll
look that up.
Willie Sutton, 6-1. Warrior in Chief to the outside. First after the claim, Dylan Clark.
Dylan's taking a chance with him in a race, and he's run some fast races. And I'll tell you what, he's going to be in front early, isn't he?
Should be, on paper. On paper. And, of course, with this Flat Out coming up today, a great time to join us at Naira Bets. $25 free bet for the Derby. New members also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match.
I got to look up Willie Sutton.
You look up Willie Sutton while our viewers watch. First Constitution in the Jazzle. In command at the top of the stretch, only a question of how far. Jose Lezcano. That was Kendrick. That was Lezcano there. One of his 2,999 victories on First Constitution.
And it was a great ride by him because he outran the favorite, cost the horse for Chad Brown, and got to the gold rail. And this was a huge gold rail. So that's an exaggerated performance based on the racetrack. I don't think he's supposed to be an overwhelming favorite. And the double, I think, is around 465. So he's projected to be about even money based on the double. Now, we don't necessarily see that because there's different pools because we don't have the CAW play. But he's going to be very short in here. And I picked him. I didn't think he'd be that short.
Mm-hmm.
I do have some questions about the distance. I really do. And I think it's fair to have those questions.
Locally owned, number 3 for Tom Morley, already with 1 win on the afternoon. And proven at the distance, mile and 5/8 winner at Belmont Park last fall. And the Jockey Club, Grand Prix Jockey Club, Andy, locally owned.
It is.
18-1 that afternoon.
Grand Prix American Jockey Club. That's a mouthful. This was a great ride by Dylan because this was a goldest of gold rails. And for whatever foolish reason, other riders seemed to be sitting out in the middle of the racetrack. Dylan said, okay, I'll come up the inside. And he rode the rail to victory. It made a difference. He probably didn't run as well as Lone Rock did that day, but he still beat him. And the reality is that even if he hadn't beaten him and he finished 2 lengths behind him, I'm not sure that wouldn't make him good enough to win here. I'm a little surprised. Are people worried about the layoff and those things? And I'm sure it is theoretically a prep for the Brooklyn, but that doesn't mean that they don't want to win it. But, geez, he is iced up on the board. Man.
Locally owned. Blew it, meanwhile, Acacia. 3-1. The good news, he's 1, 4, or 5. He's sharp. The bad news, Belmont really never has been his track, at least to this point.
No, that's true. As he is, I think, that kind of tried and true 2-turn horse. And with this distance, he does get to go 2 turns today. He was a horse sometimes that he looked like he wasn't really moving that freely, just maybe one that really didn't take care of himself in between races. And I haven't seen him the last couple months, of course, over the winter, but he's really improved a lot in the hands of John Toscano. His coat looks great. His weight looks great. Things that sometimes aren't the case for him. And we'll see if maybe getting to go those 2 turns that he does seem to enjoy will be the key for him in here today. The 3 locally owned, he kind of has that good race, bad race pattern. And I was actually in the paddock for the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Breeders' Cup weekend, and he framed himself up beautifully and had been working well over the track or galloping well with Maggie aboard in the mornings before that race. So he just really seemed like he didn't take his race with him as he went out there to the West Coast. I think now that he's been back here at Belmont, doesn't have to travel, he looks like he is just as strong and fit as he was last year when he won that Grand Prix American Jockey Club. And I think that the distance is his friend. I have no problem with him here at all, and surprised about the price as well. I guess maybe the wet track may be a little bit of a question for him, but he has run well over it in the past. And finally, the number 4, Portos. He's one that I think will love to get to go the added distance today, further than he was last time out. Was forwardly placed last time and faded. I'm hoping that those blinkers add a little bit more focus to him, but he's one that I've always thought wanted the more ground, the better, and that's what he gets today under Kendrick Carmouche Lafitte.
Team Bourbonic Acacia. Carmouche, Pletcher last year winning the Wood Memorial at 1,000,000-1. With Portos 7-2 as we have reached post time and the horses have reached the starting gate for the Friday feature. Flat out stakes. Andy, first Constitution even money as Blewett steps forward.
Massive underlay. Massive underlay. Don't think this horse should be anywhere close to even money in this race. Very surprised. And I picked him, but I think he's really an underlay.
First Constitution moves in the orange colors. Jose Lezcano looking for career victory number 3,000. That much more special to do it in a stakes race this Friday feature. 2 turns here, flat out stakes, mile and 3/8. John Ambrial with the remainder of the load and call. It's post time.
Waiting for Willie Sutton and Warrior in Chief. There in the gate. And they're off. First Constitution is going out for the early lead. And now moving up is Blewett, who has gotten off the rail, but First Constitution is the leader going into the turn, and First Constitution has quickly opened up a 3-length lead. Blewett is running in second, followed by Willie Sutton. Warrior in Chief is on the outside. Locally owned down at the rail, and then the gray, Portos, in sixth as they round that clubhouse turn and head for the backstretch. It is the even money favorite, First Constitution, who shows the way here by 2.5 lengths. Blewett is in second by a half length, and Warrior in Chief on the outside. The opening quarter mile in 24 and 3/5 seconds. They've reached the backstretch now with First Constitution on top by 2. Blewett is in second. Warrior in Chief on the outside. A break of 2.5. Back to Willie Sutton, who runs in fourth. Locally owned down at the rail. And Portos continues to trail as First Constitution continues to lead here. And the lead is 3.5 lengths. Blewett, Warrior in Chief, Willie Sutton, locally owned. Those four are all together, giving chase to First Constitution. First Constitution ran the opening half mile in the slop in 49 seconds. It is First Constitution on top by 2.5. Locally owned has moved through on the inside. Now to take second. Willie Sutton runs in third. Blewett is back running in fourth. Then Warrior in Chief and Portos. They're going around the far turn. 3/4 in 1:13 and 2. And now locally owned takes his shot at First Constitution. First Constitution is holding the lead. Locally owned in second, a break of 3, and Portos has now moved up into third. Farther back, Willie Sutton, Blewett, and Warrior in Chief. The mile in 1:38 and 2 as they come for the quarter pole. First Constitution has been in front right from the start. He continues to lead into the stretch. It is First Constitution by 3. Locally owned and Portos heads apart second and third. And now there's a furlong to the finish. And it is First Constitution in front, opening the lead here. First Constitution by 4.5 lengths. First Constitution. It is a front and center day for jockey Jose Lezcano, his 4th win on the Friday card and career win, number 3,000.
Milestone. Jockey Jose Lezcano, 3,000 career victories. As Johnny I mentioned, 4 on the afternoon. First Constitution ran like a fire-breathing dragon in the flat-out stakes.
Yeah, we joked about with Acacia saying that, but I mean, it feels like the apt way to describe this horse. You know, you rarely see a horse. This horse was running off from him out of the gate, literally running off out of the gate, and you're going a mile and 3/8. That's not what you want to see happen. And I understand he was a heavy favorite in here, but that's not something a jockey wants. They don't want a horse like that. In this kind of race, expend too much energy early, and he was just too good for these horses. Locally owned ran fine. He probably needed the race. And Portos ran well, but this horse, he was an hour the best.
You saw that big smile from Jose Lezcano reaching this milestone and doing so in a stakes race for Todd Pletcher. Lezcano, First Constitution, opening up on this field, running away and hiding. 2 of his last 3, the win in the Jazzle, and this one here in the flat-out stakes. Next stop, the Brooklyn, we would think, Andy?
I'm sure he's going to Brooklyn. And why not? I mean, is he ready for Lone Rock? I don't know.
Is anybody
we'll
ready for Lone Rock?
Well, here's the question. If you're Todd Pletcher, you don't want him to do that, but maybe you say maybe when he does that is when he runs his best race. I mean, this was crazy.
You're right. You don't see it, especially long-distance races. It's all about patience and relaxing and horses dropping their head. That kind of pulling and the amount of energy that is wasted, jockey fighting horse, horse fighting jockey, that is not usually the result.
No, you know, if you bet this horse early and you saw that, you can't have been happy because far too often these horses, they go around the bend and they just spit it. Especially because I think there were questions about him going this far.
No problem on this afternoon. Big smile there, Jose Lezcano. Widely considered, Andy, and tell me if you agree with this, widely considered one of the most underrated riders in the country.
I agree. I think Jose's a fabulous rider. I've always been a fan of Jose's for years, you know, and he came here mostly from New Jersey back now over a decade ago, and he's just a consistent winner. And I'll tell you one thing that's really helped him out, make a decision to stay here during the winter. Because, you know, I'd see him in Florida. I'd go down there, and he'd say to me, I should be in New York. Purses are good. I should be up in New York. And I'd say, okay, Jose, come to New York. We'd like to have you here. And when he started riding here in the winters, it really gave him, he obviously did very well. It was better for him financially, but I think it also helped him during the year getting more mounts because it's such a crazy, super competitive riding colony. For a guy like Jose Lezcano to be about the 8th choice at best at this meet just shows you how good it is, because this is a guy who pretty much anywhere else he'd go could be leading rider.
So talented. Some injuries along the way. Jose Lezcano, 3,000 career wins. And a Saturday, Friday, he won't forget for quite some time. 4 wins, a victory in the flat-out stakes, and his 3,000th career win. Fist bump, celebrate it. First Constitution in the flat-out stakes, the Friday feature. First Constitution runs away and hides. Much more on America's Day at the Races.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Exciting Friday of thoroughbred racing. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Can't get enough of those images. The milestone we reference just reached. Jose Lezcano, 3,000 career wins in the flat-out stakes, 4 on the afternoon.
Yeah, congratulations to Jose. Well deserved, and a great day for him. And nice to have him do it on a day where he had such a good day too, you know.
Jose Lezcano standing by live with Acacia.
Jose Lezcano, all smiles and making the most of the rainy day here. Jose, first of all, let's talk about this milestone, 3,000 career wins. That's a lot of victories. I mean, look back and just how meaningful this is to reach this level that you are and that number of victories.
Well, I'm very, like glad, people are honest and trying to give me a chance to ride these nice horses and win all these races, it's very, very nice,
Does it make it more special to get that win in a stake as well here in the flat out for Todd Pletcher with First Constitution wiring the field?
Oh yeah, especially for Todd, he gave me a chance to ride a nice horse like that, and win my 3,000 race, and this kind of race is nice. Thank you.
You and I were talking about it as this horse, he jumped right into the bridle. He was on it right from the get-go. Tell me what you were feeling.
Well, I really made sure I want to jump in the bridle early, and I send it out, and after that he jumped the bridle right away, and I said, well, maybe I'm making mistakes. He's doing the bridle early, but after that he relaxed and he got it in the backside and the back stretch, and he gave me the race. He ran very good.
What's that feeling like when a horse just relaxes like that underneath of you, especially in a race like this?
Well, you feel very comfortable, especially if you respond and relax the ways you do it, and when you ask it, he take you off again, you feel very comfortable, in the line.
So we on to 4,000 now?
Yeah, we try. See what happens.
Jose, congratulations.
Thank you.
Not only 3,000 career wins, but 4 on the day, and one more chance to go, Lafitte.
I already have him at 4,000.
Yeah.
Jose Liscano.
There's where he's all smiles.
There you go. Look at that. And some of the bigger wins during the course of his career. Those 3 Breeders' Cup victories. Delaware Oaks, Florida Oaks, Tampa Bay Derby, Florida Derby. Jose Liscano, 3,000 career wins. Big day, Belmont Park.
And kind of an unlucky loser in Todd Pletcher's first Derby win with Super Saver with Icebox.
That's right.
He could have won that race, and he finished second. And then I think, I don't know, it was that year or later, he got beaten by a nose in the Travers with first, I can't remember, for Nick Zito. Jimmy Jerkins beat him in the Travers by a nose. He's been close in some very big races as well.
Why can't I come up with that?
Yeah, you know the horse I'm talking about. He ran in the, he ran third in the Breeders' Cup Classic behind Blame and Zenyatta. Zito horse. He won the Dwyer when we ran it one year as a prep for the Belmont Stakes. I know the horse. I can see the silks, and I can't remember it.
We'll look it up.
Well, Nick Zito's probably watching. He's going to text it to me.
As soon as we're off camera, we'll look it up.
Okay.
Now we can look it up. What's happening in the late pick 5?
Let's see. So we got a parlay that's around $40, around $80, around $200, and $50. They're actually paying pretty well. I mean, they're not huge, but considering the parlay 50 cents, it's around $50. They're paying okay.
1 left, 9th race, Belmont Park. Meantime, here at Oaklawn, gorgeous day in Hot Springs. The 8th race coming up, the featured event, the Natural State Breeders' Cup Stakes, $150,000 purse, fillies and mares, 1 mile. And we start with the Mary Rose, 1-2 heavy favorite here.
You know, she looks pretty good to me. She looks pretty good to me on paper.
Sold.
She's the main speed on the inside, and she's faster than everybody. It's a pretty dangerous competition. It's a combination.
We just had the Flat Out. Here's a Flat Out and Foxy, another Flat Out mare, won earlier today at Oaklawn.
It's Fly Down, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Migliori. Yeah, this
Fly Down.
This is no Flat Out.
Neither is Chai Tea, but there she is.
Yes, but Chai Tea is good on some certain days, but not as a racehorse.
Like Chai Tea or her?
I like Chai Tea. I'm a big tea drinker.
Too Pretty, 9-1.
Too Pretty is better than some of the horses in this race. Will probably be sitting close to the pace.
Key Scratch, Summer Shoes. Here's number 6, Connie K.
Connie K might be the second best horse in this race, but the problem is she has the same running style as the Mary Rose, and she's not as good.
Maybe that sets it up for Punchy Girl, the Rainbow Miss winner.
I don't know what's going to set it up for Punchy Girl.
16-1. Currently, number 8, the gray here in Hot Springs Bling.
What is Hot Springs Bling? You don't want to answer that?
Bling in Hot Springs.
Good answer.
See a good name for like a jewelry store in downtown Hot Springs? No?
You know, I like that.
Unbridled Twister.
You know, that could be your
30-1.
future. I see your future running a jewelry store in Hot Springs.
Going into advertising after this show. Kaboom Baby, 8-1 Louis Quinones.
You know, I just don't know if there was a mile, but maybe the stretch will help. But boy, you got a good trip last time.
And finally, my dam's attitude towards the outside.
You know, you go through this field and you can see why the horse in the rail is such a heavy favorite. These horses are woefully slow relative to her.
The Mary Rose you mentioned, 1-2. Synthetic race, most recent. This is her most recent race on dirt. 2 back here at Oaklawn Park in a 5-length score at 1 mile and a 16th. 1-2, the Mary Rose. She dominated on that afternoon and being bet like she's expected to do the same.
She ran mid-90 buyers in her last 2 races at Oaklawn. I bet on the Lady Houston Classic, by the way, behind Pauline's Pearls, who became a Grade 1 winner today.
Productive race.
It was a clever move on my part. Oh, yes, produces Grade 1 winners that race. My friend Nick Tamar are excited. They tried to run in synthetic last time. I'm not exactly sure why, but they took a shot. Big purse. But the truth is, this filly seems to be better, or race mare, I should say, when she runs at Oaklawn. If she runs a buyer figure in the 90s here, she'll win by the length of the stretch.
So for somebody playing and they've been getting their teeth kicked in all afternoon and they want to add to their bankroll before betting on the Kentucky Oaks, they're going to take a shot at this Natural State Breeder Stakes, but they say the Mary Rose they feel is a lock. Very confident going in. How do you play this? How do you turn a profit playing this race?
Well, that's a good question. Can you find somebody interesting to run second? I'd probably play against Connie K, going against the 2-speed number. The question is, who is that horse? It's probably the 4 Too Pretty. She's probably the most likely to suck up for second. Maybe Kaboom Baby, but I'd probably prefer Too Pretty. So maybe you want to look at a 1-4 exacta, which probably isn't paying much. I didn't look at the races beyond the 8th race. Maybe you look at doubles, but I didn't look at that race. I have the PPs, but I don't know if there's anybody I can share for people to use. Sorry. Well, you do have a horse off the claim for Melton Wilson, who was deputizing for Wayne Potts. So that might be interesting, but that's just a quick glance. That horse has pretty good credentials coming in general, as a matter of fact. Might be the horse to beat.
The Mary Rose, those short leaf colors, formerly Loblolly. First Derby I ever attended, Loblolly owned the favorite. Demons Be Gone.
Yeah.
In 1987.
Good horse.
He bled.
Did he?
Yeah.
That was a great field. Wow.
Ali Sheba, bet twice.
That's when I used to win betting the Derby. Back in the days, I crushed that number. That was a terrific field. That was a great crop.
Oh, War. Yeah, I mean, Gulch.
Gulch was
Capote.
in there. Capote, who never won again after the Breeders' Cup win, I don't believe. Of course, Java Gold wasn't in there. He raced later. Was Crypto Clearance in that Derby? He must have been in there.
I believe, was in that
Talenum
race.
Was probably in there.
Masterful Advocate.
Leo Castelli. Peter Brand owned horse, named for the art dealer. Leo Castelli.
Was
undefeated.
Temperance Hill?
No, Temperance Hill was 1980.
That was
1980. I was scared when he won the Belmont, made $100.
Somebody upset Masterful Advocate in the Santa Anita Derby, and I can't think of their name, and they ran as well. But if you want, again, Derby memories, what Ali Sheba overcame with Bet Twice and Craig Perrette. Ali Sheba, Chris McCarron, the first of his 2 Derby wins, down to his knees at the top of the stretch.
Fell down when that horse came out on him. Bet Twice. They were killers, those horses. I mean, Ali Sheba, Bet Twice, who could also run effectively on turf, and Bet Twice ruined Ali Sheba's Triple Crown. He wasn't going to win anyway, but he won by 16 lengths when he won that Belmont Stakes. These were monstrously talented racehorses. That was one of the all-time great crops. That was that crop, the 96, the 3-year-olds of 96. They had
Rhinestones
Song. Yeah, but there were some monsters. I mean, Skip Away was involved in there, and Skip
Away,
Away, in my opinion, is one of probably the best unheralded horse. That he never gets the respect he deserves, and he was a great racehorse.
I was at Hollywood for his 97 Breeders' Cup Classic win, and it was stupid. It was jaw-dropping.
They couldn't compete with him. I mean, Gentleman, when he was good, could compete with him. Formal Gold, when he was good. But he ran a multitude of 120-plus buyers.
That older horse division, Siphon, Sandpit, when Mandela had him on that assembly line. Easy to go down memory lane, but we have reached post time for the Friday feature at Oaklawn and the Natural State Breeders' Stakes. Vic Stauffer standing by. All eyes on the Mary Rose drawn inside.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start. Connie K, Too Pretty, and the Mary Rose shows speed. Punchy Girl and Unbridled Twister are next. Then comes My Dam's Attitude, followed by Chai Tea and Hot Springs Bling. At the rail, Flat Out and Foxy, and the early trailer is Kaboom Baby, and the early leader is the Mary Rose. The Mary Rose has sprinted away to a 1.5 length lead from Connie K, Chai Tea at the rail, and a 3-wide Punchy Girl. 2.5 lengths to Unbridled Twister. Hot Springs Bling is between horses with Too Pretty at the rail. They're about 4 from the front. My Dam's Attitude and Flat Out and Foxy have 6 lengths to make up, and the trailer is Kaboom Baby up the backstretch in the first Natural State Breeders' Stakes. Finish line is the 16th pole, and the Mary Rose is traveling very, very well. The Mary Rose to the half-mile pole with a 2-length lead on Connie K in second. Punchy Girl is now clearly third as Chai Tea drops back, passed by Unbridled Twister. Then comes Hot Springs Bling. My Dam's Attitude in the center is 7 from the lead. She's 2 in front of Too Pretty, Flat Out and Foxy, and Kaboom Baby. And here's Connie K to challenge the Mary Rose. The Mary Rose now only a half length in front. Connie K is second, and these two have opened up a very big lead on My Dam's Attitude, who's taken over third, top of the stretch. The Mary Rose in front, and now she has turned away Connie K, and the Mary Rose is back in front now by a full 5 lengths. Connie K is next, then Kaboom Baby and My Dam's Attitude, but the Mary Rose is going to win the first Natural State Breeders' Stakes and do it big. The Mary Rose won by about 10. Connie K was second, Kaboom Baby third, My Dam's Attitude finished fourth.
Just ran them off their feet. Look at the distance between the Mary Rose and everyone else. The easiest of wins in that first natural state Breeders' Stakes at Oaklawn.
It was sort of entertaining watching Giovanni Franco put Connie Kay into a full-out drive trying to catch from the turn. And Manny Esquivel, I think Manny rode this horse, right? He's just sort of sitting chilly with a ton. Giovanni must think to himself, like, what am I doing here? Like, I should just be sitting back here making sure I finish second because I have no chance to beat this bear. But Giovanni was trying to do what he could to win the race, and that's what he's supposed to do. But as we said, if she ran her big figure, she would lay waste to this field. Guess what? She did, and she did.
It's a great lesson for newer fans to the sport, trying to gauge jockeys when they're riding, how much horse they might have. Yeah, what you want to see is what Esquivel was doing on the Mary Rose, just still as a statue. What you don't want to see is Giovanni Franco, who, by the way, an aggressive ride, nothing wrong with it. He rode to try to win, but all in, and Connie Kay couldn't keep up with the Mary Rose, who simply dominates at Oaklawn. Much more in the look ahead to the Kentucky Derby. Zandon, Epicenter, Louisiana Derby winner. Who will take home that trophy? The hardware awaits the Kentucky Derby 148th running tomorrow evening.
Cyberknife, here comes Secret Oath. Cyberknife, Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife.
From the outside, and here's Taba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Echo Zulu, gun runners on top of the world.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
One left here at Belmont Park. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Rain falling throughout the course of the afternoon. 9th race off the turf on the main track. Results trickling in from Oaklawn. The Mary Rose. Sharp performance. Winning by many in those short-leaf colors. John Ed Anthony, trained by John Ortiz, has Barber Road going in tomorrow's Derby. Has a stakes winner here at Oaklawn Park, Andy.
Yeah, she's a very nice horse. I just don't think, I've never seen any proof that she can run these races outside of Oaklawn. I don't know what's going on. What does she do? That dirt at Oaklawn? But I saw that kind of performance, and that's why I bet her in the Lay's Houston Classic. I don't think I was a fool, but she didn't run a step there. I can understand not running on synthetic, but man, at Oaklawn is she good. But
she
now
rolled today. Who will roll tomorrow in the 148th Kentucky Derby? Updated odds. Let's take a look. Mo Donegal 7-1, Epicenter 5-1, second choice in the morning line. Messier 7-1, Zandon, the morning line favorite, hanging up there at 8-1. Zandon fans, you got to love that. Taba in his third career start, 6-1. Everyone else double digits. Let's meet the contenders of the 148th Kentucky Derby with Acacia. Come on.
The blanket of roses received by the Kentucky Derby winner is one of the most coveted in the sport and one of the most difficult to obtain. Some of the most heralded trainers in horse racing have never brought home a trophy from Churchill Downs, but the Derby dream never dies, and neither does the quest for the Triple Crown. Hall of Fame member Steve Asmussen is the leading all-time trainer of winners in North America, but the Kentucky Derby has eluded him. Epicenter could end that streak this year. The son of Not This Time is the morning line's second choice for the 148th Run for the Roses and enters this event after capturing the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes and the Grade 1 Louisiana Derby at the fairgrounds.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby.
Chad Brown has received 4 Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Trainer, but like Asmussen, a Derby triumph is one of the few Grade 1 races not on his resume. That could all change in 2022 as Brown will have the lightly raced but talented Zandon in the gate. Zandon was third in the Risen Star to kick off his sophomore campaign and then won the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes at Keeneland. The son of Upstart came from last at the 3/4 pole to draw clear of his 10 rivals.
Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Saffie Joseph Jr. also seeks his first Derby victory with his second Kentucky Derby starter. White Obario returned for his 3-year-old campaign with an impressive victory in the Grade 3 Holy Bowl at Gulfstream Park. He then punched his ticket to Louisville with another win in the Grade 1 Florida Derby over that same surface.
And White Obario wins the Florida Derby for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Tim Yakteen aims to collect his first Derby in his first attempt with the gifted Taba. The son of Gunrunner overhauled multiple graded stakes winner Messier to win the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby in only the second start of his young career after being unraced at the age of 2.
The run-happy Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Only 20 horses can enter the starting gate under the Twin Spires to vie for $3 million. Will this be the year that one of the participants provides their trainer with their first Derby victory and continues the march to Triple Crown glory at Belmont Park?
10 trainers trying for a first Derby win. Half of those making their Kentucky Derby debut. Tomorrow's 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Taba, co-favorite currently. Like, what would you have said 20 years ago if somebody said the co-favorite for the Kentucky Derby is a colt making his third career start?
Yeah, I would have said that's preposterous, and we probably couldn't have seen it. But I think nowadays you do see it more often. You know, I think you really do. So, I listen. I do think that Taba is the most talented horse in this race. I really do. I think what they're doing with him is unfortunate. And listen, I thought running the Santa Anita Derby was unfortunate, so I was already wrong about him. That doesn't mean it's the right situation here, because I worry that he'll have a bad experience and that'll set him back a long ways. I think he's kind of horse. They were pointing at the Travers and working backwards from that. We might be looking at a very, very good horse to have done what he's done in 2 races. But to take this leap forward is a big difference between running a 6-horse field when you're out in the clear, stalking the pace, than being among 20. And I think Mike Smith's going to be aggressive with him and stay out of trouble. And I don't know how that's going to work out for him.
Taba trying to win a Derby in his 3rd career start. Justify won a Derby in his 4th, a Triple Crown in his 6th career start. Much more on the Derby. The Derby preview show tonight, 6 Eastern. First things first, 9th race off the turf on the main track. New York breds, maidens. There's a look at A-Lister, currently 17-1.
Yeah, A-Lister, a first-time starter, I believe, in this race. He seems like an unlike one, like everybody else for the turf. Not everybody, but him. Oh, I got the wrong horse. Where's A? Oh, A-Lister, the 8. His dirt races don't give him a chance. I'm sorry.
Major spin, main track only, 3-1. Kendrick Carmouche.
I like him.
No, Jose Lezcano.
I like him. He's going to give Jose his 5th win today. His race was against significantly better. It was a scheduled dirt race, unlike this horse who comes out of an off-the-turf race.
For Chad Brown, Salt K, 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he can't win. It's Chad Brown, but I'm skeptical of the race that he comes out of.
Oregano. I have Lezcano on this one. Can we check the riders here, the situation? Yeah, because they had Lezcano named on 2.
Yeah, but Lezcano probably first call was the Linda, right?
Yeah.
And he's not impossible, Oregano. He's run okay in his dirt races, though he's also coming out of an off-the-turf race, though he did finish ahead of Salt K last time.
Jackie Davis on Saratoga Sky.
Love Jackie, but hard to like this horse.
Not hard to like this one. The gelding here, Lucky Brody, 8-5 with Dylan Davis.
Well, I know he's got faster buyer figures, and that matters. And he's going out for the Notice, who were 6 for 8 since coming to Belmont. They were 6 for 87 the prior part of the year. So their horses are running well. This horse's loss at 2-5 last time was one of the most inexcusable things I've ever seen. And I find it hard to believe that one of these horses like Major Spin or Salt K, particularly Major Spin, aren't going to improve enough to beat him. He should have won last time. I know he's running against a lot of horses that enter the turf, but Major Spin was not enter the turf. He was an MTO. And this is a favorite, Lucky Brody, that I'm against. And I know their horses are running well. But
we have this right, guys. It's Kendrick Carmouche on the 9 Major Spin.
No, Kendrick's on the 9? Yes, Kendrick is.
On the 9
yes,
Major Spin.
Correct.
Liscano on 11, Oregano.
So
All right.
Liscano's not getting his 5th win, hopefully. Sorry.
Best time to join Naira Bets to get that $25 to bets the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. The favorite there, Lucky Brody, last start, graduating, finally, his 12th career start. On the track listed as muddy, there he is, finding some momentum under a drive, and eventually going to have to actually settle for second on that afternoon, burning some money, 2-5 at post time that day.
And he had every chance to get by him. You see him moving on the outside to get to him, and if you looked at Devious Bankers, PP's kind of the race, you would say, I don't want any part of this horse. Now, on the other hand, the Noda horses were running like less than mere mortals at Aqueduct, and they've been King Kong since coming to Belmont. So maybe he's going to improve 5 or 6 lengths and win. But I don't know, man. It's a tried and true horse that's had his chances. His last race was not a good effort.
7-5 here. Lucky Brody. Acacia, what are you noticing from the current favorite here, Lucky Brody?
He's been fine. He certainly does look like he's fit coming in here. If I'm nitpicking, just I wish he looked better in his coat. But overall, he stacks up with what he faces in here today, and he looks like a dirt horse. So he certainly has that in his favor. But he did warm up well under Dylan Davis out there, which I think was necessary because he just doesn't have any early speed, and that's one thing that really does concern me about him. I much prefer the number 9 Major Spin, who is an MTO for Linda Rice. Did not see him in the paddock, of course, first time out, but watching that race, he looked like he was a little bit green, maybe just being protected a little bit in that race, still kind of figuring things out, and then probably needed the race for fitness. He looks very strong today, and he was a little bit spooky still. I think that he's still kind of figuring out the game, maybe a little bit distracted by things, but once they got out on the track, it was a totally different story. It was like he was very much more clued in, laser focused in there as well, and I think that he's one who should be able to take a big step forward now with that first race under his belt. The number 10 Salt Key, there's a big pedigree on this one, as he's actually the full to stakes winner Silly Key. He's half to Long Haul Bay, Midnight Transfer horse is very, very good in stakes company. Though typically, and with the example of Long Haul Bay, who won the Bay Shore a little bit shorter, and this one does stretch out in distance second time out for Chad Brown. I can see why the intent might have been to run on the turf, as he is a little bit of a lighter framed individual, but there's just not much of him. I do question the stretch out a little bit, and I question if he will be a horse that will be a more effective on the grass. And just in the shadow of the number 9 Major Spin, thought that that one was a horse who could have taken a bigger step forward in his second start. Lafitte?
Andy Acacia on the same runner, Major Spin. And don't forget tonight, the Kentucky Derby preview show, 6 Eastern. Maggie and Paul from Churchill Downs, the MIG. Andy Serling and myself right here, looking ahead to the 148th Kentucky Derby. That's on Fox Sports 2 right here. The Kentucky Derby preview show tonight after the races, 6 Eastern, as they start to load in for the 9th here at Belmont Park. 6-5, Andy still. Lucky Brody towards the outside. Any final thoughts as they move in?
I like the number 9 here, and I think the horse is an overlay right now at this price.
5-2. Second choice. One final time on this Friday afternoon. John Ambriel standing by with the load and call post time for the 9th, live from Big Sandy.
waiting for Saratoga Sky and Lucky Brody. There in the gate. And the rough. Oregano is hustled out of there along with Major Spin. Major Spin to the front. Oregano runs in second. Salt Key is next and third. Down on the inside is Uncle Bruce in fourth. A break of 4. Back to A-Lister in fifth. Lucky Brody's on the outside in sixth. And the trailer is Saratoga Sky. Major Spin taking the field up the backstretch. Leads here by 3/4 of a length. First-time starter Uncle Bruce runs in second with Oregano on the outside and third through a quarter in 22 and 3. It is Major Spin with the lead. Now Salt Key and Oregano both gain ground. They've taken second and third. Lucky Brody moving up now on the outside. Uncle Bruce is back running in fifth. And farther back it's A-Lister and then Saratoga Sky, the half in 46 and 1. It is still Major Spin with the lead. Salt Key is in second. Then Oregano far outside. The favorite, Lucky Brody, who is now gaining ground. As they come for the head of the stretch, 4 of them right together. Major Spin, Salt Key, Oregano, and Lucky Brody. They head for home now. It is still Major Spin narrowly. Salt Key on the outside in second. Oregano has tailed off. Lucky Brody out in the middle of the track. And now they're at the 8th pole. It is Major Spin trying to hold off Salt Key. Now is 16th to the finish. Major Spin still there. Salt Key on the outside in second. They're coming for the finish. And Major Spin breaks his maiden in this off-the-turfer here at Belmont.
Sire, the Derby runner-up in 2007, Hard Spun, Major Spin. Acacia, Andy locked in. Had this one pegged on top. Graduates in his second career start, closing at 5-2.
Well, good job by Kendrick going the lead. Eric Hansel kept the second horse close, improved off that win. And this was one of those times when betting against the streaking notice, and you're always worried in these situations, was a good idea. He had the figures on paper, but this was one you had to be careful about buyer figures. Lucky Brody had his chances to break his maiden throughout the winter at Aqueduct. Major Spin was an MTO. He was only entered to run on the main track. And as we talk about quite often, Linda Rice's second-time starters have a history of improving dramatically. And he did, and he got it done. This was a pretty quick pace, to be honest with you, these kind of horses in the track. And the 9 and 10 separated themselves from the field.
Good effort, Salt Key. Like never flustered, never when Major Spin kept digging. Salt Key tried him a couple of times, just second best on this afternoon.
But he never really gave up. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not like he wasn't, you know, falling behind. I mean, it got close for a second on the turn. It's funny, you know, watching races, it's always that turn, right? What turn they take. Sometimes they could turn, the outside horses just get right there. In this one, when they took the turn, the outside horses just faded away.
They were, you know, 4 abreast at one point. And then you could tell who was traveling better. It was Major Spin and Salt Key, 9, 10, 13, 11. In this off-the-turfer for New York breds, Major Spin graduates. Results forthcoming 9, 10, 13, 11 in the 9th and final from Belmont Park. Also, we get closer and closer to the Kentucky Oaks, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in North America, and probably the most intriguing aspect in Echo Zulu. She's not the favorite, but an undefeated champion. Echo Zulu currently 7-2. Look at that. Those are the updated odds. Nest, Andy, 2-1 currently with about 8 minutes to post.
And credit to the morning line maker. I thought he was wrong, and he got this one right. And I don't think it was an easy one to get right. I think a lot of people wouldn't have made her favorite. Echo Zulu is such a funny horse. I mean, because you say this, the undefeated 2-year-old champion who's buried her competition the majority of the time is now the second choice, but sort of a distant second choice. Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario. But the reality is that last year, and I'm not knocking her, she was sensational, and I am not, and this is not a negative in any way, but there was a dearth of competition.
Yeah.
The horse that I think is interesting to price at over 20-1 right now, the number 3, Hidden Connection, 23-1. A lot of ways, she was considered the second likeliest winner of the Breeders' Cup. But this year, I mean, Nest, who was just emerging, broke her maiden first time out at Belmont. Secret Oath was nowhere. You and I were there, I think, when she first broke out. And even Kathleen O broke her maiden late in the year. The landscape changed perceptibly.
For Nest in this race, the Ashland, and this was we knew she was good. I didn't know she was that good, what she did at Keeneland in the Ashland.
No, I agree. Listen, I'll be honest, and Richie can joke about it with me, Richie interviewed Irad Ortiz when he rode him after his maiden win, going long. And Rich said to him, this could be a grade stakes winner. And Irad said, oh, absolutely. And I just said, that's ridiculous. And I think I have text with Richie saying, this horse will never win a graded stake. So she's probably a 3-year-old champion.
Todd Pletcher told me before the Suncoast, he's like, she has grown so much. And just the improvement. And Richie and you guys always discuss this about the progression from 2 to 3 and how much improvement there is and how much horses change, and that she had really filled out, grown up, improved, and that's what we've seen as the season has gone on. Ness, current favorite for the Oaks at 2-1. Kathleen O for Shug McGahee. We know she's good at Gulfstream.
Yeah, 3 races at Gulfstream. We'll see how she deals with that. I'm not knocking her in any way. She's obviously very good. And she won going 2 turns to mile 16th here. Look at Goddess of Fire's PPs for Todd Pletcher, who's in this race. And let's take a look. What price? She's the 5. She's 32-1. Now, Kathleen beat her easily, but Goddess of Fire, 76 buyer, 80 buyer, 94 buyer. I know they beat the rest of the field by a pole. I'm not sure there were anybody in the rest of the field who would have just won the 9th race that we ran here at Belmont, excuse me. So I really think this is much serious more competition. And I know she won going longer. She's an upstart. I love upstart, but I wonder if in this particular case this horse is going to want more distance.
Sire of Zandon, upstart. Javier Castellano, the best jockey, never to have won a Kentucky Derby. Active. He's never won a Kentucky Oaks either. Maybe that changes in about 5 minutes. Echo Zulu, though, highly decorated, undefeated, the champion. 1 start this year. This was it in the Fairgrounds Oaks, and she has to call on all her class to hold off Hidden Connection.
I love watching this. I made a big bet on Hidden Connection. And Hidden Connection ran the better race. She was 3 wide the whole way, and Echo Zulu was saving ground the whole way, and that's why she was able to beat her by a nose. In all fairness, it was her first start this year, and she has every reason to move forward. Steve Asmussen is not a trainer that cranks these horses up, and what trainer would have her cranked up to win that race? And Hidden Connection, by the way, is good. She's probably going to run better, but I just still think there's some questions about the distance. She's likely to have to deal with Uguri as well in front of her.
Distance, hard to imagine this was the plan. 1 race and then the Oaks. Layoff, taxing race. She's had the 6 weeks, but it is a handicapping angle when you worry about if you subscribe to the bounce theory, it would be tailor-made. Echo Zulu, champion. See what she does in the Kentucky Oaks. Current 3rd choice in the wagering. While Nest is the favorite, and Secret Oath. Back with her own gender, 3rd in the Arkansas Derby. Secret Oath for D. Wayne Lucas. Louis Saez taking over, and that's key. This is the last time she faced her own gender. And because of this effort in the Honeybee, wound up facing the boys in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, and listen, Wayne never said he was going to use that to run in the Derby. Now, if they got points, things could have been different. I love that it worked out this way. She really was sensational. And listen, I mean, she obviously dusted Uguri in this race, who came back to win the Fantasy. And I think that's fair to point that out, that she did beat a solid horse in there. I don't think Uguri ran a race that day. This filly's been very good, and there's an argument to be used that the Arkansas Derby was a tremendous prep for this race, because you want to come into a race like this a little battle-hardened, right? You want to come in. That's like a Zandon in the Bluegrass. He was battle-hardened. These horses, like Epicenter's never been battle-hardened. Echo Zulu's not really battle-hardened. You get in these big fields and these big competitive races, you want a horse that's been through a bit of a war, and I think that horse is very clearly Secret Oath.
Can we also address what an incredible story this would be, Andy? At the age of 86, for D. Wayne Lucas to win another Kentucky Oaks.
I thought the story was you and I picking the Oaks winner, and you went in a completely different direction. It is amazing. And, Wayne Lucas is one of these guys that I'm sure he could say, what's the old Mark Twain line? Rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. And listen, Wayne Lucas, we had him dead and buried when Will Take Charge came along, right? And suddenly he's winning those races. And one thing about Wayne, he's never afraid to run.
There was a feature on Wayne Lucas before the 93 Breeders' Cup, and it was considered to be the end of the Lucas run. He had a couple of 25-1 shots, and that this was the end of it. And he said, it's not okay for Notre Dame to go 8-4. He said, we feel like the Dallas Cowboys, who had been 1-15, and I think we found our Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin. In that Breeders' Cup Juvenile at 25-1, he ran a colt by the name of Tabasco Cat. Tabasco Cat, eventual Preakness Belmont winner, and that was way before anybody had heard of horses like Thunder Gulch. Serena's song, Grindstone, and Lucas went on another serious tear when he was thought to be at the end of his career in the early 90s.
And for people that are watching at home that aren't old-timers like us, that haven't been around as long as us, Wayne Lucas changed the game. Yeah, Woody Stevens shipped Smart 10 around, won races, you know, those horses, but Wayne Lucas, D-Wayne off the plane.
Yep.
That was always the thing, shipping around. Wayne Lucas changed everything, and you see other trainers, Todd Pletcher following that, other trainers. He had, you know, Brad Cox with stables all around the country. Wayne Lucas started that. Wayne Lucas is a trailblazer in this game, and to not understand the influence that Wayne Lucas had on racing in this country, I think you just don't know as much about the history of the game. So you could say, well, you know, is he past his prime? Well, we're all past. I'm past my prime, but I don't. If I had one, it was like for 20 minutes.
I peaked in like 3rd grade, man.
Right, but it doesn't. It's never going to change the fact that Wayne Lucas will have an incredible lasting effect on this game if he never wins another race.
We could have said that 15 years ago.
Yeah.
But yet that's why it would be such a massive, massive story. Wayne Lucas trying to win another Kentucky Oaks, and I can't tell if I picked Secret Oath because I really think she's going to win or because I just want to see it because I'm rooting for her. Kentucky Oaks is very soon, in about 24 hours. The Kentucky Derby, 148th running tomorrow beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Son of Warfront, the sons have done well. War Command, the Factor, Declaration of War. There have been a number of sons now that seem to be getting it done. He himself was, again, versatile like Catholic Boy. I mean, he won the Preakness.
But nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
He came back at 4 and won a Grade 1 on the turf, going a mile. You know, he's got a big page that's from one of the good Niarchos families.
Look, he was a Grade 1 stakes horse at 2. He was a Classic winner on dirt at 3. He won a Grade 1 on turf at 4. He offers that versatility. He looks a lot like Warfront with a little more stretch and a little more leg. And I know a lot of the knocks against the Warfronts are that sometimes a little small, a little racy. If he throws Warfront's ability and talent with his kind of physique, I think we'll be in really good shape.
America's Day at the Races. Welcome back, everyone. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Wow. Kentucky Derby, the field, updated odds. Current wagering, 20 of them, mile and a quarter. Mo Donegal, 7-1. Epicenter, 5-1. Messier, 7. Zandon, 8. The morning line favorite. Taba, co-favorite at 5-1. You have another 30 minutes in you, Andy? We have a preview show.
No, I'm leaving.
You're leaving?
I've had enough of you. I mean, how much does he expect me to take? You're coming from California, it's taking over.
It's because they're like 5 minutes into the show. We're not going anywhere. We have the Kentucky Derby preview show coming up next. Big day. Jose Lezcano, 3,000 career victories, taking down the Friday feature at Belmont Park in the flat out. Looking ahead to tomorrow's Derby, Zandon overlay 8-1 in the wagering. Will Steve Asmussen get that first elusive Derby with Epicenter? Stay tuned. Coming up, the Kentucky Derby preview show. We'll be right back.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you.